This is a miracle. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251 Atón Islands. As Mars had said, Bai Luo had passed the point of needing to hide. No, to be more precise, Bai Luo was actually unable to hide anymore. When someone becomes so powerful that their every move can lead the times, it's honestly very difficult for them to keep a low profile. Just like this time, Bai Luo hadn't intended to make such a grand appearance. But the miracles of the ancient tales, just like Leon's previous greed, could not be concealed. To do so would be to treat the world's masters of miracles as fools. Such obvious miracle fluctuations, such a huge upheaval, how could you hide it? So Bai Luo wasn't being arrogant, but he simply couldn't keep a low profile or be modest anymore. Bai Luo, I tried my best, but I still inadvertently left you stunned. Your Majesty, we have brought you a new territory. Wang Quan and Shura returned to their human form, but the essence of the Tianjin god still made the siblings seem like gods, radiating a faint glow. Bai Luo also absorbed some of the power of the ancient tales, causing him to dodge. Can this light bulb-like special effect be turned off? Bai Luo now possessed a plethora of abilities, almost uncontrollable. His senior sister's equal distribution, the devastating holy magic key, and Shirley's enhancements, a transcendent capable of withstanding the pressures of all realms and adapting to anything. Lilith hadn't bestowed any abilities upon Bai Luo, evidently because she hadn't yet reached a higher realm and met the requirements. Needless to say, the greedy wolf King Leon had also bestowed upon Bai Luo the terrifying power of foolishness. Zioba ignored it for now. While the mystical dragon seemingly offered nothing to Bai Luo, it actually granted him something unimaginable to other miracle lords, infinite royal might. The miracle dragon's royal might was separate and distinct from the other miracle lords, possessing its own distinct power. Simply put, when the powers collided, Bai Luo could choose not to allow their opponent to sense it. However, when Bai Luo needed it, the miracle dragon's royal might could be used independently or combined with the royal might of other miracle lords. Your power was too immense, momentarily unable to control it. It was our mistake, Wang Quan finished, hurriedly helping Bai Luo suppress his own miraculous power, only to stop the shimmering light. This makes it much more comfortable. Seeing the light fade, Bai Luo smiled at the siblings. Tell me about the islands you created. What special functions do they have? If it were just land creation, such an ability wouldn't be much of a stretch. It could be achieved in some other realms. If all else failed, Bai Luo could find a plane in the material world with endless expanses of land at his disposal. Therefore, the land creation in ancient tales must have its own unique features. We've created 5 islands and a circular barrier for you this time, Wang Quan explained. This land isn't simply dirt, it's a manifestation of our miraculous power. In other words, it's something akin to the Aola Kingdom. 9981 is a miraculous resource that can summon mountains, rivers, and lakes imbued with spiritual and demonic energy. The miraculous energy inherent in these places transforms life forms, granting them miraculous powers. Similarly, the islands created by the ancient tales appear empty, a vast expanse of damp earth. However, do not underestimate these 6 new islands. They are like 6 vast sources of miracles, radiating a constant surge of miraculous power. Humans, animals, plants, or even inanimate objects who remain on them for an extended period of time and meet the true requirements of miracles, loyalty and aptitude, will instantly gain the power of the ancient tales and become Bai Luo's miracle child. 6 new islands, Bai Luo pondered, but the Reed family's miracle blossoming wasn't over yet. Xiao Luo, the miracle dragon's gift isn't over yet, senior sister reminded him. These 6 islands are ready-made wasteland. We can sow seeds and cultivate them. Yes, thanks to Fia for reminding me. Bai Luo had momentarily forgotten about this and immediately ordered the seeds accumulated during this period, as well as those from the first and second harvests, to be planted. There was no need to worry about the harvest now. The seeds would mature in minutes once planted, yielding a bountiful harvest. As expected, just as Izefia had envisioned, the 6 islands were instantly filled with a variety of fruits, grains, and a vast supply of medicinal herbs, marking another bountiful harvest. While Atón may be prosperous now, with even terrifying beings like the miracle dragon protecting Bai Luo's kingdom, that's all illusion. The supplies brought by the first sprouting holy bag and the troops cultivated by the miracles represent tangible, concrete capital accumulation. After cultivating the initial batch of crops poured from the bag, Bai Luo had already obtained the earliest primitive plants and fruits. These absorbed the miraculous power of Avalon, the fairies, and the greedy world, and were divided into 3 categories, respectively, to replenish and accelerate the growth of the holy magic energy, the fairies, and the greedy world's troops. Such good stuff could be called a strategic reserve. For Bai Luo, these miracle foods would never be obsolete, the more the better. Furthermore, the potion and alchemy systems currently being developed by the fairy clan could refine the original miracle foods, creating supplementary materials that would be of immense benefit to masters, kings, and even legends. Soon, all 6 islands except Atón were covered in green, becoming lush and verdant. Your Majesty, please give these 6 new islands names. Okay, Bai Luo thought for a moment and said, I originally thought of having Atón divide up the work and establish departments in different locations. Now with these 6 new islands, we can better organize them. Of the 7 islands, one couldn't really be called an island, but rather a ring-shaped area that enveloped the 6 Atón islands, forming a unique protective circle. Such a landscape would undoubtedly be fatally flawed in the face of natural disasters like tsunamis. However, Atón possessed the power of miracles, and they simply ignored mere natural disasters. The outermost region, I'll name it the Ring Star Coast, Bai Luo said. I plan to send all 80,000 people who migrated from the ancient capital there, distributing them in a circular pattern of villages and seaport towns. The 6 or 7,000 people from the lower plains arrived earlier and are citizens of Atón, Bai Luo said. Although I eliminated them from this ritual blessing, they arrived earlier. I plan to have them reside on the 2nd island closest to Atón Island. I'll name it the Temple, the 2nd largest island in the Atón archipelago, Bai Luo continued. The temple will house a massive national academy and areas dedicated to cultivating talent, offering services such as prayer, military training, and training. Simply put, it's a place dedicated to transforming outsiders and fostering a sense of belonging to Atón. You'll be selected from the Ring Star Coast, enter the Temple Island, and then undergo rigorous ideological training, ultimately becoming a useful talent for Atón. This is the meaning of the temple's name, a slightly religious element designed to ensure the people's loyalty and faith in Atón. Chapter 252 7 Islands surrounding Atón Island, the core and most central island of the Atón Principalities or archipelago, home to the Atón capital. Originally a circular island with a radius of approximately 30 kilometers, Atón Island's area has been significantly increased following the repairs by Wang Quan and Shura. While not significantly larger, its shape has been reconfigured, plains in the east, forests in the west, hills and mountains in the north, lakes in the center, and beaches in the south. Outsiders seeking access to Atón Island must land from the south. The other 3 sides are encircled by Lilith's fairy magic, creating a vast barrier protecting the kingdom. Furthermore, within Atón Island lies the entrance to Avalon, Lake Avalon. While Atón Island itself is modest in size, somewhat modest for a kingdom, its size becomes truly impressive when the Avalon world is included. Avalon world is a complete and independent world, as boundless as the universe itself. However, the star realm hasn't been liberated yet, like a sky covered by a sky, preventing Bai Luo from exploring beyond the star realm's crystal wall. But this is inevitable. When Senior Sister achieves another breakthrough and liberates the star realm, then the world of Avalon will truly be complete. I plan to build a prison on this island. Bai Luo pointed to the island to the right of Atón Island, located to the east. I'll call it the Other Shore Island. And, Leon, you'll live here from now on. Yes, Leon was officially appointed by Bai Luo as the director of the Atón prison. Bai Luo had actually considered the prison long ago. Atón would undoubtedly clash with other nations in the future, but there was a bottom line that must be observed: you cannot kill others at will. Defeat, injure, and capture alive. This is actually the unspoken rule among the Miracle Kingdom. It's not that you can't kill, but if you kill someone else, they will kill yours in the future. To put it bluntly, when Hulbo was on a diplomatic mission, he was casually killed by someone else, and the reason was Bai Luo's previous brutal act. Even more embarrassing was the thought of accidentally killing someone important, like, say, Inya from Bai Luo's clan. Would Bai Luo fight them to the death? Some might even go so far as to wait for them along their route, just to avenge their grudge. Hatred is like a seed. Once it takes root, it will bring us immense trouble, Bai Luo said. We have a legitimate reason for our war against the Thorns. Even if Earl Thorns hates us, there's nothing we can do. Bai Luo's uncle was killed by the Thorns, and Bai Luo went to avenge him by killing General Dong. Karma, no question. But the question was, what was the rationale? Just like Avril, the Sage of the Sunlight, under the command of Grand Duke Xinying. If she ever faced the Atón army and was defeated by Saint Dragon Princess, would she be killed? No. There was no reason to do it so drastically. Bai Luo and Xinying held no grudge. Their war was more like the friendly exchanges of the spring and autumn period. There was no reason to fence someone to death for such a small gain. Bai Luo's desire for war was to expand territory and bring prosperity to his country. He wasn't a bloodthirsty, murderous man, nor was he a mindless troll, biting people like a rabid dog. Killing people for no reason was both mindless and foolish. We need to improve the prison facilities, Bai Luo said. We might have quite a few guests staying here in the future. We need to make them feel at home and remind them they won't want to leave and can come back often. This was a place to deal with occasional conflicts with nations friendly to Atón. As long as Bai Luo managed this well, future Atonians captured by Xinying, Morgan, and their ilk would receive the same treatment. That way, Bai Luo could feel a little more at ease. This was a bit like playing house, but the competition between miracle lords in this era was essentially a matter of face. Enraging a miracle lord could have disastrous consequences. Therefore, in future clashes, seizing the opponent's weaknesses and vulnerabilities was crucial. I suddenly feel like I need to keep an eye on Inya. Inya is undoubtedly Bai Luo's weakness. If she's captured, it would be just like Bai Luo capturing Sigrian, a desperate move. Wouldn't it be better to give her the next miracle we find? That's not so easy. If it suits Inya, Bai Luo will definitely give it to her, but the problem is that it doesn't always suit her. Besides, there's no rule that the next miracle can be bestowed. Maybe Bai Luo can use it? If it's directly bound, Bai Luo can't bestow it. Also, the tree elves will migrate from the main island of Atón, Bai Luo said, as will the Pegasus, fairies, and sacred beasts. I'm calling the island to the west of Atón the Eternal Forest. It's an island made entirely of forest and grassland, 3 times the size of the main island of Atón and the largest area in the entire Atón archipelago. The Eternal Forest surely will lie there, and the tree elves will coexist with the fairies, sacred beasts, and Pegasus. They were all nature-loving races, and the combination was a perfect match. A naval headquarters will be established north of Atón Island. The naval headquarters had finally arrived. It had been a joke before, but this time it was real. North of the Ring Star Coast, an outlet and a naval port will be established, Bai Luo said. We will train Atón's navy here, forming a maritime corps. It will also oversee several chambers of commerce specifically for ordinary people, serving the common people. The naval headquarters housed not only miraculous troops but also standard navy units for ordinary people. For the Principality of Atón, with its vast resources, building ordinary ships was a simple matter for witches to flick their fingers and wave their wands, thanks to the presence of Glass, a supreme expert. Finally, the Academy. Bai Luo named the last of the 7 islands of Atón the Academy. This was a place for the education of minors. If the temple was the universal education for adults, then Academy Island was the paradise and sacred place for minors, elementary, middle, and high school students. Numerous academies, such as the Magic Academy and the Holy Law Academy, will be built here, offering education in military, political, economic, and management fields, ensuring that every Atonian who emerges from Academy Island can become independent. These are the arrangements I have made for the new Atón Islands. After the siblings created the islands, they could still continue working, but Bai Luo didn't make any excessive demands. 7 islands were sufficient to handle the upcoming population expansion. More land was unnecessary. Your Majesty, it's our turn next. At this time, Luosha and Yasha stepped forward. The second and third siblings' miracle bloom had concluded, but their miracle bloom had not yet begun. It's been a bit busy the past 2 days, but normal updates should resume tomorrow. Chapter 253. I can represent the top management of Atón. Here, is this really where we live? Where's Harbor City? Why is it gone? It's still there, it's much larger, forming a huge circle. The 6,000 Atón people who had returned from the netherworld stared blankly at the brand new island before them. As the Reed family of the ancient tales awakened one after another, performing miracle blossoms, combined with the various seeds brought by the first sprouting holy bag, the entire Atón archipelago suddenly experienced a rebirth. The Ring Star Coast didn't possess much miracle power, but it still possessed a miraculous aura. Ki, while much lower in level than miracle power, had an advantage over miracle power in that it could better tap into those who felt a sense of belonging to the birth of Atón and guide them into a new world, Atón's kingdom of miracles. Beyond the ring star coast lay two islands, the temple and the academy. While the Atón archipelago was geographically divided into east, west, and north, the barrier provided a clear path to Atón. Anyone wishing to enter Atón had first to pass through the ring star coast. The only place with direct access to the interior of Atón is the ancient city. In other words, immigrants and merchants can simply take the ordinary sea route to the ring star coast. They won't go deeper, as mortals aren't qualified. On the other hand, if the miracle citizens arrive, they'll first reach the ancient city, where Leon personally guards it. Leon is also the director of the Atón prison. The other shore island isn't a prison, it's simply a structure built there. The true other shore island is incredibly prosperous, divided into two parts, the surface and the underground. The underground is a special subspace, a place blessed by the combined might of 5 incredibly powerful miracle lords: Isifia, Lord of the world of Avalon; Shirley, the overlord beyond conquest; Lilith, the fairy queen of dreams and ideals; Leon, the primordial evil of greed and destruction; and the Reed family, the 5 pillars of Far Eastern mythology. Access is granted only to those possessing special keys or powers. These individuals are known in Atón as gods of misfortune. They are the miraculous descendants of Yashan, one of the 5 siblings in the ancient legend. The deities of disaster, born from her miraculous blossoming, now occupy the 88 vacancies, now temporarily filled by some sacred beasts, several Atons, and tree spirits. Boom! Deep beneath the endless earth, 88 storms composed of inky black characters surged into the sky. These storms symbolize the negative karma that afflicts the world, and also the power of Yashan. Those who feed on negative karma, disaster, and sin are the gods of misfortune, and Yashan is the origin, creator, and mother of all gods of misfortune. Committed to this, regardless of one's previous race, one will be transformed into a god of misfortune. Dressed in simple cloth, a katana at their waist, and wooden clogs, they resemble Ronin of ancient times. Their former bodies and powers are sealed within this katana, dormant in the form of their true names. They will awaken only when the gods of misfortune release them, or when their current incarnations are destroyed. It just so happened that there were a number of young tree elves who, due to their age, were unable to become combatants. Now that they had the opportunity, they naturally signed up eagerly. 3/4 of the 88 pillars were from the tree elf clan, and their swords contained the power of fairies, tree elves, Avalon, Greedy World, and millions of gods, shadow dancers. Bai Luo had established this brand new organization. In Atón, it was like a police station, managed by the god Huajin, specializing in capturing and guarding criminals. The power of the gods, Yuzai, Glass's adopted daughter, was the latest witch to be promoted to Atón. She was also a new citizen, allowed by Bai Luo to bathe in the dragon's blessing, a true new Atonian. Now, Yuzai had been appointed to govern the mortals of the southwestern region of the Ring Star Coast. Many of them were familiar to Yuzai, and a gentle newcomer like her was perfectly suited for this role. Little girl, hey little girl, huh? Yuzai was confused when someone called her, because the term little girl was so strange. People who knew her wouldn't call her that. They all addressed her as little Yuxi, Yuxi, Master Yuxi. But what was a little girl, a stranger? Yuxi quickly turned around, searching for the source of the voice, but she saw no one. Here, following the voice, Yuxi looked toward the nearby shoreline, then along the horizon, she spotted a small sailboat. It was small, only able to seat 4 or 5 people, one of the oldest wooden lifeboats. Atop the small sailboat sat a plump, white-haired old man, who smiled at Yuxi. His round beer belly pushed against his white cloth, and his kind, gentle smile made him look adorable. Huh? Yuxi was no fool. The man couldn't be an ordinary person, as he could hear the voice from such a distance. But the question was, how did he get in? An intruder. Yuxi had long since given her allegiance to Atón. In such a situation, her first thought was of an external invasion. But before she could contact the god of fire and the Atón navy, a tall figure loomed over the girl. Yuzai hadn't noticed him before because they were far away, but now that they were so close, the girl finally felt how huge the old man was. He was at least 2.4 meters tall, compared to Yuzai who was only 1.55 meters tall. It was like the difference between a child and an adult. When The other party's speed was unimaginable, and Yuzai didn't even notice that he was already behind her. But Yuzai was a regular witch of the extraordinary class after all. After receiving the blessing of the miracle dragon, her training during this period was like a duck in water, and she was getting stronger at an astonishing rate every day. However, the gap was too big. She and this fat old man were not in the same dimension at all. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. I'm not a bad person, really, little girl, I'm here to visit Atón, the old man said, reaching into his pocket and pulling out a few candies wrapped in paper. Here, some candy. Will you please notify the higher-ups at Atón for me? Who are you? Please state your identity and purpose immediately. Yuzai found herself unable to contact anyone. She didn't know what the old man had done, but it was as if all ties to the world had been severed, completely isolated. Fortunately, upon noticing something was amiss with the old man, Yuzai immediately triggered the alarm. By then, the nearest Atón higher-ups should have arrived. In Atón, Bai Luo valued his people highly. Furthermore, the number of miracle bodies was too great, a force others wouldn't easily mobilize. In Atón, Bai Luo's attitude was straightforward: if anyone dared to invade, I would release the miracle bodies. What a sharp knife! It feels like someone's head will fall off in the next second. What a terrifying young man! The old man, who had been spreading his hands, suddenly narrowed his eyes and revealed a casual smile. He was locked in, stared at by an incomparably terrifying miraculous power. Mr. Luosha, behind the old man, Luosha was standing there, holding a staff sword. He had arrived, rushing over as soon as he received Yuxi's alarm. Is there anything I can do for you, old man? I can represent the senior management of Atón. Luosha's attitude was very cautious. There was no other way, because this old man was very strong. Luosha's miracle blossoming, similar to the fairies, is too complicated, so let's get into the main storyline first. Chapter 254 The Cute Fatty. Miss Yuxi, please step back. Luosha closed his eyes. Like Aaliyah, he was a blind swordsman, accustomed to seeing the world with his heart instead of his eyes. Oh, the fat old man noticed the way Luosha held his sword. Reverse hand Ichimonji, I've seen this sword technique performed by a very powerful individual before. Although you're young, you've achieved mastery in this style, so, are you the miracle? Even the most gifted could never have mastered such astonishing swordsmanship at such a young age. There was only one answer: he was a miracle. Only the infinite power of a miracle could elevate a mortal's swordsmanship to the level of a sage. Why did the Lord of Miracles suddenly visit? If you are an enemy of me, Atón, Luosha revealed the identity of the fat old man. Even if I can't defeat you, I am still confident that I can drag you here. Ha ha ha. The fat old man stroked his belly with both hands and laughed. I am not here to cause trouble. You have won this battle, huh? This is the third time the fat old man has made his attitude clear. He does not want to be an enemy of Atón. In this case, Luosha can no longer be so nervous. Who are you? My name is Oben Chaos, and I am an envoy who came to Atón to sign the treaty on behalf of the Holy Empire. Luosha realized the meaning of the other party's identity and quickly put down the staff sword in his hand. He said, excuse me, it turns out to be a sacred guest. I have already informed His Majesty that he will be here soon. Now, please move to the other side of the island. There is a fairyland hotel specially built by our country. My Majesty will come to meet you soon. Where's the powerful invader? However, before Luosha could lead the fat old man to the other shore island, Shura's voice reached him from afar. Luosha heard it and hurried forward. Second brother, they're not enemies. We're sent by the gods to sign the covenant. What? I thought there was a fight going on, Shura said disgruntledly. A messenger? Hello. Young people are so full of energy. The fat old man looked from Shura to Luosha. He was puzzled for a moment, then realized, so that's how it is. You're the same miracle. No wonder you look so similar to me, holding a knife, using the reverse hand Ichimonji technique, and you can even split into two miracle bodies. Let me think about it, the fat old man said, closing his eyes and suddenly patting his round beer belly. It's the ancient tales, right? Your miracles, based solely on experience. He could determine the true nature of Shura and Luosha's miracles. Who are you, anyway? The fat old man couldn't just guess randomly. With so many miracles, how could he possibly get it right? He must have seen the ancient tales before to be able to guess correctly. Did you two kids just listen to me? The fat old man said gloomily. My name is Oben Chaos, And I've already introduced myself." The two brothers looked at each other, unsure whether to take him with them. After all, this man was too knowledgeable. If they really brought him to the Aten Islands, he might see even more. "The holy man has arrived," Bai Luo said at his desk, reviewing documents. The Aten Islands were just being established, and there was a lot to do. He needed to make the final decision on the living arrangements for nearly 10,000 people, so Bai Luo was very busy. According to the time, "It's time to come," Bai Luo said to the fox girls around him. "Go and inform uncle, soon, Isifia and uncle arrived." Bai Luo stood up and led them to the Ring Star Coast. "Why don't you take him to the other shore?" "I'm sorry, your majesty." Through telepathic communication, Luosha informed Bai Luo of the old man's situation. Bai Luo was stunned. "He guessed your miracle? With just your Nishawa Chimanji and Shura? How is that possible?" Bai Luo never underestimated anyone, but a mere envoy, even from the Holy Empire, sending a legend was a stretch at best. Who exactly was this portly old man? "Uncle, he's an old friend of mine," the uncle said. "We met when we were young. He must have heard I was here and came to see me." "Your friend?" The uncle had a wide circle of friends, mostly women, but also heroes like Duang Aole. "He's the Lord of Miracles." "Which country is he from?" The senior sister speculated about the old man's identity, but the uncle simply smiled. "It's just a close friend of ours, no big deal." With that, the three of them entered the gates of Avalon. Stepping out, the Ring Star Coast lay before them. I'm coming, I'm coming." The fat old man excitedly gazed at the spot where the gate of Avalon had opened. He ignored the power of Avalon, instead focusing all his attention on the white-haired old man who stepped out of the golden portal. "Saros, Saros, you said you'd only be gone for a few years and come back to see me soon, but why are you gone?" The fat old man opened his arms, tears in his eyes, and quickly stepped forward to embrace his uncle. "You liar, you stole my heart." "Okay, it's my fault, it's all my fault." The uncle patted the old man on the back, saying as if comforting a child, "Don't cry, don't cry. I'll cook you a roast chicken later." Listening to the fat old man sobbing, Bai Luo's face was filled with confusion. "What's going on?" The senior sister was also puzzled and asked Bai Luo secretly. Bai Luo shook his head repeatedly. "I don't know. Is this person also the Lord of Miracle Country? He seems very incompetent." Bai Luo's first thought was the members of the 19-person adventure group, the companions who had adventured with his uncle in his youth. The female Sword Emperor, Silver Leaf, Reed Dragon returning home, Blind Azhu, Glass, Uncle, Grandpa Shanwen. This fat old man, too. Bai Luo didn't know how to evaluate the fat old man. He only saw that he had a head full of white hair like a lion's mane, but he didn't take care of it at all. He was dressed in a plain white linen robe in ancient Greek style, looking like a knowledgeable wise man. "Come, let me introduce you." The old uncle brought the fat old man over. "This is my nephew Bai Luo, the king of the Principality of Atón, and this is my daughter Isifia, the queen of Atón." "Hello, hello." The fat old man was a little at a loss. He wiped his hands on his clothes repeatedly. After he felt that he was clean, he patted Bai Luo and his senior sister on the shoulders at the same time, and then took out 2 wrapped candies from his pocket. "I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. Here are some candies for you." Bai Luo took the candy handed over by the fat old man, felt it, and found that it was really candy, the most ordinary candy made by mortals. And it was street vendor merchandise, super cheap. "Uncle, who is this?" Bai Luo's mind quickly searched for the names and images of 19 people, wanting to confront the fat old man in front of him, but the uncle said, "He is not my companion in the adventure, but he is my sworn brother, Oben Chaos." Bai Luo and his senior sister had never heard of this name. But the problem is, since the other party is the ruler of a country, he must not be an unknown person. In addition, with his naive appearance and the character of a king, the country must also be elegant and easygoing. In addition, he is the strongest person in the world today, the number 1 person in the world, the uncle suddenly said, "The Emperor of the Holy Empire, the Holy Emperor." Chapter 255 Mountain. "Uncle, uncle," Bai Luo pulled the uncle aside. He wasn't afraid of the Holy Emperor eavesdropping. Given his status, he clearly wouldn't do such a thing. "What?" The uncle looked at Bai Luo in confusion, and the latter quickly said, "Is this the holy friend you mentioned earlier? You even know the Holy Emperor." Miracle Lords are divided into different levels. Earl of Thorns and Bai Luo are considered rookies, fresh out of the gate. Missia, Morgan, and the Lord of the Birch Trees are veterans with a bit more experience. Those who have possessed miracles for over 800 years can be called old veterans. As for Aole, Gunshin, and Queen Cain, they are powerful princes who dominate their own regions. Their strength is considerable, and they can be called high-ranking miracle lords. In gaming terms, Earl of Thorns is bronze or silver, Missia and Morgan are gold or platinum, Grand Duke Yangbo is diamond, King Aole of Gunshin is a transcendent master, and those who can claim the title of emperor, like the Far North Empress and the Eastern Empress, are considered Grand Masters. And the Holy Emperor, undeniably the Supreme King. The most powerful man in the entire Miracle Land, #1 in the world. But the old uncle said they were sworn brothers. Bai Luo had thought the old uncle was already impressive enough, but surprisingly, it wasn't enough. I always thought you were just an idol for middle-aged and older women. Bai Luo glanced at the Holy Emperor and added, I never thought you'd even spare men. Those are all mistakes I made when I was young. The old uncle got excited, deliberately showing off in front of Bai Luo and playing along. What are you talking about? Can I eavesdrop? The Holy Emperor didn't care. He was very kind, a truly remarkable senior, even something Bai Luo found endearing. Oh, right, that sounds strange, kid. Just call me Fat Old Fool from now on, like Saros. Fat, Bai Luo, Old Fool, Fat Old Fool. That was the nickname the old uncle used to give the Holy Emperor, and now he allowed Bai Luo to call him that, which seemed endearing. It's cute, right? I love it so much. He's obviously an old man, but he uses a cute tone. But with his chubby appearance, to be honest, he's really adorable. I almost forgot about the main thing. I'm actually here to give you this. The Fat Old Fool took out a contract from his pocket. He really took it out directly without using any miracle power, bringing simplicity to the extreme. This is the Holy Covenant. If you sense it, you will see many clauses on it. Holy Covenant, Covenant 1, do not use heroic level and above combat forces on any miracle land where miracles may fall. Note, if it is a recreatable non-miracle land, miracle children below the legendary level are allowed to be deployed. Covenant 2, do not kill the Lord of Miracles. Anyone who commits this crime shall be jointly punished by the signatories. Note, house arrest is allowed, but abuse is not allowed. Covenant 3, have the responsibility to participate in the 10,000 Kings Conference held every 10 years to discuss the future direction of the miracle world. Note, although the 10,000 Kings Conference includes 10,000 kings, there are actually only more than 100 people. Covenant 4, Covenant 5, Covenant 6. Though it was only a small piece of paper, it contained a wealth of information, including notes from Fat Old Man. Yes, those were Fat Old Man's own notes. Clearly explaining to Bai Luo the details, precautions, and loopholes of each treaty. Let me see. The senior sister took the sacred treaty from Bai Luo's hand and examined it carefully, making sure it was free of traps. Finally, the item landed in the hands of the old uncle. Just as thoughtful as ever, the old uncle said, "This treaty is fine. We can sign it, but there's one condition." "What's our relationship?" Feel free to tell me. Fat Old Man and the old uncle were both men with a long history, but Bai Luo had never heard the old uncle tell stories of his youth. What Bai Luo knew was that around the age of 24, the old uncle formed an adventure group and traveled extensively with his 19-member team, traversing the entire miraculous new world. But the old uncle left home at the age of 13 to join the army in place of his frail brother, fighting for the Marcus Kenquin, quelling civil unrest and resisting foreign enemies. From the age of 13 to 24, Bai Luo knew nothing about these 11 years. It was his uncle's most mysterious, closely guarded secret. When the time comes, you'll know. Every time Bai Luo inquired, his uncle would tell him, "It's really no big deal. Just complete the 12 Kenquin tasks and fight a few matches in the sacred arena. No problem, just sign it. If you have any questions." The fat old fool patted his belly and said with a smile, "Tell me, and I'll revise it for you right now." "Is it still possible to revise it?" Bai Luo was completely stunned. He looked from his uncle to the Holy Emperor. If there was no illicit affair, Bai Luo would have jumped off the high cliffs of Atón. "Nothing to revise," the fat old fool said it lightly, but Bai Luo was not the kind of person to take advantage of others. The contents of this treaty were not disadvantageous to Atón. As long as he signed, Bai Luo would be able to lead Atón through decades of stable development. What was there to be dissatisfied with? "I've received Atón's covenant." The covenant was forged from the power of miracles, its essence embodied in the divine majesty of the Holy Emperor. This meant that, relying solely on His Majesty, the Holy Emperor had forged a covenant and binding agreement with hundreds of miracle lords. The magnitude of His Majesty was unimaginable. Oh, it's not that great actually, the fat old fool said, gesturing with his index finger and thumb. I'm just a little bit more powerful than the average miracle lord. Oh my goodness, another little bit. Bai Luo, I'll take care of this fat guy, the old uncle said. I'll take him to the other shore fairyland, where he'll have a bath first, and then we'll host a banquet tonight to welcome the Emperor of the Holy Empire to our country. Underneath the other shore fairyland lay a vast prison, but above lay luxurious Japanese-style streets and inns, complete with hot springs and the iconic sight Luosha had recently brought to Atón, the night parade of 100 demons. Go ahead, Bai Luo's mindset was still youthful. If it were a domineering middle-aged man like King Aole, he would have certainly entertained him himself. But Bai Luo really didn't know how to handle an old man in his 70s or 80s. It's like, as a national leader, facing a centenarian with a cane, why act so pompous? What's the point? The uncle took the initiative to take over the emperor's duties, and Bai Luo actually felt at ease. He still preferred to face off against powerful leaders. He couldn't handle a silly, adorable old man like fat old man. Let's take a bath first. Then when are we going to eat chicken? We'll eat while we bathe. We can even eat while we bathe. Fat old man's eyes widened, his expression filled with anticipation. Sure, slurp. Watching the two old men leave, the senior sister said to Bai Luo, Dad is very happy, I can see that. The uncle was a serious man, but his conversation with fat old man was filled with joy at reuniting after a long separation. It seemed like, just as the uncle had said, they were very close friends. Let's get ready too, Bai Luo, Rakshasa, gather all the ghosts and prepare a night banquet. Scale it to the highest level. Yes, Rakshasa nodded in response, then immediately disappeared from the side of his senior sister and Bai Luo. Why did you send him away and call me here, Saros? Inside the Fairyland Inn, layers of space overlapped, multiple barriers erected with astonishing sorcery. In the most luxurious hot spring area, a fat old fool, dressed in a loose white bathrobe, turned and looked at the old man. Are you hiding something from him? Swish. The old man didn't answer directly, but slightly opened his clothes, revealing his chest. Coma. The fat old fool's previous easygoing expression shattered into one of shock and tension. You. What's going on? I called you here because I have a question for you. Cracks covered the old man's chest, growing from his heart, spreading to his limbs and neck, as if threatening to tear the old man's body apart completely. How much time do I have left? Chapter 256 Medicine. Is it ready? Almost. When Bai Luo returned, his uncle had already finished bathing with fat old man. They were squatting in the corner of the courtyard, roasting something with dead branches they'd found somewhere. Is it ready? Don't worry. What are you doing? Roasting a chicken? Bai Luo was a little confused. Why don't you just let them go to the kitchen and cook it? I'll serve it to you when it's done. Bai Luo was a man of status and position now. He couldn't be the same as before. As the king of Atón, even if he wanted to cook, his children wouldn't agree. The king of Atón had to live in the best place and eat the best food. It was a basic requirement. Failure to do so would make them look incompetent. The food cooked in the kitchen can't compare to the deliciousness of Saros's. Uncle is cooking this kind of chicken himself. Beggar's chicken wasn't Bai Luo's invention. In fact, similar delicacies existed in many places, and his uncle also knew how to make it. He had made it for fat old man many times during sacred occasions, leaving him fascinated. What's that? Bai Luo assumed that fatty old man, as the Lord of Miracles, must have tasted better, but the old man insisted, Saros's cooking isn't about the taste, it's about the thought. Well, Bai Luo didn't dare underestimate his uncle's skills, for he knew fatty old man was right. Some foods you can tell whether they're good or bad, but some can make you cry. His uncle's creations possessed that allure. Well, Bai Luo perfectly adhered to the principle of true flavor. I have to try it, and so, Bai Luo squatted down with the two elderly men. The Lord of Miracles, two kings, and a mature old man, actually acted like this in broad daylight. Yaksha, who had been secretly protecting Bai Luo, witnessed this and immediately notified Rakshasa, commanding him to evacuate the entire population of Atón from the other shore of the fairyland. He absolutely could not let them witness his majesty in this state. It smells so good, it really does. Dad made this, sister. You're eating too slowly. You've only managed a small chicken wing in half an hour. For you, sister, you really understand me. There were only 2 chicken legs, which were given to Bai Luo and fat old man. 2 wings were given to the senior sister who arrived later, and to Inya, who had heard the news. Xiaobei was a vegetarian and didn't like meat, so the uncle baked her some steamed buns. Is this your daughter too? Xiaobei's daughter. Fat old man seemed to know the uncle, and upon hearing this, he immediately understood Inya's origins. I see. But how come she's so different from the older girl? The older girl was Inya. In fat old man's eyes, she was incredibly strong. Despite her youth, fat old man saw in her the aura of the eastern and northern queens. Inya remained calm and composed. In fact, in the eyes of her senior sister, she wasn't happy to be on par with the 2 women, not as good as them, not worth celebrating. Are you really that good? Hearing fat old man's comments about her senior sister, Inya immediately asked, but what do you mean by far worse? Am I worse than my sister, Bai Luo? Is there even a comparison? Bai Luo, please remove the ma at the end. What do you think, little girl? Of course I am, Inya boasted shamelessly. Aside from my sister, I'm the most powerful woman in Atón, then I'm the oldest old man in our place. Inya had always thought she was the most shameless, but she hadn't expected to meet her match this time. Ahaha, you fat old man are so interesting. Inya quickly became close friends with fat old man. She patted his round belly with her backhand. Brother, who is he? So interesting. Never mind, I won't mention his identity, Bai Luo said, fearing to scare Inya. He's my uncle's sworn brother. According to etiquette, you should call him uncle. Bai Luo naturally ignored the relationship. He was the king, and how could a king bow to another king? Oh, hello, uncle. Do you have anything to eat? Bai Luo covered his face as he came up to ask for food, but fat old man was very fond of Inya. Yes, some candy. Want some? Of course. So, taking the cheap candy from fat old man, Inya didn't disdain it at all and stuffed it into her mouth. It tastes pretty good. Did you make this yourself, Grandpa? Little girl, can you tell? Fat old man narrowed his eyes, a smile on his face. He had given it to many people, but not many could truly taste it. He had guessed it, but those were based on logic. And don't underestimate this candy. Although it's made of the most common ingredients, of low quality, and without any miraculous powers, only those who have truly experienced it can appreciate its essence. Do you know my candy? It's for children. Inya laughed. It suits my taste. Ha 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 ha. Fat old fool patted Inya's head and said with a smile, as long as you like it, I have plenty. Do you want more? Yes. Bai Luo felt a little embarrassed because Inya, so grown up, actually asked for candy. But when Bai Luo saw his senior sister also open one and put it in her mouth, he was a little surprised and asked quietly, you want to eat it too? Try it. Since his senior sister asked Bai Luo to try it, he naturally wouldn't refuse. So, this candy, Bai Luo tasted it and noticed, it makes me feel lonely. I taste sorrow. The senior sister and Bai Luo tasted something different, and looking at Inya's expression, it was clear that she also tasted something different. Bitterness and pain. Bai Luo didn't know what fat old fool had been through, how he had gone from a king full of passion and ambition, looking down on the world, to such a foolish and honest old man. Hurry up. On the eastern sea, a merchant ship was steaming along at an astonishing speed. It wasn't utilizing much miraculous power, merely accelerating under the will of the Eastern Empress, Yingmuang. Your Majesty, what are these merchants you're talking about? Gongsun Wu had never heard of them before. Curious, she wanted to know, are they also lords of miracles? No, they're not. Yingmuang had a very negative impression of merchants. Her face darkened at the mention of them, and even a murderous look etched in her eyes. They are the evil of this world, taking pleasure in bringing suffering to all living beings. They're a bunch of lunatics. What is King Atón like you? Here's the antidote to my illness, the only antidote in the world. Gongsun Wu, who had always served Yingmuang, had no idea what exactly was going on with her, but she hadn't expected Bai Luo, a newly minted Lord of Miracles, to possess such power. Suddenly, Gongsun Wu looked in a certain direction. She quickly stepped forward and blocked Yingmuang behind her. Your Majesty, I know. Yingmuang slowly folded his fan. They are coming. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, Zyuksha Kingdom. Boom. At this moment, on the southeastern coast of the New World, nearly 1,000 miles away, a stunning beauty clad in animal hides wielded a spear, poking and slapping the sea. She plunged the spearhead into the water, then gently lifted it up. The surrounding waves roiled, and countless fish descended like a rain. Wow, Sister Zongbu Mifei is amazing, so many fish, so many fish. Children followed the woman known as Zongbu Mifei, cheering with joy. Like her, they wore simple clothes and looked like ancient people from a primitive era. These people were not native to the Miracle Land, nor were they citizens of the Eastern Empire of the Northern Continent. They came from the distant Lost Land, refugees who had drifted across the ocean after the Lost Continent sank. In the Miracle Land, these people were collectively known as the Great Wilderness People. Grand Duchess Ali was also a Great Wilderness People, and she founded the Zyuksha Kingdom. Zyuksha lies at the easternmost edge of the Iron Eagle Kingdom, bordering Xingai. It is the only nation where Iron Eagle and the Brilliant Duchy have had friction. Zyuksha is impoverished and backward, with a small population of only 200,000. Bai Luo was shocked when he first heard of this place, with a population of only 200,000. The people of Dahuang are very similar to the ancient ancestors of Bai Luo's previous life, stubborn and resilient. They fear no death. However, this also alienates them from the surrounding nations. Even the 6 allied Iron Eagle nations have a tepid relationship with Grand Duke Ali. Only the Marcus Kingquan provides aid to Zyuksha, preventing the occasional famines that plague the region. Everyone, use your fishing nets to take them back. Zongbu Mifei, not her name, but her title. Zongbu refers to her combat stance, where she wields a bow and arrow, making her the best archer in all of Dahuang. Mifei is a respectful title for her beauty. For centuries, the people of the Great Wilderness have passed away generation after generation, but they still remember the 5 gods who protected them. The story of a woman washing her hair by the river, her pure white gauze dress and her beautiful figure in the moonlight, spread throughout the Zyuksha Kingdom. People called her the goddess who washes her hair in the Milky Way, and this is the origin of the name Mifei. However, few know that she actually has a name, Henge, or Change. When she was still an ordinary Dahuang person, before being chosen by Grand Duke Ali, she was the village's most powerful huntress and the most beautiful woman in all of Zyuksha for thousands of years. I've seen you daydreaming lately. Is there something bothering you? A steady, yet courteous voice came from a nearby rock on the seashore. It belonged to a burly man, about 40 years old, bald, and with a fierce look. His name was Nuchishan, also known as Nutrashanzan. Like Change, he was one of the 4 guardian deities of Zyuksha. I'm just worried about them, Big Brother Nuchishan. You're still so kind, little Change. Ali commands 4 powerful beings comparable to the true miracles themselves. The oldest is Yuan Weng, the second is Nuchishan Zun, then Ganki Shen, and the youngest, Zongbu Mifei Change, who has received Ali's grace for only 400 years. We don't have the power to protect them, so we can only keep them fed and clothed. The people of the Great Wilderness were cursed in this land by other miracle lords, making reproduction difficult. For 800 years, they have remained trapped here. No matter what you do, it's meaningless. Nuchishan raised his massive wine gourd and guzzled several gulps. The birth of 4 of us is the limit for Big Brotherly. There won't be a 5th. Zuxia is finished, Nuchishan said. We can only take care of 1 generation, so what else can we do? Then why do you always stay here? Nuchishan's sole purpose on the coastline is to defend against invasion from the outside world. The Great Wilderness has a sparse population, and a single miracle war could wipe out their entire race. For 700 years, Nuchishan has sat by the sea, never leaving. He says he won't eat, but afterward finds it truly delicious. That's how Nuchishan Zun behaves. Suddenly, Nuchishan looked puzzled at the wine gourd he held up. He saw that the wine, which should have flowed from the downward-facing opening, had stopped in mid-air. Time. Change's beautiful face wrinkled slightly, her jade hand flicking the air, countless splashing waves shattering in her grasp. Stopped? It's not time that stopped. Nuchishan put down the massive wine gourd, stood up, and gazed toward the distant coast. It's us who are moving too fast. The speed domain. That old man's trick. Invaders. Change's eyes were filled with shock and anger. She had never imagined that a child of miracles could evade her perception and sneak across this sea. Swish. Raising her hand, the woman grasped an ornate longbow. Is it over there? Boom, the ship shattered, but the wood chips only slowed down in the scattering, leaving only a merchant ship, nearly crumbling but only cracked. Identify your names, stowaway. The old man radiated a sacred white light, especially his unruly white beard, which fluttered without a breeze, standing out against the stillness of the world. What's going on? Guangxin Wu gazed at the burly old man who suddenly appeared on the deck. His imposing figure, over 3 meters tall and resembling a figure from a primeval era, weighed heavily on her. Time stands still? No, it's relative velocity. Legendary warriors are immune to many things, including speed and space-time. Just like now, as the old man approached at a speed that practically stopped time, any warrior within his reach would notice a freeze and slow down in time. Dressed like this, why would a legendary warrior from the Eastern Empire appear in my territory? Yu Yuanwang looked at Guangxin Wu carefully. The next moment, he suddenly sensed something. He turned around abruptly and immediately saw the Eastern female Empress Ying Mulian. You are, long time no see, Yu Yuanwang. Ying Mulian patted the paper fan on her palm and then unfolded it. She was now dressed in men's clothes, unrestrained and casual. She didn't take the scene in front of her and the old man who looked like a devil in front of her seriously. How have you been recently, you, fake? Yu Yuanwang spoke subconsciously. He had seen the Eastern female Empress more than once. No, you are real, but what's the matter with this look? Why did you become her? What did you do to her? Almost instantly, Yu Yuanwang thought of the rumor about the Eastern female Empress. You sacrificed her, you killed her. Roar. Yu Yuanwang's eyes turned red, and the violence and destructive desire made even Guangxin Wu terrified. Empress of the East, a huge fist, like a mountain, instantly enveloped Ying Wang. I want your life. Chapter 258, Thousands of Mountains and Rivers, the Universe and the Sky River. Your Majesty, be careful. Guangxin Wu drew her sword upon seeing Yu Yuanwang suddenly attack the Eastern Empress. However, before Guangxin Wu could intervene, Yu Yuanwang's fist froze. Would you please calm down and listen to me? Her jade finger gently tapped the fist that obscured the sky. The Eastern Empress didn't wield any power or laws. With just this gesture, she easily blocked Yu Yuanwang's shattering fist, preventing it from advancing an inch. I will never associate with such beasts as you. Bang! A figure flew backwards from the deck. Without even seeing what Ying Mulian did, they crashed hard into a distant island. Instantly, the island shattered, and an area tens of miles in radius collapsed and sank before Guangxin Wu's eyes. Your Majesty, Guangxin Wu looked at Ying Mulian in amazement. Even Yu Yuanwang couldn't react, let alone her. It was so fast it couldn't even be described as fast. Yet, it was just a casual blow from the Eastern Empress, like deflecting an ant from a sheet of paper. How casual. I don't have a good temper. The woman in a tight black outfit raised her hand, then lowered it. She stood with her hands behind her back, fiddling with her fan. But I'm willing to tell you again, who do you think I am? Ying Mulian stared at the shattered island and the figure, looking down with a haughty gaze. Old Yuan. Boom. A tremendous pressure poured down from nowhere, suddenly unleashing upon Yuan's newly risen form. Under the Eastern Empress's gaze, the immense giant was pinned down. With a single glance, she subdued a powerhouse of at least legendary caliber. Four gods of the great wilderness, you have no right to speak to me. Ying Mulian's eyes were cold and murderous. Even if Lord Li were here, he wouldn't dare be so presumptuous. The sealed-off space and time around them returned to calm. The shattered islands cracked, and countless boulders fell into the sea, stirring up massive waves. The Eastern Empress, Yu Yuanwang's eyes grew increasingly ferocious and bloodthirsty. The four gods of this Huxia kingdom were no match for Yu Yuanwang, especially Yu Yuanwang. Having reached the fourth awakening, he not only possessed the power of the fourth stage of liberation, but would also grow stronger as the battle dragged on. The longer the battle dragged on, the more terrifying Yu Yuanwang became, until he might even be able to withstand the true power of the fourth awakening miracle. Your dignity, cloaked in someone else's skin, is disgusting. Roar. Yu Yuanwang slammed his fist into the ground, then, resisting Ying Mulian's pressure, he rose slowly, his momentum rising, as if he were about to unleash his true power. Your Majesty, Guangxin Wu was furious. She wanted to attack, but Ying Mulian stopped her. You're no match for him. Let me do it, but I'll do it, Ying Mulian repeated calmly. Knowing her well, Guangxin Wu knew that the Eastern Empress hated answering the same question twice. Yes, Gongsun Wu bowed her head and obediently retreated behind the Eastern Empress. I don't want to kill you, Yue Wang. Although Ying Wang had struck Yue Wang, it was only as a punishment. In reality, she didn't dislike Yue Wang, she was even somewhat pleased. After all, the reason Yue Wang was so angry was because of her. However, Ying Muian couldn't let too many people know about this. You mean, Yue Wang said, you can kill me at any time. Yue Wang wasn't the child of miracles. He was part of the original miracle, an extension rather than a derivative, similar to the relationship between the 5 members of the Lu Wei family. Yue Wang also possessed infinite miracle power and the ability to be resurrected endlessly even after being killed. Furthermore, unlike the Lu Wei family, the miraculous power of the 4 gods of the Great Wilderness is unlimited, each possesses the same power as the original miraculous being. As an opponent, you're not worthy, but you could certainly please me a little. Never mind, I'll just play along. Ying Muian clasped one hand behind her back and casually tossed her fan to Gongsun Wu. She wore men's clothing, her black hair tied up. Unlike those who incongruously disguised themselves as men, the Eastern Empress never concealed her female form, instantly recognizing her female form. However, Ying Muian was too noble. It wasn't handsomeness or heroic grace, but rather an inherent royal aura and imperial majesty. Upon meeting her, stunning beauties would be captivated by her aura, regardless of gender. It was simply admiration, adoration, and a deep fascination. As for the heroes of the world, in the presence of the Eastern Empress, no matter who they were or how lofty their ambitions, they would only have one thought: I'm not as good as her. Don't play such tricks on me. Yue Wang simply shook his head, dispelling the thought. I'm not one of those children of miracles. Your power won't deceive me. If you can't even overcome this, such a mediocrity has no right to even stand before me. Ying Muian didn't care that Yue Wang ignored I'm not as good as you, but compared to them, I'll give you a second, insurmountable mountain. Touch me, let the dust stain the edge of my clothes, cut off a strand of my hair, or perhaps force me to retreat half a step. If you can do that, Ying Muian said, the space around them rapidly shifting. I'll look at you with new eyes, old Yuan. With that, Ying Muian sat on a throne carved from gold and jade that had appeared out of nowhere. The stars in the sky shone with a brilliant, dreamy brilliance, surrounded by celestial mist. Golden pillars with coiled dragons pierced the vast universe, towering to the heavens and earth. The place was empty, save for the Eastern Empress, seated at the head, wielding power, towering above. High Heaven Palace. Yue Wang looked up, recognizing the place. The Sword Queen's miraculous realm? Why are you, Mount Tai? The Eastern Empress rested her hand on her head and casually muttered a name. Boom! Yue Wang was stunned. He looked ahead, but there was no magnificent palace before him. Instead, he saw a towering ancient mountain, blocking out the sun and sky, stretching for countless miles, bearing down on him. Bang! Yue Wang tried to resist, but the immense divine power of the heavens, the terrifying miraculous will, locked him in place, rendering his speed impossible. The vast sea transforms into mulberry fields, one mountain crushes thousands. This, Gongsun Wu watched the immensely powerful Yue Wang being suppressed by Mount Tai, completely stunned. Such a terrifying power. Just calling out a name, just a name, Gongsun Wu could sense the aura of this Mount Tai. It was no ordinary mountain, but a force of miraculous power, imbued with the power to suppress everything. Even a legendary power would be unable to escape and could only withstand it. You're using a mountain to crush me. Can you hold it down? Yue Wang's voice seemed to rise from the abyss, filled with anger and frustration. Gongsun Wu could hear his fury and dissatisfaction. Gala la, rocks from Mount Tai rolled down, cracking the cliffs, a work of nature's uncanny craftsmanship. Gongsun Wu, perched atop the clouds, looked down upon the earth and saw that Mount Tai was shaking. Can't you hold it down? Mount Tai, the site of countless emperors' Fengshen ceremonies, embodied an immense majesty and terrifying power. Furthermore, this was wielded by the Eastern Empress herself, its miraculous power constantly replenished, seemingly endless. But a mere Mount Tai couldn't hold Yue Wang down. It wasn't worthy. Roar! The next moment, a massive arm burst from the mountain. It was a giant, rising in the wind, tearing the entire mountain in two, roaring angrily to the heavens. Eastern Empress, Yue Wang, transformed into a giant god, was unleashing the first stage of his miraculous true form. As the giant god swung his arms, Yue Wang actually tore through space with his bare hands. Like a curtain being torn apart, he revealed a jade palace and a woman seated on a throne. Oh, Ying Muang gazed down at the giant god, seemingly capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, with great interest. It seems one mountain isn't enough for you, then 2 more, did you hear? Someone's challenging you, Ying Muang smiled. Taiying and Wangwu, boom, then, 2 more sacred mountains descended from the sky, crashing down upon Yuan Wang like meteorites. Your mountains are nothing but this, however, facing them, Yuan Wang raised his fists and forcibly shattered them. That's a nice sideshow. Hold on a little longer and make me happy. Ying Muang tilted her head slightly, resting it on her fist, like a peerless empress, looking down on the world with pride. Who's next? Boom. Before Ying Muang could even give a command, the 4th sacred mountain had already descended upon the mortal world. However, unlike the previous 3, it was now covered in ancient swords. It's Mount Shu, Ying Muang said. You may not be his match, but I'll cheer you on, don't worry, ka. As if sensing their master's encouragement, all the ancient swords on Mount Shu hummed simultaneously. They soared from the cliffs, piercing through the dark clouds, breaking the dawn and severing the heavens and earth. There were thousands of them, each one imbued with extraordinary power, and among them were countless heroic, master, and king-level swords. Among them, a blue and a purple sword merged into one in the air, transcending the passage of time and severing the universe. Get out, Yuan Wang roared as he watched the flying swords hurtling toward him. A terrifying miraculous force instantly shattered all of them, bringing with it the entire Shu mountain, which crumbled into pieces. Yuan Wang seemed to sense something. He raised his hand again, snatched a stream of light from the void, and forcibly tore it apart. The spirits of the purple and green swords froze for a moment before being crushed to pieces by Yuan Wang's crushing force. Hidden behind the scenes, sneaking around, is this the legendary Eastern Empress? Yuan Wang replied, it seems, that's all, let's not try to provoke her. It's pointless. Ying Muang gently wiggled her fingers, and the spirits of the 4 mountains danced around her fingertips. The spirits of Shu Mountain and the purple and green swords, in particular, were like children, expressing their frustrations and dissatisfaction to their parents. Be good, be good. Don't cry, Ying Muang soothed the spirits of the 4 mountains, saying, I have so many miraculous powers, countless of them powerful. Sometimes, I get sore, I don't know who to send. Boom. As Ying Muang spoke, the barren earth cracked, and boundless waters surrounded Yuan Wang. East Sea, South Sea, West Sea, North Sea, spirit of the 4 seas, the ocean churned, and a blue dragon, a red dragon, a white dragon, and a black dragon simultaneously rose from the depths. Come and protect me. Yuan Wang's eyes widened. 9981? The 4 dragon kings under that Aole king. Why, what exactly was the Eastern Empress's miracle? The Lingxiao Palace was an offshoot of the Sword Lady's miracle. The Taihang and Wangwu mountains that had appeared earlier were sacred mountains from the Brazilian Xingxinheitu, map of the mountains and seas. And the current 4 dragon kings were derivatives of the 9981. One person, yet he pulled off someone else's miracle, 3 times in a row. But it wasn't over yet. With a cry of protect the emperor, the entire world was undergoing drastic changes. Sacred mountains sprang up like mushrooms after rain, each adorned with a guardian spirit, some humanoid, some giant, some rare and exotic beast. Hushan, Yinshan, Xianshan, Shaoyangshan, Taishishan, Songshan, Hangshan, Didishan, Changliashan, Shongshan, Kinkiashan, and among these mountains, one radiated the brightest light. Its spirit, a youth wielding a sword, was immortal. The immortal stroked my head, and I received eternal life through marriage. The young man saluted the lofty eastern female empress, master of Yujing Mountain. We have brought thousands of mountains to protect you. Fen River, Huchua River, Kingshang River, Zhuazhang River, Luo River. The female river spirits waved their jade hands to weave the earth, and in front of them, 2 goddesses, one goose yellow and one pure white, saluted gracefully. Yangtze River and Yellow River, bring all the waters here to serve the king. Boom! The brilliant starry sky at the end of the sky was not to be outdone, and 7 goddesses of the sky descended from the sky, Yaoqi, Yin, Ruoshu, Jubing, Manchen, Daang, and Benhaizu. 7 spirits of the sky. The Yaoqi spirit saluted the eastern female empress. We respect the order of the empress. Across the vast vicissitudes of the ancient land, countless powerful spirits, and countless mountains and rivers, all gathered here. Watching them, the Eastern Empress smiled and pointed at the sky. The crimson sun hung high, yet it was setting in the west. The stage is set for you, Yuan Wang. Begin chasing your son. Not only Yuan Wang, but even Gongsun Wu was stunned. Is this your Majesty's strength? No, this was definitely not the Eastern Empress's strength. It was just the tip of the iceberg, or even just a fraction. The Eastern Empress was not one of those miracle masters who had only existed for a few hundred years, like the immortal eagle or the iron eagle. Although Yingmu Ayang founded the Eastern Empire 6,000 years ago, she had already obtained miracles 10,000 years before, making her one of the oldest miracle masters in this land of miracles. The creator of the far north, the Emperor of the East. If the most terrifying person in the land of miracles was the Northern Empress, then the foremost person in the Northern continent was none other than the Eastern Empress. All under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people in the world are his subjects. The Eastern Queen admired the world she had casually created. Want to guess what my miracle is? Chapter 259 by Zhen. Who cares about your bullshit miracle? Yuan Wang took a step forward, crushing several mountains beneath his feet. His body grew ever larger, seemingly boundless, stretching across the wilderness. Hey, Yingmu Ayang laughed, not out of amusement, but out of anger. If you weren't the one saying that, or if you didn't have some reason, Yingmu Ayang shook his head. You'll have to take responsibility for your outrageous words. The Eastern Empire was a large, united collective, employing a centralized system headed by the Eastern Empress. This was fundamentally different from the Holy Empire and the Far North Empire. In the Holy Empire and the Far North, ultimate decision-making rested on a vote, with a minority obeying the majority. However, as leaders, the Holy Emperor and the Far North Empress held greater influence. It was similar to a stock market system. Everyone else held 3% of the shares, while the Emperor alone held 10%, or even 20%. The Eastern Empress's authority in the Eastern Empire was unparalleled, and no one dared to defy her will. She held 100% of the decision-making power. Anyone could say yes, but if she said no, it was no. The Holy Empire was founded 6,000 years ago, but before that, that land was known by another name, the Dongyong Empire. Yingmu Ayang said she had a bad temper, and honestly, that was putting it mildly. Her temper now was far better than it had been back then. After all, Yingmu Ayang was once known for slaughtering cities and destroying entire nations at the slightest disagreement. Being able to speak to Yuan Wang in a friendly manner was truly remarkable. Do you regret it? Feeling guilty, Yuan Wang's words made Yingmu Ayang's veins bulge. Even the ruthless Eastern Empress is pretending to be kind. Bang! The entire wild world of mountains and seas trembled in the next moment, and the spirits of the thousands of mountains and rivers knelt simultaneously. As for Yuan Wang, an even greater force crushed him. 33 heavenly kings, another 33 figures appeared, this time accompanied by the majestic Kang Kaiyong and Luo Yan, the self-contained universe. Greetings, Her Majesty, so powerful. Gongsun Wu looked at Her Majesty with admiration, her eyes full of stars. Your Majesty is truly formidable. Although she was also an epic-level powerhouse, possessing 4 liberations, she was still far too young compared to the veterans. With less than 1,000 years of experience, she was no match for a veteran like Aole Kong. As for Yuan Wang, while he lacked seniority, he was part of the miracle's body. For this very reason, Gongsun Wu had no right to fight Yuan Wang. Her moves were ineffective against him, and Yuan Wang's power was boundless. Occasional exchanges were possible, but in a real confrontation, Gongsun Wu could only avoid his sharp edge. It's just for fun, said the Eastern Empress. But what that old fellow said does make me a little angry. The Eastern Empress looked down at the world she had created. As the true miracle, capable of sealing off an avatar, her power was undoubtedly among the world's pinnacle. If he unleashes it a second or third time, or if he fights me to the death, she said, he might be able to force me to surrender. Perhaps with Grand Duke Ali present, she might take him seriously, but Yingmu Ayang wasn't interested in a mere 4 gods, or even just one of them, Yuan Wang. Ah, the Eastern Empress. Yuan Wang's form rose once more. You can't trap me. You can't trap me, Your Majesty. That old fellow seems to be getting stronger. What's going on? That's his ability, Yingmu Ayang said nonchalantly. The longer we fight, the stronger he becomes. It's endless. The power of miracles is inherently limitless, while Yuan Wang's physique grows stronger with each battle, meaning he can withstand even greater amounts of force. Therefore, a protracted battle with him is impossible. Absolutely not. Don't worry, Yingmu Yang said. Whether it's 1, 10, or 100, a finite number is a finite number. So what if it doubles every second? Yingmu Yang dismissed Yuan Wang as a threat. Regardless of his exponential growth, whether it was exponential or explosive, it was still insignificant compared to the Eastern Empress. So-called enhancements, amplifications, increases, upgrades, and optimizations, what were they compared to invincibility, infinity, and endlessness? This was a chasm, an unbridgeable chasm and abyss. And the Eastern Empress was something Yuan Wang could never reach, even with his best efforts, the summit of the limitless. You really are such a terrifying ability. To be so belittled by the Eastern Empress made Gongsun Wu feel so insignificant. I can't even enhance infinitely. So I'm just trash. But his strongest ability isn't this, but his absolute lock-on and tracking. Looking down, Yuan Wang had already killed a quarter of Qianshan Wanshu, and the loss was accelerating. Perseverance. Once Yuan Wang has his sights on me, even I can't escape. The inescapable nature of this refers to the Eastern Empress trying to leave or escape Yuan Wang's lock. It's useless. Even if it was the Eastern Empress, once Yuan Wang had his sights on her, he would follow her wherever she went, impossible to shake off. So, among the four gods, Yuan Wang isn't the strongest. In gaming terms, Yuan Wang is the initiator of a fight. He's the fastest and best at timing. His attack signals the start of battle. Similarly, when the enemy is weakened and trying to flee, Yuan Wang becomes the ultimate tracker, ensuring they don't escape. Which of the four gods is the most powerful? The most powerful. Yingmu Yang closed his eyes, resting his mind. Here I come, bang. As soon as the words left his mouth, a thunderous, earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the vast expanse of mountains and seas created by the Eastern Empress. A figure descended from the sky, landing at the very center of the world. The earth shattered, the mountains and seas turned upside down, and even the four pillars supporting the world snapped simultaneously. With a single kick, this world, composed of countless mountain masters, immortals, and celestial kings, was shattered to pieces. This was the man with the innate ability to cause the earth to collapse. He had touched the mountain lord's passive ability with anger, destruction of heaven and earth. Hey! Empress Dong, Nuchishanzan raised his head and shouted at the high and mighty Empress Dong, are you Bai Tan, or a monster in someone else's skin? Can you tell us clearly, Nuchishan? At this time, Yuan Wang's whole face was buried in the ground. Nuchishan pressed the back of his head to suppress him. What are you doing? That guy killed Bai Tan. What do you mean by attacking me? Did you hear that, Your Majesty the Empress Dong, Nuchishanzan? My brother is not smart and has a bad temper. You've made it too complicated and he can't understand. Nuchishan, you little bastard, let me go. Brother Yuan, calm down. You've gone too far. A cold voice came from behind Nuchishan. It was a young man with a burly figure and a resolute face. He was the Genki god among the four gods. Openly attacking the king of a country will trigger a war. What about Bai Tan? Did she die in vain? Bai Yan, hearing the name, Gankishan hesitated. Even Nuchishan turned to the Eastern Empress again. Please explain to us why you now look exactly like Bai Yan. Don't say you don't know her. Your Majesty, the Supreme Emperor of the Eastern Empress, would surely not disdain such a lie. Your Majesty, could this Bai Yan be? Gongsun Wu recalled a time over 10 years ago when she was ordered to travel to the New World and take a 13-year-old girl away. Her name, it seemed, was Bai Yan. Don't you want to explain? Nuchishan said. Everyone knows that 800 years ago, you fought the Northern Empress and were severely injured, and since then, you have been exploring the land of miracles, searching for something. This was no secret. The Eastern Empress mobilized enormous manpower and resources to accomplish such a feat, and she couldn't hide it from anyone. Your analysis is very interesting. Yingmu Yang didn't mind Nuchishan's words. Go on, I dare not penetrate the secrets of miracle. Nuchishan, though a reckless man, was the wisest of the four gods. But for 800 years, Your Majesty, you have tried every remedy, but to no avail, and yet, over a decade ago, you sent men to abduct Bai Liang from us. What do you mean by abducted? Hearing this, Gongsun Wu angrily retorted, invite. I personally brought her back. And with the highest ceremonial guards, Such courtesy is only afforded to your majesty in my Eastern Empire. Honestly, Gongsun Wu didn't understand why the Eastern Empress would dispatch the Eastern Empire's 24 generals. They were the peak warriors dedicated to protecting her and safeguarding the empire. Yet, they were all dispatched to the Miracle Continent by the Eastern Empress, and secretly infiltrated, just to bring back a 13-year-old girl. It was simply unbelievable. Such courtesy, Gongsun Wu said, shows how much our country values her, and where is she? This question left Gongsun Wu speechless. Bai Yan had been taken over by Gongsun Wu herself, but when she reappeared, it was the transformed Eastern Empress. What transpired was self-evident. Reincarnation preserves one's consciousness while transforming blood, body, and even the soul. But reincarnation is merely reincarnation, it's not evil. According to what the swordswoman and Dong Aole say, Nutrition stared at the Eastern Empress and said gravely, "You took over the body of an innocent girl to heal your injuries, you. The ruler of a nation, His Majesty the Emperor of the Eastern Empire, you killed her to save your own life." The more Nutrition spoke, the angrier he grew, seemingly forgetting that, like Yuan Wang, he, too, was an angry Zuan. Bang! Angry Mountain leaped, his body swelled against the wind, and in an instant, he transformed into a second savage god. He charged towards the 33 heavens, actually tearing through their absolute defenses and arriving before the Eastern Empress. Appearing before us like this. How is this any different from declaring war? Boom! In an instant, Angry Mountain Lord plummeted from the sky to the savage earth at an even faster speed than before. Shut up! The Eastern Empress swung her right hand, slapping it like a buzzing fly. Why should I explain my actions to others? Chapter 260 Answer. A familiar slap, Nucha Shenzhen, struck. Calm down. He savored the Eastern Empress's slap, as if understanding something. So that's it, is that so? Nuchishan, lying on his back on the shattered earth, glanced at a tiny, ant-like figure in the corner of his eye. It was Zongbu Mifei, the youngest of the four gods and the one with the greatest individual destructive power. You didn't attack, because you saw that all along. Yes, Change, known for her cool demeanor, said calmly, she's Bai Yang, but she's not. Zongbu Mifei didn't attack. Of the four, only Yuan Wang, the least intelligent and stubborn, was truly enraged. Nucha Shenzhen, only halfway through his speech, provoked himself and chose to strike. But that slap was all too familiar. In the past, Bai Yan had interacted with the four gods, sending Nutrition flying with a single slap and making Yuan Wang question his life with a single punch. While they were all at their most basic, unliberated states, Bai Yan was only a mortal. A mere mortal, yet capable of such miraculous feats, was simply incredible. But if Bai Yan were the Eastern Empress, then none of this would be surprising at all. Their personalities are so different. While Bai Yan was certainly aloof and arrogant, she wasn't one to resort to violence over a single disagreement. Especially with consort Bumi, a member of the same clan, their relationship was exceptionally close. Yet, now, the Eastern Empress showed no interest in interacting with Change, completely ignoring her, as if she didn't acknowledge their past relationship. Where's the boss? What is she doing? Nuchishinzun looked at Genki Shen in confusion. Shouldn't she step forward at this time? Of all those present, the only one truly on par with the Eastern Empress was Grand Duchess Ali, but she didn't come forward, instead choosing to avoid them. This baffled Nuchishinzun. What exactly caused her to make such a choice? Come back, let her go? The next moment, Ali's voice echoed in the four gods' minds simultaneously. She's not the Bai Yan you know, huh? Big sister, did the boss say anything? The four gods were already here. If a real fight broke out, defeating the Eastern Empress with their combined strength would be impossible. Even if she was injured, the four of them wouldn't be able to handle her. But stopping the Eastern Empress and preventing her from escaping wouldn't be a problem. More importantly, if the Eastern Empress was held up here, most of the miracle lords from the entire miracle continent would be there, and even the Elector, the Far North Empress, and the Holy Emperor might intervene. What are you, the ruler of the Northern Continent, planning to do by coming to my new continent? Are you asking me to ignore you, boss? Yuan Wang was furious at Ali's orders. They had a special relationship with Grand Duke Li, but this time Ali had issued a death order. Get back here. You idiot. Idiot old man. This, Yuan Wang was stunned, completely unaware of his wrongdoing. Alright, brother Yuan, let's go. Nuchishin and Gankishin, one on each side, carried Ying Wang and headed back. Seeing this, the Eastern Empress did not stop them, but instead released their restraints and let them go. If anyone else had offended her like this, the Eastern Empress would have unleashed a swift punishment. Come as you please, leave as you please. Who do you think I am? But this Huxia kingdom had a deep connection with her, and while the Eastern Empress was annoyed, she remained silent. After all, the fundamental reason for Ying Wang's wrath lay with the Bai Liang, and this Bai Liang. Your Majesty, are you just going to let them go like this? Gongsun Wu was stunned by this treatment. Those who have offended your Majesty in the past have been crushed to dust, yet they can escape unscathed. Am I dreaming? When had the Eastern Empress become so easy to talk to? It was unbelievable. Forget it, Ying Muliang said, then added, and I know what you're thinking, Xiao Wu, please forgive me, your Majesty. Gongsun Wu knelt on her knees, her posture humble. I never meant to offend your Majesty. I simply felt that, with your status, you would never attack a mere mortal. In Gongsun Wu's heart, the Eastern Empress was supreme, but this nobility wasn't just about her power, it was also about her magnanimity. To put it bluntly, even if Ying Muliang were now destitute, Gongsun Wu would stand by her side, defending her to the death. Because she admired and respected the Eastern Empress as a person, not just her status, power, or authority. As long as it's your order, I'm willing to do it for you, not just one person, but even 100 or 1,000, Gongsun Wu said firmly. I'm willing to do it for you. If someone like Bai Ying could heal the Eastern Empress's injuries, Gongsun Wu would be her executioner. She didn't care. Xiao Wu, you've been a bit foolish today, huh? Do you think anyone in the Eastern Empire deserves such a ceremonial reception, huh? Gongsun Wu was stunned for a moment, her brow furrowed slightly, then quickly relaxed. You? Yes, you? That girl we welcomed over a decade ago it was me, Ying Muliang said. I haven't possessed anyone, and I won't. The Eastern Empress was a true king. How could someone like her allow her life to depend on an unrelated mortal? She would never accept such a parasitic way of prolonging her life. She would rather die than choose a life of lingering survival. That Bai Liang, she's very special, the Eastern Empress said. I didn't possess another body, but chose to reincarnate. That was 28 years ago. This kind of reincarnation has side effects. I've lost some of my memories. Bai Liang, unaware she was the Eastern Empress, got along well with the four gods of Huxia. But the Eastern Empress wasn't Bai Liang. How could she, the ruler of a nation, acknowledge those memories? This was also why the Eastern Empress avoided Huxia. She didn't want to be associated with the four gods. Old man Yuan was angry because of Bai Liang, but also for me. Ying Muliang endured it, considering this point. Gongsun Wu understood the connection and asked, that's not right. If you weren't there back then, who would have sat on the throne, giving orders? Who else could it be? The Queen Mother. Gongsun Wu immediately thought of someone. The Queen Mother had once been trusted by the Eastern Empress, but in the past 20 years, she seemed like a completely different person. However, as a result, the Queen Mother learned some secrets about Ying Muliang, and now clearly intended to use this as leverage to hold her hostage. It's a pity that after all you've done, your injuries haven't healed, and instead you're in dire straits, Gongsun Wu dejectedly said. We're incompetent, and we've made you suffer. When did I ever say I reincarnated as Bai Liang to heal my injuries? Although rumors were circulating that the Eastern Empress had been gravely injured in a battle with the Northern Empress, Gongsun Wu knew better than anyone that this was pure nonsense. The Eastern Empress had long ago begun to decline, and the Northern Empress had since avoided fighting. The Northern Empress was vain and proud, and would never take advantage of someone in distress. That would be an insult to her. It's not to heal my injuries, nor to prolong my life. Gongsun Wu was bewildered. What did Ying Muliang mean by this? He even discarded his previous body and replaced it with a new bloodline. What was his purpose? This is the answer we are seeking on this journey. The Eastern Empress disdained to reincarnate into anyone else and would rather die than abandon her original body. However, if the new body was related to him, then the past body and bloodline should keep pace with the times. Okay, let's continue. Ying Muliang released all the powers of miracles and returned all the true spirits to their positions. Then, with a wave of his hand, the ship immediately resumed its journey, carrying the two women forward. Your Majesty, what is the correct answer? Miracles. The Eastern Empress's voice echoed in Gongsun Wu's ears. If he has many miracles, then he is the answer I want. Chapter 261 My wife is waiting for you in the brothel. Come and visit me. On the shore of the island of Atón, Bai Luo, his senior sister, and his uncle were bidding farewell to Fat Old Man, concluding their stay at the Holy Alliance's hospitality. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm almost reluctant to leave. After 2 days in Atón, the Holy Emperor was content. He loved it here. Both Saros and Bai Luo were perfectly suited to Fat Old Man's taste. Fat Old Man's family had perished, and he hadn't cultivated any more miracle people, living alone for thousands of years. Now that he had met Saros again, he truly considered his uncle a brother. As for his brother's children, they were naturally his own children. Let's go. How can we live in someone else's house? The uncle spoke first. He knew Fat Old Man best. Even though Bai Luo was the king, he had a better way of speaking than Bai Luo. Otherwise, if Fat Old Man really didn't leave, Bai Luo would probably be in a lot of trouble. How stingy. Is it really necessary to be so stingy? Fat Old Man said, by the way, how about I take the little girl? I think we get along quite well. The little girl was Inya. As expected, Tai Hanhan was particularly popular with elderly people like her, very endearing. Whether it was Glass, Grandpa Shanwen, or Fat Old Man, who wasn't completely captivated by her? She was a true favorite of empty nesters. You could actually stay a little longer. Bai Luo felt that a direct refusal was too harsh, so he played the good guy a little on his uncle's behalf. I think the next meeting could be held here, Fat Old Man said. Would you consider it? Meeting? The 10,000 Kings meeting? From its inception, Bai Luo had entrusted the island of Higan, one of the 7 islands of Atón, with a heavy responsibility of hosting foreign guests. The Guljan god, created by Rakshasa, was flourishing on the island, and the Fox women had also built a hot spring hotel there, specifically for the citizens of Atón to relax. If Avalon is the pinnacle of Western style, then the Fairyland Inn on the other shore island is the pinnacle of Far Eastern vacationing, offering services only gods could enjoy. Bai Luo wanted to transform Atón into a diverse, multi-civilized wonderland, the more diverse and colorful the better. But to immediately begin by welcoming foreign guests, a group of miracle masters who stood at the pinnacle of the multiverse, Bai Luo felt that Atón might not be up to the task. It's not bad here, it's quite unique, said Fat Old Man. The quality is average, but the quantity is impressive. There's a lot. You're so lucky. Your situation reminds me of someone. You two really look alike. Who? Ancestor Atón. Hearing about Ancestor Atón, Bai Luo was silent for a moment. But every era has its prodigies. It's nothing surprising. Fat Old Man said nothing more. He had long since retired and had no particular interest in the current era's miracle hegemony. Atón, it's really comfortable. Fat Old Man rubbed his stomach helplessly and said, it's a pity that when I'm not here, there will be chaos over there, so I have to leave. The Holy Emperor is now like a puppet emperor, a mascot. With him, everyone has a backbone. This is not just for the Holy Empire, but also for the entire New World and the Northern Continent. As long as the Holy Emperor is still there, such a large-scale war will not break out. Local conflicts are inevitable, but the world is moving towards overall peace. In this regard, Fat Old Man has made great contributions and deserves Bai Luo's respect. By the way, there are 2 more things I hope King Atón will pay attention to. What? The first is that we signed the Sacred Covenant. I think you can see its meaning, said Fat Old Fool. It's for the tranquility and peace of the world. Is it what I did in the ancient capital? Not much, actually, said Fat Old Fool. When Far North first emerged, she was much more troublesome than you. She offended almost every Lord of Wonder in half the world. Are you saying that strength is the most important thing? No, said Fat Old Fool. While the Far North Empress is powerful, it was the great Emperor of the Far North who truly established the empire. He's the one I truly admire. The Far North Empress was a warmonger, always engaged in a fight or on the verge of a fight. Her Zon-like stance made her transform everyone into her, turning them into Zonists at the slightest disagreement. Yet, despite this, the great Emperor of the Far North was a remarkably gentle man. Under his leadership, the Far North Empire was established, and even those Lords of Wonder who had grudges against the Empress were reconciled one by one. He was a true wise man and king. Don't try to make friends with the Far North Empress. She's got a problem, Fat Old Man said, pointing to his head. The Far North Empress was a madwoman, a fact known to everyone. But the Far North Emperor is very easy to get along with. Fat old man said to Bai Luo with a slight admonition, the Far North Emperor's trustworthiness and reputation are too good to be true. They've stood the test of time. You might have reason to be an enemy of thorns, but if you were to become an enemy of the Far North Emperor, the whole world would think it was your fault. The international situation in Miracle World was extremely chaotic and complex. Regardless of Aton's strength, she had to choose her own path and establish her own position. I know you're actually in the Iron Eagle Kingdom's land. You have the ambition of a great king, which is a good thing. At this point, Fat Old Man didn't hide his feelings and said bluntly, at the 10,000 Kings Conference, no matter what thorns say, I will definitely stand by you. You can rest assured, Fat Old Man was not kind and lawful. He favored his own people over strangers. One more thing, Fat Old Man said, the 10,000 Kings Conference will be brought forward and will be held in about 3 months, at my place, if you'd like, that's fine. Fat Old Man said indifferently, anyway, the venue is applied for, and I'll be the one to approve it. How does this resemble the Olympics in Bai Luo's previous life? The 10,000 Kings Conference is not just an international meeting, it's also an opportunity for a country to showcase its strength and heritage. Many countries want to host the 10,000 Kings Conference on their own turf. Speaking of approval, I remembered a place. Fat Old Man thought of the King of the East China Sea. The 10,000 Kings Conference is held every 10 years. She has applied to me 10 times, but this time, I still plan to reject it. Where's it? Saros knows and has been there. You can ask him. It's a very fun place and very popular among you younger lords of miracles. When saying this, Fat Old Man also raised an eyebrow at Bai Luo, but his eyes hinted slightly, which was a signal that only men could understand. By the way, this is for you. This is the admission ticket and coupon for that place. Is the place I'm going to a supermarket? Holding the 10,000 Kings Conference in a supermarket, Bai Luo complained in his heart, looking at the stack of coupons in his hand, which was Signetsia Mist Flower Tower. This, could it be? It's what you think. It really is a brothel. But holding the 10,000 Kings Conference in a brothel in the Miracle World, this, Bai Luo could hardly imagine that picture. Do you still like to play with this? I don't like it. I don't like it. This was given to me by that little girl during the approval process. I can't refuse it, but I never go to places like this. Fat Old Man patted his belly. He was a pure love warrior and kept himself clean, but I think you should like it. Fat Old Man didn't want to go and didn't like it, but he didn't mind other people liking it. Especially for his own children, it's normal to have some hobbies. Bai Luo was about to speak, but suddenly his expression froze, and he said righteously, Emperor, please don't doubt my character. How could I, the dignified Lord of Atón, go to such a place? Don't you agree, Fia? Your wife is right behind you. Would it be a bit inappropriate to say you're going out to visit a prostitute? Even if you want to go in your heart, isn't it a bit too arrogant to do it so openly? Sophia, do you want to go? Bai Luo, I won't go. Sophia, I'm asking if I want to. Bai Luo, absolutely not. The conference of 10,000 kings is about to be held. I hope you can investigate their situation first. Fat Leohen was actually worried that the newcomers would have conflicts with the seniors at the meeting. I won't talk about the thorns. Whatever you want to do, just solve it privately. The conference of 10,000 kings is often held as a friendly talk between neighbors. In the case of Bai Luo's Duchy of Atón, the ones that may be involved are Nan Tiang, Dongguilan, Zai Kikan, Nan Xingai and the 4 pirate kings. King Morgan of the South Sea is a good family man. Don't hit his children. You won't be enemies. The king of the North Sea is a gambler. Fat Old Man gave Bai Luo a few examples according to his memory, but he is a good person, very trustworthy, and he keeps his word. The king of the West Sea has many tricks. You may not be able to get along with him, but he is a smart man. Smart guys often know how to judge the situation and know when to advance and retreat. Among the kings of the 4 seas, only the king of the East Sea is a woman, and she is very close to your Duchy of Atón. Fat Old Man said this not only to Bai Luo, but also to his senior sister. I think you should pay her a proper visit and have a look. As a king, it is very important to build good relations with your neighbors, so, Bai Luo frowned slightly, openly soliciting prostitution, but could you please not say it here? Senior sister obviously didn't like such places. The look in her eyes that looked at her like a bug made Bai Luo feel very pressured. Okay, I'm leaving now. Saros, please see me off. Fat Old Man regained his usual affable demeanor, eagerly reaching for his uncle's hand, like 2 playful friends. "Uncle, go ahead," his uncle escorted fat old man off. Meanwhile, Bai Luo thought he could discuss with his senior sister when to visit the king of the East Sea and see the brothels of Miracle World. As queen, I have a responsibility to visit my neighbors. Your Majesty, rest assured, I'll do it. Bai Luo was shocked by his senior sister's wisdom, but it was nonetheless spot on. His wife is in a brothel, and he dares to come. Such audacity, truly insane and terrifying. Bai Luo didn't really want to visit a prostitute, he just wanted to see it. Isifia knew this, but she still felt she couldn't give Bai Luo the chance. This wasn't to discipline Bai Luo, but because, in her senior sister's eyes, brothels were too filthy. How could her holy and pure little Bai Luo be defiled by such a filthy person? Touch? Not even touching. Things, what? Coupons and admission tickets. Bai Luo handed the things over very decisively. He wasn't afraid of his wife, but rather respected her. Although Isifia had become Bai Luo's wife, she still considered herself a sister. As always, Bai Luo, the Atón woman, could like anyone, even play around. Not only would her senior sister not interfere, but she would support Bai Luo's hobbies. But Isifia was always wary of women outside. As a miracle worker and a sister, she was deeply worried that Bai Luo would be deceived. Why refuse the 10,000 Kings Conference? I'm incapable of it, and it would easily expose our situation. But the Holy Emperor seems to have some suspicions. Bai Luo heard him mention the ancestral Atón, and after hearing him talk about so many miracles, Bai Luo speculated, could it be that the ancestral Atón, like me, possesses the ability to find miracles? His uncle didn't know much about the ancestral Atón, only knowing of his existence from ancient ancestral texts. But the Ancestral Kingdom's national library was vast, housing tens of thousands of books, and Grandpa Bai Luo had read many. As for his uncle, he wasn't so lucky, as the Iron Eagle King burned the library to the ground. Fat old man might know something about the ancestral Atón, but it was certainly partial, otherwise his uncle would have learned a great deal about him through him. Since even his uncle didn't know much, it seemed clear that fat old man probably didn't understand the ancestral Atón either. Meanwhile, Bai Luo and his senior sister were analyzing fat old man's words before he left. Over the waters of Atón, fat old man was piloting his small boat, attempting to break through space and return directly to the Holy Empire. Suddenly, the old man sensed a familiar presence. Your Majesty, there's someone up ahead. I see. Yingmu Ian, standing at the bow, noticed the drifting boat and recognized the old man on it. Long time no see, Holy Emperor. Just returned from Atón. Chapter 262. No longer the only one. Huh? Fat old man was stunned upon seeing Yingmu Ian, but quickly discerned her identity from the power of miracles. Empress of the East, the power of miracles is everyone's identity card, practically everyone possesses one. However, Bai Luo's case is special. Senior sister's miracle power can only track him, it can't detect him through her. This also means Bai Luo's aura is highly variable, allowing him to choose a completely new aura, unknown to others, thus concealing his identity. It's virtually impossible for outsiders, save for his own people, to detect him. Did you have plastic surgery? Fat old man noticed that Empress of the East had changed her face. While still beautiful, it was incredibly strange. The appearance of a Lord of Miracles has long since transcended the human realm. It enhances the inherent charm of the original, for both men and women. Of course, not just a pretty face is considered attractive. Take Dong Aole, for example. He is a powerful and domineering figure, so his image is undoubtedly domineering and majestic. This is what the saying appearance reflects the heart means. While Empress of the East's appearance has changed, her temperament remains largely unchanged. My previous body was no longer useful, so I changed it. The Eastern Empress maintained a degree of humility in front of the Holy Emperor. After all, he was a senior figure whom everyone respected. Why are you here? I'm here to sign a sacred treaty with a small nation called Atón. Atón, the Eastern Empress frowned slightly, but didn't show it. It seems the rumors about the Emperor and Saros being as close as brothers are true. That's right. Fat old man had no self-consciousness as a Lord of Miracles, yet he was treating a mortal like a brother. Instead, he considered it the greatest honor. And you, where are you going? Oh, right, do you want some candy? Once aboard Ying Mulian's boat, fat old man acted casually, not like a guest. Ying Mulian paid no attention to this, instead having Gongsun Wu bring out a large chair. The two sat down and chatted as the boat moved. Are you going to Atón, too? Why, Fat Old Man and Yingmu Iao were old acquaintances. The latter was naturally younger than him, but in this current age of miracles, all miracle lords were ranked by seniority, and Yingmu Iao would easily rank in the top 10. Yes, that's right, ranked by age, and Yingmu Iao belonged to the older generation. There were 100-year miracle lords, 1,000-year miracle lords, 10,000-year miracle lords, and the Eastern Empress was a 10,000-year miracle lord. I don't remember you having any connection with Saros. I heard you didn't even meet him when he visited the Eastern Empire. Yes, Yingmu Ein said, but not well. Then what were you going to Atón for? I wasn't going to see Saros. I was going to see someone else. Who? Yingmu Ein didn't say it directly, but Fat Old Man guessed. Are you going to see King Atón? Fat Old Man was confused, completely confused by Yingmu Ein's train of thought. Did she know Bai Luo? Why would she go to see him? Your Majesty, you are old. Please do not interfere in my affairs. Besides, I am not an enemy of Atón, so you can rest assured. Fat Old Man was unfazed by this. As long as you are not hostile to them, I will not interfere. You can proceed. The Eastern Empire was not a signatory to the Sacred Covenant, they were equals. Yingmu Iang was not bound by any constraints. He might even launch a southward war against the Miracle New World in his capacity as Emperor of the Eastern Empire of the Northern Continent. Since the Eastern Empire's founding 6,000 years ago, there have been numerous southward wars. This was all thanks to the Far North Empire. Without it, the Miracle Land might have been engulfed in war long ago. Yes, this woman before him, she had never given up on invading the New World and taking it under her wing. Her ruthless ambitions were clear as day. Should it be okay? Fat Old Man watched the Eastern Empress's ship drift away, feeling somewhat puzzled. Unfortunately, Fat Old Man had long since retired. These matters were not his business, as interfering in the internal and foreign affairs of another country was beyond his reach. Basically, unless there were major friction or conflict, for example, if the Eastern Empress and Bai Luo came to blows, Fat Old Man, as a witness to the Sacred Covenant, would undoubtedly intervene to protect the Principality of Atón from outsiders. Beyond that, Bai Luo's actions were entirely his own. The Covenant was merely to stop the war, not to force everyone to behave properly. That wasn't Fat Old Man's original intention. Never mind. This is none of my business. Let's go home. Crunch. On the deck, the Eastern Empress unwrapped the candy Fat Old Man had given her, popped it into her mouth, and savored it carefully. Just like before, this candy is bitter. Your Majesty, are you leaving just like that, or not? Then, that's the Holy Emperor. You two, it seems, are sworn enemies, right? We've only fought and clashed before, not sworn enemies, like heroes. Yingmu Ian had only respect and admiration for Fat Old Man, no personal vendettas. Just like the Northern Empress, she didn't particularly like her, but she had to admit she was truly formidable. It's not without gain. Yingmu Iang smiled, as if relieved, as if he'd let go of something. I asked him how many miracles King Atón had. More than one. Guangsun Wu repeated Fatty Old Man's words. He didn't betray Bai Luo, but he couldn't hide it either. The moment Yingmu Iang asked the question, she'd already made it clear she knew Bai Luo had more than one miracle. Even so, Fatty Old Man didn't say it directly, he simply replied casually and smiled without saying anything else. What's the point? Yes, Yingmu Iang said, that's the answer I need. Huh? Gongsun Wu was confused, finding herself completely unable to follow Yingmu Iang's words. Hey, Your Majesty, can you please explain more clearly? Why are you going to Atón? Who is King Atón that you're so concerned about him? Yingmu Iang turned her back to Gongsun Wu. She felt no need to hide anything from her, as Gongsun Wu was arguably the closest person to her. The fact that she even brought him along on this incognito visit showed how much Yingmu Iang trusted her. Let me tell you a story, Yingmu Iang said, looking up at the distant horizon. A long time ago, in the land of the East, there lived a brother and sister who depended on each other for survival. They grew up in a remote village and made a living by hunting. The brother was weak and always sick, but the sister seemed to have taken away his strength, becoming stronger than an ordinary person. Later, the brother told the sister that she was not an ordinary person, but a great being with a miracle in her body. So, Yingmu Iang said with nostalgia. The sister and brother signed a miracle agreement. They shared life and became closer than family. Originally, the sister thought they would never be separated again, But what she didn't expect was that she was not the only one, because since then, the brother has found more miracles. He became more and more powerful. Ying Muang's tone became increasingly lost, but he also gradually distanced himself from her. Until his death, he never saw her again. Chapter 263 Send yourself 1,000 miles? You, what are you talking about? Gongsun Wu's voice trembled. She understood Ying Muang's implication that the younger brother in the story was the person she was going to meet, and the older sister was none other than herself. But if that were the case, with the signing of the miracle covenant, was the Eastern Empress actually a miracle person? A great being with a miraculous aura within her. The Eastern Empress's miraculous power wasn't bestowed by her brother, it was already there, then awakened by him. But didn't that just mean that? You? Gongsun Wu looked at Ying Muang in disbelief. You're a miracle, a miraculous creature, this, Gongsun Wu blurted out excitedly. How can this be? How is this possible? Miracle creatures weren't derogatory terms, they were equally noble, and Gongsun Wu wouldn't object to Ying Muang being a miracle creature. But the problem was that there was an additional person involved, the miracle master, Ying Muang's miracle master. It was like her own mother had been abducted by another man. Gongsun Wu didn't approve of him, absolutely not. The one she served, protected, and adored was Ying Mulian. Gongsun Wu couldn't accept the thought of another man, her master's master. I know what you're thinking, Ying Mulian patted Gongsun Wu's head and said, he died 1,000 years ago, what? Gongsun Wu lowered her head. In that moment, she understood everything, including the Eastern Empress's injuries and the true nature of her illness. You're not injured, nor are you ill. You simply wish to follow the Lord of Miracles. With a Lord of Miracles' death, all miraculous creatures lose hope, contemplating only suicide and burying their loved ones alive. It was hard to imagine that, after her brother's death, Ying Mulian had managed to survive for 1,000 years through incredible willpower, even maintaining the power of the Eastern Empire's countless miraculous people and maintaining their position as one of the world's 3 most powerful nations. The Queen Mother discovered my situation. She's different from you. She's the Lord of Miracles. Gongsun Wu revered the Eastern Empress, and even if the truth were revealed, she wouldn't be upset. Her only irritation was with the Lord of Miracles, a resentment she subconsciously felt. However, as the Queen of the Lord of Miracles, she could not accept being inferior to a miraculous being. Miracle lords were equal to each other. As for miraculous beings and miracle people, they could communicate as equals, but they would never submit. Similarly, if this matter were exposed, the entire Eastern Empire would be shaken. The empire, painstakingly built for 6,000 years, would likely crumble. According to you, could that King Atón be the reincarnation of your brother? That's not reincarnation, the Eastern Queen said. The power that can bring down a Lord of Miracles would simply shatter their soul. It could even cause a person to be reduced to ashes, completely annihilated. I don't know what happened back then, but as long as that object exists, he won't die completely. The Book of Yajin was a supreme miracle. Unlike other supreme miracles, it was a deeply loyal miracle. Once it chose its master, it would stay with them forever. My brother has only one miracle, the ability to find miracles. There's such a miracle. Gongsun Wu was shocked. Although she disliked her brother, she would never harm or betray him. Whether they acknowledged it or not, the people of miracles fundamentally revere their brother. It's really no big deal. No matter how many miracles there are, in the end, they'll all be destroyed, the Eastern Empress said. Compared to its search for miracles, its true strength lies in Root Guardian. Root Guardian protects not the soul or memories, but something akin to the essence of existence itself. The Black Book is loyal and faithful to its only master. Even if the master dies, it will protect it and start anew. Therefore, it is an indestructible miracle, granting immortality. No one possesses multiple miracles. No one is that lucky, unless they possess your brother's miracle, and there can only be one person who possesses that miracle. That's the logic. Why was Ying Mulian reincarnated into an unrelated mountain family? Because she had a premonition of her brother's return. The Eastern Empress had abandoned her original body and bloodline, which were no longer useful. Gongsun Wu found it difficult to understand, but considering the relationship between the miracle body and the Master of Miracles, she felt it was natural. So that woman, did she betray you? Gongsun Wu gritted her teeth, referring to the Empress. However, Ying Mulian found it understandable. I thought she would forgive, but unexpectedly, this became the fuse that broke us apart. 28 years ago, Ying Muiyang calculated her brother's bloodline upon his return and specifically reincarnated for this purpose. She could send an avatar, but she didn't want to. It would make her connection with her brother seem weak, as if he were an incarnation, not her own brother. Ying Muiyang was a deeply possessive person, otherwise she wouldn't have become the emperor of the Eastern Empire. In her eyes, only what she had personally experienced was truly hers. I am that child's biological sister, both then and now. Then go to Atón. If that King Atón is truly your brother, Gongsun Wu said, still a little worried. What will you do? Under normal circumstances, Gongsun Wu would never have dared to ask such a question, it would have been too presumptuous. But since Gongsun Wu regarded the Eastern Empress as her mother, even as a daughter, she couldn't help but inquire about her stepfather. Do you think I'm going to send you 1,000 miles? What a phrase. Send you 1,000 miles. Gongsun Wu was stunned and speechless. I'm going there to seek answers. Ying Muiyang exerted force, crushing the railing. I want to ask him why he abandoned me, leaving me alone in Miracle Land for 6,000 years. Was he truly weary of the old and adored the new? Of all the miracles, Ying Muiyang was clearly the strongest. Go to Miracle Land and establish a nation there. Even if the Atón Empire collapses, I'll have a way out. 6,000 years ago, her brother had said this to her. As an elder sister, Ying Muiyang naturally didn't give it much thought, instead throwing herself wholeheartedly into the struggle for supremacy in Miracle Land. The northern continent was their birthplace, but forced by the then powerful Holy Emperor, they chose to temporarily leave and avoid its sway. I, single-handedly and diligently, have finally built the Eastern Empire we know today. Ying Muiyang was filled with pride, but the Eastern Empire's splendor was no reason for complacency. Even compared to the Atón Empire, it lacked in quantity, not quality. In 6,000 years, he never returned to see me, nor did he allow me to see him. He even severed all contact between us. Ying Muiyang didn't understand why. Had she done something wrong? 800 years ago, that was the only time he contacted me in 6,000 years, Ying Muiyang said, but what awaited me was a farewell. I really wanted to see you again, sister. Unfortunately, I can't let go. I'm such a greedy person. Ying Muiyang waited for these inexplicable words, and with them, the heartbreak that had brought all the miracles to light when he fell. We have no conflict. He's always wanted to see me, but for some unknown reason, he's afraid to. What's it that keeps him from letting go? What's he greedy for? Ying Muiyang racked her brains for 1,000 years, unable to figure out what had happened to her brother. They'd been a close, intimate family, sharing everything since 12,000 years ago. Traitors, Ying Muiyang couldn't think of any other possibility. It was them, the day they met a brother, that changed everything. Ying Muiyang didn't know what they talked about. She only knew that since the arrival of the traitors, the Atón Empire had experienced unimaginable rapid growth. In just 1,000 years, the number of miracles within the empire had increased tenfold. From its humble beginnings of a few dozen miracles, the Atón Empire had become a behemoth controlling 800, unimaginably powerful. It was also from that time that her brother distanced himself from her. He no longer shared secrets with her. Instead, he befriended these traitors who had appeared out of nowhere, often engaging in endless discussions. This, Gongsun Wu had never heard of a merchant and had no idea what they were. Actually, I don't know either, Ying Muiyang said. I only know that in his last words to me, he warned me not to trust them. It was obvious who they were referring to. If she had been there, she would have wanted to eat their flesh and bones. I want to know why, Ying Muiyang. What happened back then? Why did he abandon me? Inexplicably, a wave of sadness welled up in Ying Muiyang, and within this sadness, there was an uncontrollable sense of self-blame. For 800 years, Ying Muiyang had never lost a single regret. I didn't protect him well. I wasn't a good sister. Her brother was frail and sickly, and she had raised him. After becoming the Lord of Miracles, it was Ying Muiyang who fought on the front lines, using her immense power to protect her brother. But in the end, Ying Muiyang didn't even know who killed her brother, or what had destroyed the Atón Empire. She possessed a power capable of annihilating heaven and earth, but nowhere to wield it. If it's really him, I'll bring him back to the Eastern Empire. Ying Muiyang looked at her hand. As long as she could recover, no longer a wandering soul, with her power, she wouldn't fear even the Far North Queen and the Holy Emperor in person. But that's unlikely, isn't it, huh? Ying Muiyang glanced at Gongsun Wu, who quickly lowered her head. I mean, he might not want to, Do I need to ask anyone if they want to do something? She had previously cared too much about her brother's feelings, leading her to a state of helplessness. This time, she would never let tragedy happen again. A trafficker? Kill. Anyone who dared to stand in her way. Kill. Even if the entire world turned against her, she would destroy it first. At worst, after destroying the world, we can create something from nothing, Yingmu Yang said solemnly, and create a new one, Your Majesty, so handsome. Guangxin Wu looked at the back of the Eastern Empress. It had been so many years since she had seen her own majesty act so arrogantly and domineeringly. This time, I won't let you escape again, Yingmu Yang smiled confidently, you stinky little brother. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 The Coming Sure Field. What's wrong? Bai Luo was about to take his senior sister back, but Sophia cast her gaze into the distance. Although Bai Luo was the Lord of Miracles, his abilities were actually inferior to those of the original bodies of miracle creatures and miracle people. Just like a fire magician, he could control fire, but he was not fire. Senior sister, Shirley, and Lilith were different. They were not controlling power, but were completely identical to the power itself. Not to mention anything else, just in terms of perception, there was a dimensional gap between the two sides. Bai Luo still started from himself and acquired information as an individual. However, his senior sister was equivalent to the entire miracle kingdom of Atón. She was not seeing or hearing with her mere body, but monitoring the world she controlled with the miracle power that roamed between heaven and earth, and even with the omnipresent laws. A higher level miracle was equivalent to the will of the world, and Sophia existed in this way. Someone's coming. Senior sister's expression was grave, unlike when Fat Old Fool appeared. She sensed a hint of hostility. They're hostile, possibly an enemy. Get behind me. Xiao Luo. Bai Luo was unbeatable in civil war, capable of overwhelming Sophia, but to the outside world, senior sister was the strongest in all Arden. Without hesitation, Bai Luo decisively retreated. Senior sister immediately cast a miracle barrier, intending for Bai Luo to summon all the miracles, but the distant sound of Wang Wei prompted her to exclaim, wait? They're actually provoking us. Wang Wei, the king's domineering aura, was the most direct way to perceive another's emotions, personality, and inner aura. People can lie, but Wang Wei is undeniable. Going to a meeting alone, and the one invited was Bai Luo, the king of Arden. Senior sister frowned slightly. Want to go? If she did, she would be putting herself in danger. Bai Luo had the protection of a triple awakening miracle. As long as he didn't attack, he wouldn't be harmed. But how could the Lord of Miracles step forward while the miracles remained hidden? I'll go in your place. Senior sister always had her word when it came to Bai Luo's safety, incredibly firm. Go, and be safe. Senior sister was an all-rounder, a renowned general and a living saint. Even uncle said she would surpass him. Bai Luo had always been clear about his role, not some warrior charging into battle, nor a strategist with unparalleled wisdom, but a leader. A leader's sole job was to identify and employ people. The most taboo for a leader is to show off one's incompetence, completely lacking self-awareness. What a magnificent royal majesty! This royal majesty wasn't just immense, it possessed a breathtaking quality, revealing an imperial bearing senior sister had never encountered before. If she were to use a metaphor, King Aole was more like a hegemon, a grassroots hero, while the person ahead had an unimaginably powerful background. Pressed for description, senior sister exclaimed, who exactly is this person? This royal majesty is like the embodiment of royal majesty. Every miracle has its own royal majesty, and perhaps concentrating that majesty to this degree was practically akin to a supernatural power. An emperor, a true emperor. He's displaying such overwhelming majesty before the person even arrives. What's he trying to do? Bai Luo sensed it, too. He could imagine that someone possessing such majesty was definitely not a scoundrel. Sneak attacks, backstabbing, betrayal, backtracking, such things were impossible for someone capable of cultivating such majesty. But this was also what puzzled Bai Luo and his senior sister. For such a figure, there was no reason for them to arrive with hostility, right? Here they come, the space ahead blurred, and then an invisible miraculous force surged towards Sophia. She didn't resist, allowing them to draw her into the other dimension. The next moment, Sophia spotted a medium-sized merchant ship, not large, heading towards them. There was no grand display, a remarkably low-key presence. Coming with hostility, is it a friend or an enemy? The senior sister, having reached the distant sea, took another step forward. There was no reason for her to hide when the person was at her doorstep. That wasn't Sophia's style. A head-on confrontation was the way to go. Huh? On the deck, Ying Muang gazed down at Sophia, who stood above the sea. It was their first meeting, yet they both felt a sudden jolt of emotion, a resonance of higher-level miracles. Who are you, and what are you doing here in Atón? A golden light shone around the senior sister, and when she reappeared, she was already on the deck, facing the Eastern Empress with an imposing presence. Sophia was known for her aloofness. Aside from her gentle demeanor with Bai Luo and her juniors, she never smiled at her enemies or outsiders. That's surprising. Ying Muang studied the senior sister, feeling a strange illusion. If you didn't look different, I'd know you weren't her. I'd have thought it was Idriselia, the Northern Empress, standing before me, the same aloofness, the same arrogance, and especially that defiant look. The resemblance was uncanny. Coupled with senior sister's possession of a higher-level miracle, Ying Muang's misconception wasn't surprising, as King Aole had subconsciously mistaken her for the Far North Empress. Such a terrifying royal aura. Gongsun Wu stood nearby, but dared not approach, the aura emanating from both the men too formidable. Fortunately, the royal auras of Sophia and the Eastern Empress hadn't collided. Otherwise, even this single clash would have left Gongsun Wu feeling as if she were caught in a raging storm, the wind as sharp as a blade, burning her face. Gongsun Wu had witnessed Ying Muang's meeting with the Far North Empress before, a scene truly devastating. Your royal aura was hostile for only a moment, but it drew me here, senior sister said. But now it's gone. What do you mean? Anyone possessing a higher-level miracle wouldn't be an unknown individual. Who are you? Don't you already know? Ying Muang was genuinely surprised. She hadn't expected such a powerful individual to be at King Atón's side. For a moment, Ying Muang had the illusion of encountering a supreme master. Eastern Empress, senior sister stated her title succinctly. Why are you here? I don't recall Atón extending an invitation to the Eastern Empire. She also left something unsaid. A behemoth like the Eastern Empire had no reason to pay attention to the emerging power of the Atón Principality. Even if they knew, they could simply send an envoy. But why was the Eastern Empress here in person? Oh, no. It seemed there was a fat, goofy old man who had made the same puzzling move as Ying Muang before. I don't need to tell you why I'm here, Eastern Empress, now. You can move aside. Senior sister remained standing, as if she hadn't heard what she said, which annoyed Ying Muang a little. I don't like saying the same thing twice. What a coincidence. Sophia remained motionless, unfazed by the disapproval in Ying Muang's words. Me too. Chapter 265 The Greatest Emperor. Through a senior sister's eyes, Bai Luo saw Ying Muang's appearance, and her appearance inexplicably resonated with a woman in his memory. Bai Luo was an orphan in his previous life, but he found the warmth of family affection in his former village of Atón. His father was a scumbag and frail, but he was steady and possessed a tenacity and gentleness that even Bai Luo admired. As for his mother, she was very beautiful, at least in Bai Luo's eyes. However, in the miracle new world, where aesthetics tended to be westernized, Bai's mother was not well liked, except by Bai Luo's father. But to Bai Luo, she was a very gentle and virtuous woman. When he was young, she gave him the maternal love that he had longed for but never had in his previous life. Of course, Bai's mother, who could live in the mountains, was definitely not a simple character. Especially when it came to Bai Luo, she was no less protective of her child than the Atón people. I'd also heard that Bai's mother was a bandit. Her father was the king of a mountain stronghold. Due to a single mishap, the stronghold was destroyed, and she was taken as a slave to the New World, where she met Bai Luo's father. Who is she, and why does she look so much like my mother? Bai Luo's bloodline leaned more towards his father, with a touch of his uncle Saros in his youth. But Ying Muang bore an almost 80% resemblance to Bai's mother. Bai Luo's enhanced memory couldn't possibly be wrong, the resemblance was simply too great. Could it be that my mother was away in her youth? Bai Luo felt he shouldn't think that way. After all, it would mean his father's grave was covered in grass. But to Bai Luo, it didn't really matter. They had the same mother, but they were still family. However, Bai Luo quickly dismissed the possibility. When Bai's father first met Bai's mother, she was only 13. How could she have children at that age? No way, could that be? Bai Luo had the answer. He remembered clearly that he wasn't an only child, he had a sister who died young. However, this possibility wasn't entirely certain. After all, the visitor was the Lord of Miracles. The Lord of Miracles was immortal, and a resemblance to Bai Mu didn't necessarily mean he was her descendant. The reverse was also possible. The other party could be Bai Mu's ancestor, his own ancestor. Bai Luo couldn't be certain which, exactly. He had to ask. But seeing the tension between his senior sister and the other party, Bai Luo couldn't find a chance to interrupt. Swish, it was then that Bai Luo heard an all too familiar voice. A new miracle? At this time? Are you kidding me? It hadn't come earlier or later, but at this very moment. Bai Luo felt rather frustrated, but he still managed to focus on the black book. But upon seeing it, his eyes widened. Holy crap, the Book of Yajin, which had already displayed 20 pages, suddenly shone with bursts of golden light, a phenomenon never before seen in any of his previous miracle searches. Swish, 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 the pages didn't turn back, but instead rapidly flipped from page 10 to page 1, the page where the Chumeng holy bag was located. Buzz, a pale golden light continuously emanated from the gap between the cover and the first page. Bai Luo had never encountered anything like this before, as these light particles rapidly combined to form a new page, seamlessly connecting to the first page of the Chumeng holy bag. Furthermore, the specifications and design of this miracle page were extremely unique, a stark contrast to the 10 pages that followed. Bai Luo had always assumed the Book of Yajin was simple and unadorned. But upon seeing this new page, his previous understanding of the Book of Yajin was completely overturned. Look at this. Dark golden paper, black border, even along the edges were faintly etched with tiny yet exquisite ancient hieroglyphs. Every single part of the paper exuded nobility and mystery, a sense of luxury and class that seemed to surge forward like a wave. What kind of operation is this? Xiaohei, you have this kind of trick. If the miracle he had found previously was R, then this one, Bai Luo would call it SSR. Even the page with a mysterious dragon couldn't compare. What the hell is going on? This sudden miracle, frightened by the unusual paper, Bai Luo finally reacted and immediately looked at the contents on the page. What caught his eye was the name and type of this miracle creature, the greatest emperor of the ages. In just a moment, Bai Luo felt a huge stream of information rushing into his mind. He completely understood this miracle, and its terrifying nature. The greatest emperor of the ages, Yingmu Ian, contract, Bai Luo Yatan type, miracle creature level, supersized faction, lost realm return, not yet returned, needs to recontract with a Lord of Miracles, ability, 1 million words omitted here. The type of miracle is a creature, which doesn't matter, but the name is the greatest emperor of the ages, which Bai Luo couldn't understand. Could the emperor be considered a creature? Super standard, the level is super standard. Is there such a level? Lowest, lower, middle, upper, and supreme. These were the 5 levels of miracles Bai Luo knew, but he had never heard of a miracle that was super standard. What was super standard? Since the Book of Yajin defined this level, it must have a meaning. And what kind of perverted miracle is this? Bai Luo carefully considered the specific capabilities of the Eternal Emperor in his mind. He had actually seen this Eternal Emperor before, but the miracle sources in the Holy Beast Forest clearly stated that the Eternal Emperor was a superior miracle creature, superior miracle, and now it's super standard. What on earth is this? What is the Eternal Emperor? It's not an adjective, but a noun, referring to the greatest emperor of all time, not only in the past but also in the future. But Eternal Emperor is more than that. Its scope is so terrifying that even Bai Luo was dumbfounded. The Eternal Emperor here doesn't refer to a single individual, but a category of people. That means monarchs, overlords, emperors, and great emperors, all those who dominate, lead, manage, hold positions of power, and control, can be considered the greatest emperor of all time. Some may not understand this. To paraphrase Bai Luo's previous life, Qin Shi Huang is universally recognized as the greatest emperor of all time. However, during other dynasties, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and Emperor Kangxi all held the title. Some may consider the latter title unworthy and questionable. But the significance of the greatest emperor of all time transcends all this. In reality, as long as you call yourself a king, Everything you do is counted within its miraculous power. God is the only true God, the creator of the world. Congratulations to God. He's won the prize and is included among the greatest emperor of all time. The Jade Emperor is the leader of the gods. Congratulations to the Jade Emperor. He too has achieved the status of the greatest emperor of all time. Congratulations to the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the mortal world. Furthermore, even the Lords of Miracles cannot escape this title, for every Lord of Miracles claims, or is called, a king. They were recognized by the world as great leaders and masters. So, indeed, the power of the Eternal Emperor was very simple. All kings and emperors were the incarnation of the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor was the miraculous being capable of deriving all miracles. She was the miracle that embodied the concept of master. Chapter 266 Dare to pick peaches from my Dongyu Empress family. Boom, huh? Gongsun Wu ducked, shielding her face with her hands. Is this a collision of royal might? An invisible royal might erupted between the 2 women. It wasn't wind, but it was wilder than any storm. Gongsun Wu had never witnessed such terrifying royal might. How is this possible? I'm an epic, even a formidable epic power felt an unimaginable pressure from the clash of their royal might, forcing even her eyes to close. Unable to see, unable to hear, unable to move. Galalala from the 2 women, a vast spatial rift sprouted like a seedling, instantly growing into a towering tree. Endless branches, like cracks in shattered glass, spread toward the sky and in all directions. The piercing sound of a sharp object scraping against a blackboard echoed in her ears, causing Gongsun Wu to turn away in extreme discomfort. She tried to adjust, but she had to cover her ears to find some comfort. A strange feeling. Sophia and Empress Dong simultaneously sensed something. Though their royal powers clashed, regardless of who was stronger, the outcome remained undetermined. It wasn't a draw, but rather a shared source of royal might. Now pitted against each other, each royal might was perhaps even more bewildered than its master, bewildered by the outcome. A miracle of ascendancy, I see. You're also a miracle of ascendancy, but how long have you had it? Yingmu Ayan scoffed. A mere miracle of ascendancy? Who gives you the courage to challenge me? A pure white stone throne appeared behind Yingmu Ayan. She casually sat down, then with a lazy and elegant posture, she gazed down at the frog in the well who had dared to challenge her. Does the strength of miracles depend on who lives longer? If that's the case, put any 2 miracle masters together and compare who's older. Why bother arguing? Sophia raised her head and met Yingmu Ayan's gaze. But you're right. I've only had the miracle for half a year. Compared to those old immortals, I'm certainly far inferior. Yingmu Ayan's beautiful face frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. Sharp tongue? The senior sister held her breath, already guessing the other party's identity. It wasn't difficult to analyze. The oriental appearance, the attire, and the unmistakable superiority. The aura cultivated by years of high status was definitely not something that ordinary people could imitate. The Eastern Empress, one of only 7 upper-level miracle masters in the world, the Eastern Empress was powerful, the strongest opponent she had ever faced. However, this battle had to be fought, there was no choice. I hope your skills are more powerful than your words. Yingmu Ayan finished speaking, and her clothes instantly transformed into the dark imperial robes. She wore a crown and a sword at her waist, and even her sitting posture changed from casual to solemn and solemn. You, both of you, please stop first. Bai Luo appeared on the deck, exposed to the same royal power as Gongsun Wu. However, Bai Luo was immune to the 2 women's power and felt no pain. Why? Gongsun Wu looked at Bai Luo in shock, confused about his origins. But as clever as she was, she immediately understood the key. He is the person your majesty is looking for, the late emperor. Gongsun Wu didn't know what to call Bai Luo, so she just assumed he was the late emperor. Why are you coming up? Get to a safe place, your majesty, Sophia said nervously. I'm here. I have a way to deal with her. Oh, Yingmu Ayan's dissatisfaction reached its peak. You have a way to deal with me? You're so arrogant. A mere newcomer. Isn't it a bit too presumptuous to talk to me like that? Well, Bai Luo didn't know what to call Yingmu Ayan. He said, you're also my miracle, right? Can you calm down, senior sister? Bai Luo glanced at the miracles on the new page and called Sophia in his mind. Try it. Sophia and Bai Luo had a tacit understanding, and she almost guessed his plan instantly. Both sides, stop releasing your royal power. Boom. Bai Luo tried to issue the order of the Lord of Miracles, but the next moment, the royal power of the Eastern Queen surged like a tide, instantly swallowing Isophia's might. This, Bai Luo immediately abandoned all illusions and retreated decisively to Isophia's protection. It's useless. Bai Luo's miracle law had no effect on Yingmu Ayan. Instead, his words caused Isophia to forcibly disconnect Wang Wei's release, causing senior sister to suffer a brief defeat. Fortunately, this was harmless, and instead, it gave the two of them crucial information in advance. Bai Luo couldn't command the Eastern Empress. You guys are really funny. Seeing Isophia's gnashing teeth, Yingmu Ayan laughed heartily. The fight hasn't even begun yet, and you're already squabbling. I'm so glad you're helping me. You're truly a good brother to my sister, Tisk. Isophia doubted that the Eastern Empress hadn't noticed, but she insisted, as if Bai Luo was biased towards her. This made senior sister feel as if someone had stolen a treasure of hers. Sister, brother, I see. Yingmu Ayan's words made Bai Luo understand their relationship. She must be his deceased sister. But Bai Luo couldn't understand what had happened. His sister was supposed to be mortal, so how did she become the Eastern Empress? Even if my sister hadn't died and had received a miracle, she couldn't have become the Eastern Empress. The Eastern Empress is at least 6,000 years old, yet she calls me her brother. Bai Luo thought of the first page of the Book of Yejin that suddenly appeared. If it wasn't a case of mistaken identity, then, reincarnation. Reincarnation. Almost instantly, Bai Luo guessed a connection. The Eastern Empress had been reincarnated as Bai Luo's sister, Bai Yan, and he might also have had some unknown past. This wasn't surprising. After all, no one has only one life. Everyone has a past life, and Bai Luo was familiar with the ill-fated relationships of past lives, having seen countless TV shows, movies, and novels. But when this happens to me, Bai Luo said, I still find it strange. Fia. Bai Luo didn't know about past lives, nor did he care to consider the past. He only knew one thing: the Eastern Empress had come knocking on his door. She had come knocking on his doorstep. No matter who she was, man or woman, Bai Luo couldn't be friendly with her anymore. That wasn't his nature. I'll join you this time, Bai Luo, don't worry, I won't join the fight. I'll just stay behind and help you find her weaknesses. Since the Black Book defined the Eastern Empress as its own miracle, she must be bound in some way. Even if he couldn't command her, as long as Bai Luo kept trying, he would always find a way to restrain her. Senior sister was undoubtedly gifted, but the Eastern Empress's aptitude was no less than Isophia's, not to mention the countless extra years she gained. Isophia couldn't possibly be a match for the Eastern Empress. But what if Bai Luo was included? We can win. Isophia clenched her fists, her gaze growing more determined. In her mind, if she and Bai Luo joined forces, nothing was impossible. Yingmu Ayan's face changed slightly, not out of fear, but because her brother had joined forces with a stranger to deal with her. Inexplicably, the Eastern Empress felt resentful, and for the first time in her life, she even felt a sense of strangeness. She was actually a little jealous. Good, very good. Yingmu Ayan didn't look at Bai Luo, but directly set his eyes on Isophia. You two are really in love with each other, Empress Dong. I have just been away for a short time, and all the peaches have been picked. Chapter 267, What bad intentions could Avalon have? It just wants to inherit your property. Her brother was hers. She should have been the one standing by Bai Luo's side. But now, just because Empress Dong had been gone for 20 years, her brother had become entangled with another woman, becoming incredibly close. What kind of a thing was this? One could imagine the pain felt by the miraculous creatures after losing their master of miracles. The 7 kings of Atón were all miracles of Atón's ancestor, yet they ultimately didn't survive to this day, passing away one after another over the 600 years between 800 and 200 years ago. They weren't murdered, nor did their bodies collapse from exhaustion. They committed suicide, unable to bear the longing for their deceased masters and choosing to follow them. The same fate should have befallen Yingmu Ayan, but she was lucky enough to have foreseen Bai Luo's news at the height of her suffering. Her brother was still alive. As long as she endured, she would see him again sooner or later. How long have I waited for this day? Yingmu Ayan was truly enraged. Boom! Without any preamble, Bai Luo and his senior sister felt only the overlapping of time and space, the confusion of dimensions, and then a majestic mountain, obscuring the sun, descended from the sky. What is that? Bai Luo had never seen such an ability before. Such a vast miraculous force, magnified right off the bat. It's not a special attack, Sophia said with a serious look. Just a normal attack. This mountain wasn't made of grass, wood, mud, or stone, but rather a manifestation of the laws, embodied by vast divine might. It symbolized the foundation that held a nation in check and supported a world. The strength and concentration of the laws within it were nearly dozens of times greater than that of the tulip. Putting aside other factors, if the tulip were to face this sacred mountain, even if it had entered the state of a law incarnation, it would likely be overwhelmed. Of Bai Luo's children, only the legendary Saint Dragon Princess would be qualified to meet and defeat it. The Taishan mountain god, also known as the Great Emperor of Donggao, could serve as a legacy even in a world of miracles, nurturing a legendary soldier. In Ying Muiyang's hands, Taishan, accompanied by the true spirit of the Great Emperor Donggao, with her constantly providing miraculous power behind him, was indistinguishable from a true legend. Imagine how terrifying a legend must be. A king's explosive power could devastate the world. Normal attack? That's just a normal attack. Bai Luo had originally overestimated Ying Muiyang's strength, but after hearing his senior sister's words, he realized he'd underestimated. A miracle of the transcendental order, the gap between them and her was truly enormous. What should we do? It's not genuine. What does that mean? Sophia raised her head, a smile on her face. It's a fake. Bang! A deafening roar erupted between the two sides. Guangxin Wu, the only person to possess a miracle, was undoubtedly impressive compared to mortals. But beside Bai Luo, his senior sister, and the Eastern Empress, her status instantly shifted from deity to servant, reduced to mere servant, covering her face with her hands and observing the battle through the cracks between her fingers. What on earth just happened? Guangxin Wu was bewildered. Did she attack? What move did she use to resist your majesty's Taishan god? With this thought, Guangxin Wu immediately looked over, only to be met with a sudden, horrified cry of surprise. This, Guangxin Wu, how is this possible? Mount Tai had been stopped in the boundless wilderness. But it wasn't some powerful force or mysterious trick that stopped it, but another mountain, another Mount Tai. Mount Tai, and Mount Tai. Furthermore, atop these two Mount Tais, two Donggao emperors stared at each other from afar. Tisk. The Eastern Empress instantly understood the scene before her. Really? Your supreme miracle is Avalon? This Avalon world wasn't the first time this supreme miracle had appeared in the Miracle Land. The Eastern Empress had battled its owner numerous times before. It was a truly remarkable miracle. If a genius as extraordinary as the Empress of the East had gained the world of Avalon, she would naturally be no less capable than senior sister. On the contrary, just like the previous owner of Avalon, who was instantly slain by the Empress of the Far North, the power of a superior miracle was truly wasted. How did you do that, Fia? Bai Luo didn't remember senior sister having the ability to summon miracles like mountains, rivers, and veins, defined as resources, but the facts before him were clear, and Bai Luo was certain that senior sister had only just learned of this. This mountain isn't hers, it belongs to the miracle artifact called the Stepping Measuring Mountain and Sea Map, a miracle resource derived from it. Yet, the Empress of the East, using the power of the Great Emperor of the Ages, forcibly summoned the god of Mount Tai and transformed it into a legacy, like the treasures of Avalon and the bloodline of sacred beasts, nurturing a powerful legendary figure, the Emperor of Mount Tai. My Mount Tai may not be inherited, senior sister said, but on my battlefield, it's no less powerful than hers. Senior sister herself lacked the divine power of the god of Mount Tai, nor the ability to summon miracle resources. But just as the Eastern Empress summoned the spirit of Tarzan, Sophia suddenly discovered she had gained a new ability, the summoning of the god of Tarzan. Replication. The essence of the Avalon world lies in replication, replication of everything. Of course, Sophia wouldn't call it that. She called it inheritance. Avalon was a miracle that could inherit and pass on the power of all miracles. Stealing is stealing, the Eastern Empress snorted disapprovingly. But since you were chosen by Avalon, it seems your habit of stealing other men is innate. The Avalon world was a very troublesome miracle, especially in battles involving its own body, where it was practically omnipotent. Honestly, in terms of strength, Avalon might not be much of a threat. But compared to its level of disgust, even the Eastern Empress was troubled. I admit, your Taishan is powerful. Sophia, known for her ability to taunt, didn't respond directly to Ying Muiyang. Instead, she thanked him, but now, it's mine. Ying Muiyang raised a brow. Her years of cultivating ki had been repeatedly influenced by Sophia. It's all his fault. That brat, glaring fiercely at Bai Luo, Empress Dong slapped the armrests of her throne. I want to see how much of Avalon's power you possess. While it might be replication, the speed, quality, and level of power depended not only on Avalon but also on Sophia herself. Without understanding, the Queen of Avalon wouldn't be able to utilize even the simplest abilities. This was because the Avalon world wasn't simply cyclically generated. Instead, she had to analyze and decipher the opponent's abilities in an instant. Aiden, am very poor. Sophia's expression was calm, but the provocation in her eyes was obvious, so, the more the better. Chapter 268, What if the Eastern Empress and senior sister fell into the river at the same time? Sophia's Avalon is the ruins and refuge of all miracles, encompassing everything. Senior sister copied the spirit of Mount Tai because she encountered him and acquired this pheromone. While it cannot be passed down to the child of miracles like bloodlines or treasures, senior sister, as the miracle itself, possesses this power permanently. Therefore, at this moment, Eastern Empress Yingmu Ain has become a cherished commodity in Sophia's eyes. As long as she continuously uses her moves, senior sister can replicate them one after another, greatly increasing her own strength. Of course, this replication is not absolute or unlimited. There are two basic requirements. The senior sister must be able to analyze and interpret the item thrown by the Eastern Empress, and secondly, the senior sister must have the potential to reach the level of the miracle. Simply put, the Eastern Empress throws a product of a fifth sense miracle. If the Queen of Avalon herself does not have the talent to break through to the fifth sense, she cannot replicate it. Just like the former lords of Avalon, although they obtained the world of Avalon, their limited talent doomed them from developing the higher miracle to the fifth stage. My aptitude, senior sister, as described by the Black Book as an unprecedented and unparalleled qualifier of the Avalon world, possessed limitless aptitude. This also meant that no matter what kind of miracle derivative the Eastern Empress threw out, senior sister could replicate it. Furthermore, because the spirit of Mount Tai, the opponent's creation, was itself a replica, senior sister's creation, though a replica of a replica, wouldn't be a drop in quality. Instead, it would be on par with the opponent's replica, though only slightly inferior to the original. Avalon World, Gongsun Wu had heard of this miracle. Like Her Own Majesty's Eternal Emperor, it was a highly buggy, higher-level miracle. Of course, no higher-level miracle was without its bugs. The characteristic of a higher-level miracle was its all-encompassing nature. For example, if you obtained a Pegasus or a fairy, their abilities were very limited, requiring a long time to develop into a complete system. However, higher-level miracles were different. Not only did they possess their own system from the outset, but they could also use it as a foundation to simulate and replicate the power of almost any miracle. My abilities can restrain her, Sophia said. I'll hold her off. You figure out a way to deal with her quickly. Senior sister was confident, but not so conceited as to believe she could defeat the Eastern Empress. Her abilities, however formidable, were only at the third level of awakening. But the Eastern Empress, that transcendental. Honestly, senior sister felt immense pressure. This was the first truly formidable foe she'd ever faced. You mean the Holy Emperor? He doesn't count, he's a man. Sophia was incredibly talented, and the Eastern Empress was also a breathtakingly brilliant being. And since they were both women, how could they possibly endure this? Whoosh, here they come. Sophia took a step forward, only to see two streaks of light, one blue and one purple, suddenly fly out from the front. But just as she was about to analyze and copy them, the blue and purple suddenly collided, vanishing from senior sister's perception. Gone, senior sister was slightly puzzled. What happened? Swish, swish, a flash of light suddenly appeared. And senior sister felt as if time and space around her had suddenly stopped. She had never experienced anything like this before. Almost at the same time, a flood of information about the current situation flooded into her mind. The power of time, the anti-time constraint, the immunity to time and space. Because someone had used a technique that stopped time, the passive immunity to time and space had automatically activated, allowing senior sister to enter this state. Bang! Instinctively raising her hand, senior sister didn't see the attack source, but her body was faster than her mind. Bang! 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 Streams of light appeared and disappeared like meteors, surrounding senior sister. The attacks were so intense that even in this world where space was frozen, Only thin beams of light remained. Trouble, the time freeze and the time immunity cancel each other out, but even so, the sword of light was too fast. Isifia could block and repel it, but she couldn't catch it. Your clones can rival mine, but if you don't have time to replicate, the Eastern Empress sat leisurely on her throne, watching her senior sister's performance. Then all you can do is dance, little girl, targeting, nakedly targeting. The Eastern Empress didn't throw any more sacred mountain spirits. Instead, she chose powerful treasures, using twin swords that surpassed Isifia's analysis speed to suppress her. If this strategy proved successful, the Eastern Empress would have a plethora of options, fast-paced miracle derivatives, even the original miracle itself. I have plenty to offer, Tisk. The senior sister glanced disapprovingly at the relaxed Eastern Empress. This wasn't a simple struggle anymore. Bai Luo belonged to Isifia, and she wouldn't give him up to anyone. So what? Just because the Eastern Empress obtained the miracle a few days before her, she could do whatever she wanted? Bang, 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 get out of my way. Isifia summoned the Holy Sword of Avalon. It was no longer a mere copy or derivative, but a part of her original miracle. Oh, the Eastern Empress frowned slightly. She could dominate everything, but this power had certain limitations. Furthermore, the all-encompassing nature of the higher miracles had a limitation. The supreme miracles, the Eternal Emperor, and Avalon could not be derived. Is this sword part of your true self? The Eastern Empress raised her hand, revealing she too was holding the Holy Sword of Avalon. Unfortunately, Yingmu Ayan could clearly sense the difference between the sword and the one in her senior sister's hand. It was a counterfeit, while Isifia's was the real thing. The Holy Sword in her senior sister's hand hummed, and then, Yingmu Ayang's sword shattered instantly. It can't appear before the original. Sure enough, it's the original. The second flaw of the Eternal Emperor's dominance and Avalon's inheritance was that a replica couldn't appear before the original, or it would shatter and disappear. Interesting, Yingmu Ayang had no intention of using the Holy Sword to attack Isifia. That would be foolish. She had plenty of treasures. You can counter my abilities, so why can't I counter yours? Chirp, chirp, just like now, the purple and green swords merged into one. On their own, they were merely king-level treasures, but once fused, they ascended to the level of legend. Crack, unfortunately, facing the Holy Sword of Avalon, the purple and green swords were no match. Shattered in a single collision. Wu Wu defeated once again, the purple and green sword spirits felt deeply frustrated. They returned to the Eastern Empress and cried, Master, Master, we can't defeat that sword, just the two of you are not enough. The Eastern Empress snapped her fingers, and the two sword spirits felt a surge of miraculous power flow into their bodies. Instantly, purple and green swords appeared beside the Eastern Empress. Our true forms, they've increased. There were still only two sword spirits, but the number of both purple and green swords had increased by over 100-fold. Under the Eastern Empress's nearly limitless miraculous power, the glittering swords that had been shattered by Isifia regrouped, their numbers increasing dramatically and their attack intensifying. Go ahead, even if they're shattered, the Eastern Empress offered no other moves. A truly powerful being could accomplish one move. Anyway, I just want to show someone the difference between me and her, Fiaya. Bai Luo understood what the Eastern Empress meant, but he was more worried about Isifia. Don't worry about me. Faced with a raging storm of purple and blue swords, senior sister was at a loss for a solution. Though her miraculous power was immense, she lacked the means to counter such a superluminal attack. Even summoning the Holy Dragon Princess and the Mystic Emperor was futile. The more people on her side, the more the Eastern Empress would bring forth. In a duel of masters, a single move defeats them, and they are completely defeated. Just like now, the Eastern Empress had launched a move, but senior sister was unable to counter it. In a duel, if senior sister couldn't counter this move, even summoning more forces would only serve to snarl like a defeated dog. Bai Luo understood his senior sister's thoughts. This was a woman's battle, and also a battle for her honor as Bai Luo's wife. Find a way to help her. Bai Luo immediately accelerated his consciousness and immersed himself in the Book of Yajin. Zio Hei, why can't I command her? Explain. Bai Luo's first choice was to ask the Black Book. After all, this was within its scope of power, and there was no reason for the Black Book not to know, because it hasn't been fully recaptured. Direct commands are ineffective against it. Direct commands are ineffective. Bai Luo noticed this. What about indirect commands? No command is indirect. The black book couldn't speak, but it contained countless pheromones. After examining them one by one, Bai Luo concluded, all the commands here, whether direct or indirect, are within my control. However, Xiao Hei's answer was ambiguous, clearly indicating that Bai Luo's question was flawed. Put the question another way, Bai Luo thought to himself, can I influence her? This time, Bai Luo received a positive answer. He could influence the Eastern Empress, but Bai Luo didn't yet know the method. As long as it can influence, if it can influence, we can win. The Eastern Empress was too powerful. A simple act could give senior sister a headache. Such strength was too immense. Bai Luo didn't call for other miracles, because it would be useless and would only anger the Eastern Empress. If Bai Luo claimed that the Eastern Empress had already exerted her full strength, he would be deluding himself. If more people showed up, the Eastern Empress would no longer be playing around and would likely go all out. By then, with Bai Luo's currently undeveloped miracles, what would be the point of coming? Is this the gap between me and the veteran miracle masters? Bai Luo was thankful that he was facing the Eastern Empress. If it were a true enemy, he would have realized it too late. Can she kill me? This question was sharp and direct, and it was what Bai Luo wanted to know most. It was almost like a retreat for Atón Island. No miracle can harm its master. The answer was exactly what Bai Luo had expected, so he immediately asked, then can he imprison me, put me under house arrest, torture me? The harm isn't just physical, it also includes emotional trauma, so, aside from my inability to command her, she's no different from my other miracles. Bai Luo breathed a sigh of relief at this conclusion. He realized he had a way to deal with the Eastern Empress, and he understood the meaning of indirect harm as mentioned in the Black Book. Indirect harm wasn't some tactic of shooting the bull from behind the mountain, but rather psychological trauma. It's like when someone you love is hurt, you feel heartache. Heartache is indirect harm. Want to try? How? Bai Luo's first thought was to draw his sword and stab himself, using this method to influence and disrupt the Eastern Empress's emotions. It's best not to hurt yourself. Ying Mu'ain's voice suddenly came from behind Bai Luo, and he quickly stepped back, only to see the Eastern Empress leave the throne and approach him. Her leisurely demeanor showed she truly didn't take SYNOPSIS seriously. Even if you stab myself with a knife, as long as it doesn't kill me, I can endure it. After all, I've endured it for 1,000 years. Ying Mulian smiled as she spoke, but Bai Luo could hear a hint of resentment in her voice. Xiao Luo, senior sister wanted to return, but the Eastern Empress was too close to Bai Luo, preventing her from turning back. Damn it, don't worry, Bai Luo said quickly. She can't hurt me. No miracle can harm the master. Master, haha, that's an interesting way to call yourself. The Eastern Empress approached Bai Luo. You want to be my master? You're quite ambitious, you little brother, but you came to stop me, didn't you? Bai Luo finished, and the Eastern Empress frowned. He quickly added, if you weren't afraid, you wouldn't have come. You're right. The Eastern Empress made no secret of her concern for Bai Luo. If Bai Luo had stabbed her to stop her, he wouldn't have died, but Ying Mulian would still be heartbroken. So she spoke first, preventing such idiotic behavior from happening. But even if you can interfere with me, what can you do? Force me to leave, or threaten me? The Eastern Queen pointed at Isifia and said, with a piece of trash like her, even if you make me heartbroken, she's still no match for me. You who have the Book of Yajin should have seen my miraculous power. Ying Mu'ain, do you know what superstandard is? The so-called superstandard is not an independent level, the Eastern Queen explained. Lowest, lower, middle, upper, and highest, these are the 5 levels of miracles, and there are only these 5. As for superstandard, it's not in the upper, middle, or lower areas, but 1, 2, 3, and 4. In an instant, Bai Luo understood the meaning of superstandard. 6 awakenings. Superstandard is not put together with a position. It is a level, a breakthrough in the limit of awakening. Miracle entities possess infinite mana, but that's only theoretical. Their power is limited by their output power, the Eastern Empress said. Even if a miracle entity reaches its 5th awakening, it's still not infinite. Infinite means unleashing boundless power in an instant, unconstrained by power. Therefore, the gap between superstandard and 5 awakenings isn't simply multiples, but rather unimaginable. Compared to those who have developed miracles to superstandard, the kings of the miracle land are like ignorant children. Of course, the Eastern Empress wasn't fearless. In fact, if a miracle entity charged at her with the determination to perish together, under overload and constantly collapsing, It could almost become a super standard level powerhouse for a short period of time. Unfortunately, not many people in this world possess such confidence. After all, once the miracle entity dies, the miracle master is like a naked woman, vulnerable to bullying. No one would dare fight me unless they were prepared for certain death, the Eastern Empress said disdainfully. There are only a few in this world I can truly respect, and you know, I've been standing still for over 6,000 years, since leaving her brother, the Master of Miracles. The Eastern Empress has suffered severe physical and mental damage. Otherwise, with her talent, she wouldn't have been surpassed by the younger Northern Empress. If she had stayed by her brother's side 6,000 years ago, she would have been confident enough to fight the Holy Emperor, perhaps even defeat the man known as the world's strongest. Come with me. Having said all this, Ying Muiyan finally revealed her true purpose for coming to Atón. It wasn't to beat Bai Luo up, nor to air her dissatisfaction. She wanted to protect him, and do it completely and personally. Don't worry, I will never hurt you. You should understand that miracles cannot harm the Master of Miracles, whether physically or mentally. Ying Muiyan subconsciously reached out to Bai Luo, her index finger bent, caressing Bai Luo's cheek intimately and gently, her eyes nostalgic and gentle. My empire occupies half of the continent. If you return to my side, you can save 1,000 years of struggle. Think about it carefully. Ying Muiyan felt that she had made it very clear, choose me, or her. Chapter 269 I don't want to lose you a second time. Snap! Suddenly, Bai Luo raised his hand and, under the somewhat surprised gaze of the Eastern Empress, grasped her jade-white wrist. Oh, the Eastern Empress smiled and said, what are you trying to do? You don't have to obey my orders, but as my miracle, Bai Luo thought, you shouldn't be able to break free now, right? Bai Luo had also used this trick on his senior sister and Shirley. Bai Luo grabbed Isophia's wrist and forcibly pulled her away. The senior sister had no way to break free and could only let Bai Luo do whatever he wanted. The same was true for Shirley. Bai Luo's will was absolute, and she could not disobey his control. Is that what you were thinking? Ying Muiyan tried to pull her hand away, but she struggled, unable to move it even a little bit. As expected, the constraints of the miracle still existed on her. This feels so familiar. What surprised Bai Luo was that Ying Muiyan wasn't the least bit panicked. Instead, he looked as if he'd been away for a long time. He even closed his eyes and felt it, as if listening to a beautiful piece of music. 800 years. Finally, you're back by my side. Very good, very good. Ying Muiyan raised his head, his eyes filled with joy. You are that child. You've really returned, unable to break free. This was the best evidence that Bai Luo was her brother. You? Bai Luo didn't understand. He could imagine the Eastern Empress's current predicament. He had grasped her hand, and as long as Bai Luo didn't release it, Ying Muiyan couldn't break free, and she couldn't attack him. She had already lost. Let go of her majesty. Just as Bai Luo was puzzled by the Eastern Empress's calm, Guangxin Wu suddenly appeared from behind. The next moment, Bai Luo felt an irresistible force emanating from the Eastern Empress's hand, forcibly throwing him away. What? Bai Luo stood firm, stunned. Why, it's just a little restrained. Ying Muiyan raised her hand and clamped the ancient sword in Guangxin Wu's hand with 2 fingers. She looked at Bai Luo calmly. Since I dare to approach you, I naturally have countless ways to make you unable to do anything to me. For example, now, when the Master of Miracles is in danger, the miracle can break free from all constraints and prioritize protecting the Master. Your Majesty, you, well done, Xiao Wu. The Eastern Queen Mother released her hand and patted Guangxin Wu on the head, leaving Guangxin Wu confused. Who am I? Where am I? And what am I doing here? Do you understand? Ying Muiyan stood with his hands behind his back and said to Bai Luo, your understanding of miracles is too superficial, and so is hers. Just because you obtained a high-level miracle, you think you're invincible. How ridiculous. The Eastern Empress pointed at Isophia, who was besieged in the distance by hundreds of glittering swords. She didn't even glance at her, as if she were an insignificant opponent, not worth her attention. Too strong. Bai Luo had already thought of ways to deal with the Eastern Empress, to cause her heartache, and to subdue her by attacking her at close range. However, it was useless. Absolutely useless. If Bai Luo dared to attack her, the Eastern Empress would definitely be able to protect him faster. Similarly, Bai Luo had already captured the Eastern Empress, but she had countless ways to escape. Do you understand? Ying Muiyan approached Bai Luo again, but this time, Bai Luo chose to retreat, It seems you understand. If I forcibly take you to the Eastern Empire to protect you, Ying Muiyang said, you can't stop me, okay, just be good. Ying Muiyang opened her arms. Come, follow me. For 6,000 years, Ying Muiyang had been constantly pondering one question: was she wrong back then? If she hadn't chosen to listen to her brother, but had decisively stayed by his side, would her brother have survived? Every day, every moment, the Eastern Empress suffered unbearable torment. She blamed herself for indulging her brother, for letting him do whatever he wanted. I won't make the same mistake again. Ying Muiyang's mindset changed. From sister to true empress, if you don't obey, I'll break your legs. Even if I have to tie you up, I'll take you to the Eastern Empire. You said miracles can't harm their masters, so she couldn't possibly break Bai Luo's legs? Who knows? Under normal circumstances, of course not. Not even the Eastern Empress could pull off such a detour. But 6,000 years of loneliness, 800 years of shattered pain, isn't that enough to learn a harsh lesson? I'm going to break his legs. What a bullshit miracle contract. Ying Mulian's eyes were cold. How can I let 6,000 years of suffering go by like this? Bai Luo noticed a murderous aura emanating from Ying Mulian. She wasn't kidding. This woman truly dared to attack her own miracle master. And with the Eastern Empress's experience and strength, Bai Luo wasn't sure she had the means to counter miracle protection. Miracle protection is the ability that protects a miracle master from a miracle of the third awakening or higher. If it were an ordinary miracle master, Bai Luo was confident they wouldn't be able to break it. But Ying Mulian. She was beyond standard, the Eastern Empress who had broken the boundaries of miracles. Xiao Luo, Sophia tried to break free, but Ying Mulian simply raised his hand. Double, swish, 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 a surge of miraculous power erupted, and more shimmering swords hurtled towards Sophia. Get out of the way. With Bai Luo in danger, senior sister cared little for the cost. She ignored the damage herself and charged towards her, braving the sword's force. Triple, the shimmering light vanished in an instant, and senior sister gave up resisting, letting it strike her directly. The miraculous form symbolized infinity. Even the fused purple and blue swords couldn't harm Sophia in the slightest, but the powerful sword energy wasn't in vain. It acted like a massive obstacle, making senior sister feel like she was caught in a raging storm, struggling to move. Senior sister had lost. Not only did she allow the opponent's attacks to strike directly upon her, relying solely on the miraculous's absolute defense, but the sheer suppression alone was enough to make any miraculous form feel suffocated and painful. 10 times, with her back to Sophia, Ying Muiyang finished speaking, and the senior sister was engulfed by the tsunami of flowing sword light. For a moment, she couldn't even find a way to protect Bai Luo. Stop, completely stop. Damn it, no matter what Sophia did, she couldn't move forward, not even a single step. Xiao Luo, the senior sister forced her eyes open, but could only watch helplessly as she stood in a position that could threaten Bai Luo. For the first time in her life, she felt powerless and resentful. Hate her own weakness. Did you see? Ying Muiyang said, she can't protect you at all. And neither can they. Except for the miracle dragon, your miracle is vulnerable to the truly powerful. As long as they could hold back the miracle's true form, the miracle master would be exposed to danger. But the miracle dragon, it can't help you at all. A dragon that can't even descend into the present world, what can it do? Let the world be buried with you. Bai Luo's death would surely enrage the miracle dragon. No one could predict what it would do. But what's the point? Bai Luo has already fallen. No matter how angry the miracle dragon is, it will be useless. Think about the people behind you. Ying Mulian's tone changed slightly, gradually softening. She gestured to an island behind Bai Luo and said in a deep voice, you are a smart person. You should know how to choose. Threat. A complete threat. However, the Eastern Queen didn't care. She just wanted to protect her brother. As for whether it would make him angry, Ying Mulian didn't care so much. 6,000 years of pain had already driven her crazy. It was her brother who betrayed her first. He was the one who betrayed her first. In this case, don't blame her for doing extreme things. I would rather you hate me, Ying Mulian said with unprecedented determination. I don't want to lose you a second time. Chapter 270 Coercion. Bai Luo could see Ying Muiyang's determination and resentment, but the pressure was too great. Bai Luo had no idea what immoral deeds he had committed in his past life. Was it necessary to repay the debts of a past life in this one? Bai Luo's character would have been unbending, and he would have said, "None of my business," but the fate of the Eastern Empress made such a statement impossible. After the Lord of Miracles fell, they waited patiently for 800 years, convinced that he would return. The pain of losing their master was unimaginable to Bai Luo. Throughout the history of the miracle world, no one had ever experienced the same fate as the Eastern Empress. The 7 kings of Atón also lost their Lord of Miracles, but they had died one after another over the past 600 years. Did that mean they didn't love old Atón? No, their devotion to the Lord of Miracles was no less than that of the Eastern Empress. But what happened? They couldn't bear it. Even with the deepest love and the greatest desire to return to their master, the willpower of these supremely powerful warriors, seasoned by so many hardships, could not bear the pain of losing their master and collapsed. Only the Eastern Empress, with incredible fortitude, has persevered to this day. Putting aside everything else, Bai Luo couldn't smile at this ordeal, nor could he shamelessly say, "It's none of my business, you're indeed a lot like him." Ying Mulian sensed Bai Luo's inner turmoil and pitied himself. "You don't like to reason with outsiders, but you easily feel heartache when it comes to your own people." Ying Mulian was delighted that Bai Luo treated her like family. While she did want to give Bai Luo a beating, a lesson for this odious brother, if Bai Luo relented and obeyed, Ying Mulian would naturally refrain from beating him. All past grudges were wiped out. "All you have to do is come back to me and follow me. Of course, you have to listen to her and put her first in the future." Ying Mulian was confident in her own talent and abilities. She didn't mean to outdo Bai Luo, she simply wanted him to trust her more. That's normal, isn't it? Aren't some incompetent miracle masters also subject to the orders of their own miracles? And what's more, she's his sister. He would rule the Eastern Empire, enjoying endless wealth and glory. If Bai Luo were interested in women, the Eastern Empire would have countless beauties, like Gongsun Wu, and Ying Mulian would have as many such outstanding women as he wanted. If the Eastern Empire were a massive company, Bai Luo would be the shareholder with 100% absolute control, while Ying Mulian would be the executive CEO. Knowing he had no talent, only money, Bai Luo would let Ying Mulian control the company's operations and management. As for Bai Luo, he would receive all the company's earnings, and that money would belong to him alone. He could spend freely and compete with anyone. The hard work, the agonizing calculations and planning, even the bloody battles, all of it would be handled by Ying Mulian, leaving Bai Luo no need to worry about it. "Just like 10,000 years ago, when you were frail and sick, staying home, every time I come back, I bring you a gift, it's the same now," said the Eastern Empress. "I'll give you the entire country as a gift." Ying Mulian's expression gradually softened. As long as her brother obeyed, she had never been a strong-willed woman. She would fulfill any reasonable request from her brother. All she wanted was that Bai Luo would never leave her, that he would stay by her side forever. Damn it, elsewhere, Inya clenched her fists as she listened to the Eastern Empress's words to Bai Luo. Her anger nearly gnashed her teeth. What kind of thing was this? How could a miracle help the Lord of Miracles make decisions? Whose will was truly in control? Could a miracle that forced the Lord of Miracles to submit to one's will still be called a miracle? Senior sister couldn't accept it, whether before or after becoming a miracle person. Inya was very similar to Ying Mulian, but unlike Ying Mulian, they both knew what Bai Luo wanted and surprised him at the crucial moment. Therefore, Inya could understand Ying Mulian's past, and could imagine the pain she would have felt if Bai Luo had abandoned her for 6,000 years. However, Inya disagreed with the current Ying Mulian. No matter what happened, a miracle was a miracle, and the Master of Miracles was the Master of Miracles. This guy, Inya said, struggling to make any progress. She truly was no match for the Eastern Empress. Is this the peak power of the miracle world? No, not yet. She's injured, and can't even exert even 10% of her strength, Inya said. But she only used a fraction of that 10% to suppress me to this degree. It was so casual, like an adult playing house with a 3-year-old, almost humiliating. Both of us are in a higher position, Inya felt a moment of confusion. Why is the gap so huge? As she stood now, she couldn't protect Bai Luo at all. Perhaps, as Ying Mulian had said, letting Bai Luo go to the Eastern Empire was the best option. Damn it, Inya wouldn't give up, but she was worried about Bai Luo. Knowing Bai Luo well, as long as Ying Mulian continued to threaten the Principality of Atón, Bai Luo would likely yield. If Ying Mulian were an outsider, Bai Luo would rather die than surrender. The problem was, Empress Dong was no outsider, she was also Bai Luo's miracle, which precisely hit Bai Luo's weak spot. Atón, Bai Luo looked back. His people were still unaware of this, and Bai Luo hadn't called upon those miracles. Ying Mulian's actions were flawless, and she held no ill will towards Bai Luo. This also meant that Bai Luo's miracles were unable to sense their master's danger and immediately respond. It was profound. Empress Dong's understanding of miracles was unimaginably deep. She had fought countless miracle lords and miracles, and slain many powerful foes at the pinnacle. This experience, even for someone as talented as her, would require years of hard work. She wasn't kidding. If Bai Luo refused, the Eastern Empress would surely force her way. By then, the Atón people would suffer heavy losses, perhaps even be wiped off the map. Inya, Little Maya, Hijaiya, Abaddon, Shuster, Bai Luo shook his head and sighed. What sins did you commit in your past life, Fiya? At this moment, Bai Luo's voice echoed in the depths of his sister's heart. I'm sorry, no, Fiya guessed it. She had already guessed Bai Luo's choice. So, the sister decided not to hold back, willingly risking physical collapse, even death, to fight Ying Mulian. Yes, that's right, Ying Mulian smiled, heartfelt joy. She knew her brother all too well. Though reincarnated once, miracles would preserve their master's original heart. Though Bai Luo had changed greatly, he was still the brother who loved his people and valued his country above all else. As long as he threatens Bai Luo with this, Ying Mulian is not afraid that Bai Luo will not give in. At the beginning of May, I will update 8,000 words a day. I need to save some manuscripts in the next 2 days, so today and tomorrow will still be 2,000 words. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Unattainable. What should I do? What should I do? I was extremely anxious. If this continued, Bai Luo would really be taken away by Ying Mulian right in front of her. Senior sister was naturally arrogant, but she met the equally stunning and talented Eastern Empress. Of all the women in the world, senior sister was proud enough, but there were only a few that even she had to look up to, and Ying Mulian was one of them. If Ying Mulian really took Bai Luo away here, then what would she be? This would become her inner demon, a stain on her life. Oh my, what's going on? A strange voice rang in senior sister's ears. She connected her consciousness and soon saw a middle-aged man standing on the top of the mountain. He was wearing an imperial robe and a crown, like a king from Eastern civilization. I just woke up and saw the scene of your embarrassing scene. Do I know too much? Will I be killed? Emperor Dongyu scratched his head, then untied the crown on his head, put it on the ground, and then sat on it like a small chair. I have been standing for too long and my waist is sore. Oh, let me explain. I don't have a kidney deficiency, I have protected my kidneys well. Then what? Emperor Dongyu looked puzzled. Those are the purple and green swords, the two swords combined to span the years, you know them. The senior sister did not recognize these two swords, and because they disappeared in a flash and their speed was too fast, she could not do anything about them. The sword immortals toys, the Dongyu Emperor said matter-of-factly. Of course I know them. He tapped his finger to his forehead and pulled out a white thread, containing memories, knowledge, and information about the two swords. Take them. It's embarrassing to be outmatched by two toys. By the way, you won't kill me, will you? The Dongyu Emperor had a strong desire to survive, always feeling he knew too much. Thank you, the senior sister didn't care. She absorbed the Dongyu Emperor's wisdom. The next moment, Fiya's eyes lit up. So, are these two swords like this? Knowing wouldn't mean much? You can't defeat them now. Fiya lowered her head, silent for a moment, then said firmly, that's precisely why we have to fight. Ha 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 ha. As if hearing something interesting, the Dongyu Emperor took on a nostalgic look. Yes, if you can't defeat them, you must fight all the more. He slowly stood up, kicked the crown away from his feet, and tore off the imperial robe that made him uncomfortable, revealing the majestic ancient armor beneath. Then, he solemnly clasped his fists and said, under the Taishishi throne, I, the Pangu clan, am Taiheo Skull, we are willing to lend a hand, your majesty. Purple sword, green sword, two beautiful girls, wielding ancient swords, descended behind the Emperor Dongyu. We are willing to lend a hand, Your Majesty. They arrived. Analysis complete. Boom. Within a world of golden light, two sword beams collided instantly, circling the world with a penetrating force exceeding the speed of light. Buzz buzz. The two sword spirits, originally residing in the sea of golden light, suddenly spotted the intruder and were incredulous. Compared to the other two, who appeared to be young girls, they were a pair of adorable little girls. Unlike Isiphia's copies, the miracle inheritance mastered by Ying Wuang did not possess intelligence itself. Instead, it was projected after being bestowed upon others, transforming them into miracle children. In other words, even though they wielded the same purple and green swords, the sword spirits' qualifications were fundamentally different. Enemy. Without a single exchange, the two little girls immediately attacked the opposing flowing sword. Get out. In reality, the sword formation that had been encircling Isophia had lost its momentum, and she immediately discovered its flaw. Bang! Countless golden, translucent sword energies dispersed in all directions, shattering in midair, drawing Ying Wuang's attention. Huh? Empress Dong was a little surprised. She had considered that Isophia could break her moves, but Ying Wuang was more concerned with the reason. What did she do? Why did she suddenly become so powerful? Looking up, she saw a stream of light pierce through thin air, closely pursued by another flowing sword. But soon, the chase reversed. Bang! The stream of light split in two, purple and green, one like thunder, the other like frost, instantly sending the pursuing flowing sword flying. Bang! The next moment, the other side also split apart. For a moment, the four flying swords clashed in a chaotic tangle, inseparable. Impossible, Ying Wuang frowned. Although she had summoned the purple and blue swords, it wasn't she who controlled them, but their spirits. Similar to manual piloting, Ying Wuang simply needed to ensure a constant flow of miraculous power. But when Ying Wuang first forged this ability, they lacked self-awareness. Those two adorable little sword spirits were actually her miracle children from the Eastern Empire. Of course, Ying Wuang summoned replicas. Their original selves were unaware of what was happening here. Avalon's remnant is helping her, Ying Wuang guessed correctly, but the conclusion was somewhat unbelievable. How could that be? Don't they, those guys, wish for the Lord of Avalon to die as quickly as possible? Even among all the higher-level miracles, the world of Avalon was one of the most flawed. It was inherently incomplete, only 1/5 complete. Furthermore, because the inherited spirits possess such peculiar personalities, many will even oppose their masters or even act boastfully. Bai Luo's surprise and delight at seeing his senior sister escape, deeply displeased the Eastern Empress. I acknowledge your talent, Ying Wuang was the Empress, and though furious, she remained willing to give Isophia a fair assessment of her talent. You are capable of controlling the world of Avalon. Of all those I have met, only the Far North Empress can rival your talent. Isophia truly possessed the qualities to be her rival. But once, twice, over and over again. Why do you always interrupt my train of thought? Ying Wuang glanced at her senior sister, her discontent reaching its peak. I originally just wanted you to stand there obediently, but since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Perfect. I'll show you. Ying Wuang opened her arms slightly and said to Bai Luo, a method to kill the miracle's true form, a method to kill the miracle's true form. How could it be possible? Although Isophia was suppressed by the Eastern Empress, Ying Wuang hadn't harmed her from beginning to end. This was due to the nature of miracles. Even the weakest of the heroic miracles were difficult to forcibly kill, as they inherently embodied infinite miraculous power. Yet, Ying Wuang claimed he could easily kill a miraculous Xiao Luo. The senior sister took a deep breath and raised her head. At that moment, Isophia seemed to see an endless staircase. It was so high, so unreachable. And atop it, Isophia saw the Eastern Empress, standing there, looking down at her. Chapter 272, Trash, what use do I have for you, Queen? Everyone, come out. Senior sister hesitated, knowing she was no match for the Eastern Empress in her full strength. So, she chose to awaken the remnant souls within the dormant treasures. The Mantle King, the Angel Asalam, the Son of Nature, the Pandaran, the Tengu, the Great Spirit Dragon King, the Blood Emperor, and the Immortal King Oberon. All the remnant souls gathered within Isophia's Avalon domain, awaiting the Queen's command. Although Isophia chose to challenge the Eastern Empress, charging rashly would be foolish. Learning that the remnant souls possessed nearly every knowledge, senior sister set her sights on them, hoping they could offer her sound advice and devise a way to defeat the Eastern Empress. Your Majesty, will you fight her? That looks like the Eternal Emperor. The Eternal Emperor is a miraculous creature, the embodiment of the concept of dominance. The Great Spirit Dragon King, the Pandaren, and the Tengu all recognized the Eastern Empress's miracle and stood stunned, clearly unprepared for such a formidable foe. I feel like we can't defeat her, the Mantle King said. Are we going to die again this time? But this treasure is the last one, right? If we die again, are we going to go straight to Achin, to see God together? Tisk. If I were still in my prime, Gol said, and the first dwarf laughed. Even if you were here in your true form, she'd still have you beat. Old man, can you please give me some face? Forgive my honesty, the first dwarf said to Sophia. Queen, let's make a strategic retreat first. You can't defeat her now. If you force a fight, you will die. Sophia was hoping for some advice, but what was this cold water? Besides saying bad things, couldn't they say something substantive? Is there no hope at all? Sophia couldn't retreat. The saying as long as the Green Mountains remain, there will be no worries for firewood was just bullshit in the eyes of her current senior sister. No, Panda Fairy and Tengu Princess exchanged bewilderment. They were likely the ones who best understood the terrifying power of the One Through the Ages Emperor. Even among all the higher powers, the One Through the Ages Emperor is the best. Tisk, the best. Where's Yizhi? Where's Yizhi, bloody Emperor? Don't think just because you're from the Lost Kingdom you can exaggerate your One Through the Ages Emperor, but he's truly powerful. Stronger than the world of Avalon, Tengu Princess Sansu was also a Lost Kingdom faction. Like Panda Fairy, she was clearly politically savvy. After all, the Lost Kingdom was supreme. Our queen's world of Avalon is intact. Shouldn't we be able to fight? Assalan said timidly. With the exception of the Great Spirit Dragon King, everyone present seemed older than her. The time difference is too big, the dwarf ancestor said, seeing that she can summon all kinds of miraculous powers casually. It is estimated that she has reached the super standard, that is the sixth awakening of miracles. Throughout history, there are only a handful of people who can do this, and once it reaches the super standard, the power of miracles is truly infinite, and the power of the Eternal Emperor is completely liberated. The dwarf ancestor shook his head and sighed. If we have 2 of the 5 awakenings on our side, we still have a chance, but 1-on-1, unless they are both super standard, it is impossible to win. What's more, how long does it take to reach the super standard? How much effort it takes? Even if the talent is high, it will take thousands of years. The dwarf ancestor, not to mention that the opponent can develop the Eternal Emperor to this point. The qualifications themselves are not inferior to Your Majesty the Queen, and there are thousands of more years. The meaning of the dwarf ancestor is already very clear, that is to let Sophia not fight, or avoid her edge. There is no unsolvable miracle in this world, the immortal King Huobalan said. If there is a Supreme One, the Supreme One. Huobalan talked nonsense. Where did they get the supreme miracle from? The time gap is too big, and the miracle itself is dominated by the greatest emperor of all time. Huobalan analyzed. Your Majesty, we really have no chance of winning this time, not at all. As expected of the Alurbo pigeon people, they can't do anything except cooing. The sudden voice interrupted the thoughts of the heroic souls. They looked in the direction of the voice, and the Mantle King, who had the most bad temper, cursed. Who is so arrogant? Can I stuff you into the crater and then take you out? Boss Dongayu, Teacher Dongayu, you are not. Panda Fairy and Tengu Princess were very surprised at the appearance of Emperor Dongayu. So that's the case. Is it because the opponent used something to let Avalon awaken your residual soul? It's you. Are you awake too? The ancestor of the dwarfs knew Emperor Dongayu, and the latter said, the previous ones were too weak and had no qualifications to wake me up. The place where Emperor Dongayu sleeps is the Avalon Star Realm. Not to say that there is no one to choose, even if you choose, you have to wait until the later stage to get his inheritance. Unexpectedly, this wave of provocation from the Eastern Empress had actually led Sophia to give him a chance to debut as the center of the show. The Ilurbojans are inherently cowardly. Without the Hero King, what other achievements do you have besides retreating and surrendering, you bastard? Magnus's temper was so explosive that if they weren't all already reduced to fragments, he would have insisted on another duel. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with that. However, the first dwarf agreed with the Eastern Emperor's assessment. Without the Hero King Grinold, we are indeed just a mob. Now, I ask you, a distinguished Shenshao man, to tell me how to defeat her. The Eastern Emperor was naturally willing to fully assist Isifia, but he had been observing the Eastern Empress. If it were just a toy like the purple and green swords, the Eastern Emperor would have offered a few words and casual advice. But against the unfathomable Ying Wang, the unparalleled Emperor of all ages, the Eastern Emperor said it was better to just forget about it. We can't win, Tisk. Then what the hell are you talking about? I thought you had some brilliant ideas, but you're just surrendering. This, the great Emperor of Donghai shrugged helplessly. That's the supreme power passed down from my great Shenzhou. Even at my peak, I'd be dead against it. There was nothing he could do. After all, he was the greatest emperor of all time, the most precious treasure of their lost empire. This power itself was a paranormal level, and now it was wielded by the most perfect wielder. To say she was invincible was a bit of an exaggeration, but she was undeniably unstoppable. She's injured, huh? Just as everyone was worried about the impossibility of defeating the Eastern Empress, Isifia said, because of her injuries, she can't use her full strength, huh? Is that so? In that case, how can we possibly win? While Avalon's power was immense, it was mostly sealed. The only one who released some was Holy Dragon Princess, Lord of the Sacred Beast Forest, but she was only at the legendary level, not yet at her peak. And without using Avalon's own power, all of his treasures, bloodlines, and heritage were immediately inferior to those of the enemy. If Ying Muian produced the real thing, even if Avalon copied it, it would be a disgrace. If we can't use the real thing, then it's fake against fake, right? The Overlord's fake was downgraded, and the copy was also downgraded, so it was a tie. Let's fight. Magnus was eager to try, and hearing that Ying Muian was injured, he felt he could do it again. Fighting is bullshit, Oberon said speechlessly. She has 6 senses, and it's beyond standard. Should we hide her with our feet or our heads? Besides being injured, Isifia added, she's not a lord of miracles, but a miracle creature, and she's lost her master. All of this information came from Bai Luo, and it was the only help he had left for his senior sister. Damn it, the Donghai Emperor cursed excitedly. Isn't this a sure win? The Kung Fu Stone. Your Majesty, quickly bring out the Kung Fu Stone. How can we lose this time? With a Kung Fu Stone on my face, tell me how we lose. Not only the Donghai Emperor, but also the Bloody Emperor, Oberon, and the Dwarf Ancestor. All the other powerful figures were thrilled, declaring that they didn't need Isifia. Any of them could defeat the Dongyu Empress. What's the Kung Fu Stone? Isifia had never heard of it. It's an extremely rare item, extremely rare, the Donghai Emperor explained. It's not just for dealing with miraculous beings and creatures that have lost their masters. The Kung Fu Stone is a very special item with a single ability, to bring back a flood of beautiful memories. This, Isifia suddenly understood. If one day Bai Luo fell, but she was still alive, then if the Kung Fu Stone approached her, the beautiful memories of her time with Bai Luo would flood back, bringing with them an overwhelming wave of past joy, happiness, and warmth. But the more beautiful it seemed, the harsher reality became. The loneliness of being alone would be magnified countless times, then surge over like a tide, completely engulfing her, no matter how strong her will. Isifia understood. Faced with this thing called the Kung Fu Stone, she would likely choose to self-destruct, vanish completely. So, where's the Kung Fu Stone? Isifia questioned her soul. For a moment, everyone in the Min space fell silent. Emperor Donghai looked at the group. Don't we have the Kung Fu Stone? No, that thing is difficult to create, and a one-time product. In terms of miracle level, it's at least epic. After all, it's a weapon specifically designed to restrain miracles that have lost their owners, so we don't have it, no. Seeing these ancient and prehistoric spirits fall silent again, Isifia couldn't help but twitch her lips, inexplicably wanting to beat these idiots up. However, the consecrated husband stone could potentially appear in the Avalon treasury, but the probability is no different from winning the lottery. It's not something that can be controlled or chosen. In contrast, the Eastern Empress's eternal emperor has reached a super scale, meaning that any treasure in heaven and earth could be easily obtained by her, provided she knew about it. Besides the consecrated husband stone, are there any other options? Well, for a moment, everyone lowered their heads. After a moment, the dwarf ancestor looked at the senior sister and asked, yes, but the risks are enormous, and the odds of success are practically zero. Forced into a family trip, I really haven't had the chance to write. When I return on May 3rd, I'll update 10,000 words a day, no upper limit. Pigeon King Kangzi, stay. Chapter 273, Separation will lead to reunion. Emperor of the Ages, long separation must reunite, long reunion must separate. As the Eastern Empress unleashed her miraculous power, the entire world underwent earth-shattering changes. The former world of mountains and seas began to vanish, replaced by a boundless ancient battlefield. Yellow sand swirled, and withered graves lay scattered across the ground. Yet, amidst this captivating, murderous atmosphere, figures emerged as if from the pages of history. They stood in formation, their faces solemnly awaiting the sound of the drums signaling battle. "She's copied mountain spirits, she's copied weapons," Bai Luo muttered to himself. "Can Fia copy humans?" Boom. 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 Before Sophia could react, the vanguard troops charged forward. This was a cavalry force, not human, but the spirits of the ancient heroes dormant beneath the ancient battlefield. Each of them possessed strength no less than transcendental, with the most powerful reaching the levels of hero, master, and king. Furthermore, taking the heroes as an example, they possessed heroic level powers themselves. The armor they wore and the weapons they wielded were all heroic level. Even the war horses they rode, Bai Luo could faintly sense Shirley's strength. "That's the Zhao Baianqi." Emperor Donggao immediately imparted the knowledge. One hero is at least as powerful as 4 heroes. They're both legendary, but several times more powerful than the average legendary, wearing Hu clothing, riding and shooting, fighting on the border. The leader seemed like a deity descended. Upon seeing this person, Panda Fairy and Tengu Princess murmured, "The legacy of King Wuling of Zhao, Your Majesty, give me their information." The number of people before them was too great. Senior sister captured at least 1 epic, several legendaries, and a large number below the king level with just a single scan. A total of 47,200, too many. Sophia's miraculous power was sufficient, but the sheer number of them made replicating them all too difficult. Is this the second flaw in the replication? The senior sister suddenly understood. It's too fast to analyze, and too many to analyze. Don't analyze those soldiers, Emperor Donggao advised. Analyze the one at the head. Without hesitation, the senior sister focused her attention on the godlike figure leading the charge. The next moment, a figure descended beside Sophia. Zhao Yuang, king of northern frontier. King Wuling of Zhao had just woken up, but upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a host of familiar faces, Donggao, and Panda and Tengu. "Kill!" A deafening roar echoed in his ears. King Wuling of Zhao, acutely aware of the situation, turned around and immediately saw the Zhao Baianqi charging towards him. "Is this my Zhao Baianqi?" King Wuling of Zhao was all too familiar with the elite troops he had personally trained. His thoughts raced, and he immediately said, "Your Majesty, here is the entire Zhao Baianqi information, thank you." With King Wuling of Zhao by his side, the senior sister skipped the scanning process. "Oh!" King Wuling of Zhao radiated a glow. He looked at his hands, realizing the source of his imagination. "My body is reshaping." In a flash, King Wuling of Zhao appeared on the desert battlefield. Behind him, all the soldiers he had personally trained and trusted were present. "King, General, are we resurrected?" The Zhao Baianqi were no clay puppets. They possessed their own intelligence, originating from Avalon. Without the great emperor, Avalon could not summon inheritances below the heroic level. But through replication, Avalon's latent power was forcibly unleashed. After all, theoretically, even a speck of dust from the past could be inherited by the world of Avalon. As for these heroic spirits, transcendent or even extraordinary, they would naturally not be missed. "Please lend me a hand, ancient king." Ha. King Wuling of Zhao simply laughed without replying, for there was no need to say anything more. After so many years, who could have imagined that one day he would be able to recall his army and once again gallop onto the battlefield? Zhao Baianqi, gazing at the equally powerful enemy charging ahead, King Wuling of Zhao raised his ancient sword high, pointing it toward the heavens. "Let these young men witness the heroic deeds of our ancestors. Anyone who dishonors me will be slain without mercy." Bang! Bang! Because they were all copies, King Wuling of Zhao not only fell in rank but was also unable to unleash his full prenatal strength. In some ways, the two Zhao Baianqi were comparable in strength. However, compared to the Eastern Empress's army, King Wuling of Zhao's army possessed a unique aura, a fighting spirit not driven by glory but by the sheer joy of battle. What a strange army! Bai Luo and Ying Yuan both noted the bloody battles unfolding on the battlefield. However, in contrast to the solemnity on one side, the soldiers on the other side wore smiles, as if they were enjoying something. They died once, the Dongai Emperor sighed. How can we not be happy to be resurrected and fight again? If the Eastern Empress's army represented the new generation, inheriting its power, then the senior sister's clones represented the older generation, inheriting it. While the two were undoubtedly superior, the latter possessed an additional experience of death. Well fought. Yingmu Ayan hadn't expected the same clash of forces to produce such a unique spectacle. For a moment, even the Eastern Empress began to admire. But only two armies is too monotonous. With a wave of her hand, three distinct armies emerged behind her Zhao Baianqi. Simultaneously, the voices of these three armies echoed through the heavens, echoing endlessly through eternity. Holding halberds, 5 capitals, 1 soldier is worth 8 taels of gold, 72 battles, no victory, sweep the 6 directions, unite the 8 wildernesses. The simultaneous appearance of 3 armies put Isifia under immense pressure, and just like before, she couldn't recognize their origins. Kijiji, Wei Wuzu, Qin Rushi. This time it was Magnus who spoke, his mouth twitching. Goodness! The armies of the Lost Empire. Is she going to call out every last one? However, this was only the beginning, as even more armies from the Lost Realm appeared on the battlefield. Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, Vanguard Death Soldiers, White Horse Volunteers, Wuding Flying Army, White Ear Soldiers, and the Formation. What are you doing? Isifia stared at the still impressive Eastern Empress. She was so casual. She had clearly launched an army that was nearly the equivalent of an entire nation's military against the other Lords of Miracles, but Yingmu Ayan seemed to casually spill the wine from his glass without even glancing at it. Almost, the Eastern Empress had already sent out an army of over 1 million. But most of them were legendary, with few epic. Isifia didn't believe that Yingmu Ayan couldn't use mythical power, but she still controlled it, obviously wanting to put more pressure on her senior sister. This wasn't just a simple defeat, she wanted to completely crush Isifia. Updates will start tomorrow. Chapter 274 300 trillion. Bai Luo, even though she had managed to fend off Yingmu Ayan's attacks, senior sister grew increasingly nervous and uneasy. She had never felt this way before, but facing an opponent like the Eastern Empress left Isifia feeling unsure. Therefore, she called out to Bai Luo one last time. Fia, next, no matter what I do, please don't interfere. Isifia wanted to make a final push, but she needed to reassure Bai Luo beforehand, to reassure him and to trust her. Bai Luo hesitated, but decided to trust senior sister. Okay, thank you. With that, Isifia severed contact with Bai Luo. This meant that from now on, Bai Luo could no longer see or hear Isifia, let alone communicate with her. Unless Bai Luo forcibly reconnected, which would in turn undermine his promise to Isifia, to trust her no matter what she did. Fia, Bai Luo was surprised, for he couldn't imagine why senior sister had cut off contact. For a moment, even Bai Luo was nervous. Elsewhere, Yingmu Ayan finally struck again, and this time, the power she wielded was perhaps unprecedented even among the many children of miracles of the Eastern Empire. Boom! Behind the Eastern Empress, a silver-white shield of David, a hexagram, appeared. She slightly spread her arms, altering her previous posture as the Eastern Empress, donning a pure white dress. The original throne vanished, a new one appeared, silently revealing Yingmu Ayan's powerful status to everyone present, the wisdom of Solomon, the greatest emperor of all time. She was not simply the king of the East, she was the king of the world, the ruler of the entire world. Whether East or West, gods, commoners, or even slaves, all were subject to the Eastern Empress's demands. What is that? Xiangao Jiusi, the name was misspelled earlier, and the Panda Immortal had never seen such power. Not only had they never been summoned since becoming remnant souls, but even in life, they had never faced such a force. That looks like King Solomon's treasure, as Salim spoke, while the other heroic spirits, including the newly arrived King Wuling of Zhao and the generals of over 20 armies, stared at her in confusion. This is the power of Saint Jedman, as Salim was an angel, and now, as if she had found her organization, she was filled with excitement. You died early, so you don't know. It's understandable. Angel G held her head high, chest puffed out, eyebrows raised high. My Jedman's power is quite formidable. What a wave of ridicule. It almost caught everyone present in the fun. Another new faction. Based on their conversation, Isifia had roughly grasped the chronological order. The immortal King Oberon, the dwarf ancestor, and the great Emperor Dongai were all of the same generation, but Oberon died earlier, killed by a man named Thesigan. The rest were mostly younger generations. However, in terms of the order in which these younger generations appeared, Magnus's battle with the Panda Fairy and the others had begun earlier. It was only after they were all dead that Asalam took the stage. This meant that, among everyone present, not even the great Emperor Dongai could offer much advice to senior sister, leaving her completely reliant on Asalam. Is it finally my turn to shine? Asalam assured confidently. Of course. I've delved deeply into the power of Jedman. No one here knows better. What Jedman is she talking about? I don't know. He only appeared after we died? He seems quite incompetent. Well, it doesn't seem like a big deal. Listening to the crowd's discussions, Asalam was stunned, feeling a sense of crisis, as if his capital had fallen into the red world. But Asalam didn't know how to respond. Unlike the Alurbojans and the Lost Realm, the Jedmans were naturally gentle and didn't know how to curse. Asalam, I'm a civilized person. I never curse, everyone. It's better not to underestimate King Solomon. After all, he is also a saint of my Jedman. Asalam tried hard to make the Jedman civilization seem a little more powerful. My lord Ai has 33 holy kings, and King Solomon is an outstanding great man even among them. Ai, who is he? Faced with this question, Asalam changed his previous gentleness. His face flushed, as if he was being questioned about his idol. He worshipped and said, Ai is our beacon, the shepherd of all faiths. He is omniscient and omnipotent, and the only true God believed in by the people of Jedman. I understand. Emperor Dongayu felt that he understood. This must be a mad god. Yes, in our place, only mad gods would brag about themselves so much. Magnus raised his hands to express his agreement with Emperor Dongayu's statement. Even the usually calm Oberon felt that Ai was like the gods of cults he had seen. Usually, only gods of cults would brag like this, and they are omniscient and omnipotent. Why doesn't he go to heaven? Why not go to heaven +1? Why not go to heaven +2? Asalam said something he didn't know whether to say or not. So after my death, the Lost Empire was at war with a civilization called Jedman. The great Emperor Dongayu said matter-of-factly, it seems nothing special. So what did that great emperor mean? Why didn't he just continue using the maxim long divisions must unite, long unites must separate? Although the great Emperor Dongayu now assisted Isifia, he was a hawkish member of the Lost Empire and looked down on outsiders. Do you think King Solomon is superior to my lost vassal kings? Roar, it's out, it's out. My Lost Empire is invincible, I'm used to it. In the eyes of the Lost Empire, everyone outside of Shenshao is a barbarian, and we are barbarians too. While it was necessary to antagonize Asalam and Jedman, the Elid Pigeons still targeted the Lost Empire. There was no way around it. They had a grudge. After all, many of them had been killed by each other. My lord is truly formidable. The queen can attest to that. Asalam didn't know how to curse. She'd wanted to fight them, but she was outnumbered. Angel Princess was straightforward, but not foolish. If you're outnumbered and can't win, just be timid. That's the lesson His Majesty Ai taught them. Ai, I think I've heard of him, Isifia said. Isn't his name Ai Asida, and is there something called a construction book? She was perplexed, but with Asalam by her side, she felt confident she could analyze everything, just like the Emperor Dongayu had, and withstand the next wave of attacks from the Eastern Empress. So, she took her time. Ai Asida, Asalam didn't react as her senior sister had expected. Instead, he looked bewildered. Ai is Ai, Asida is Asida. They're two different people. Why put their names together? This time, it was her senior sister's turn to be confused. Forget it, the senior sister didn't delve into it. Her current target was the Eastern Empress. Asalam, you recognize this thing? If she uses a move, can you help me analyze it? No problem. I used to study with Master Solomon frequently and am very familiar with his system. Leave it to me, okay, that's enough. All other problems are irrelevant. This is the most crucial. Baal, the Eastern Empress casually called out a name. Boom, the heroic souls felt the entire battlefield enveloped in thunder. Amidst the thunder clouds, a massive figure with blue skin, resembling a demon, descended from the sky. That's Brother Baal, Asalam exclaimed, sharing her memories of Baal with Isifia. Baal, like the Eastern Empress, the senior sister called out Baal's name. Bang, the next moment, two fists clashed. The towering figures, towering above the earth, clashed relentlessly on the battlefield, their massive fists colliding with earth-shattering thunder. However, Their powers were nearly equal, and neither could defeat the other. Where is this? The two Baal figures looked identical, their powers equally matched, a perfect tie. Why am I here? The power of Avalon. So, was it the Queen of Avalon who summoned me? Then who are you? Baal had just awakened when he saw a blue demon attacking him. Instinctively, he resisted, only to discover that the other possessed the same power. Boom! The thunder demon stepped forward, as if attempting to spare Baal and attack Isifia behind him. Don't even think about getting through. Since he had been summoned by the Queen of Avalon, Baal would not slack off. This was a contract, a promise. Bang, bang, bang. The repeated exchanges left Baal exclaiming, "Who are you? How can you fight me so evenly?" He looked at his opponent again. His eyes were lifeless, like a clay puppet, yet his fighting ability rivaled his own, quite peculiar. Brother Baal, that's the Eternal Emperor. What Eternal Emperor? No Queen of Avalon had ever summoned Baal, so to Baal, he was as if he had died in battle in ancient times and awakened here. As for the Eternal Emperor, or even the miraculous power, Baal was completely bewildered. However, Baal soon received information from Isifia regarding his current state and mission. Is that so? Baal and the Thunder Giant clashed, mentally questioning Asalim. The legacy of the Shensao people, I never thought I'd have to continue fighting them even after death. This is truly your fate, rest assured, Your Majesty, Baal said. Since I'm here, I won't let her harm you. Bang! But before he could finish his words, the Thunder Giant struck Baal in the abdomen, sending him reeling several steps. The immense force practically shattered the continental shelf. Elsewhere, the Thunder Giant was also struck in the face by Baal's instinctive counterattack, unable to pursue his victory. Oh, not bad. Yingmu Ayan sat on a pure white stone throne, fiddling with her fingers as she manipulated the Thunder Giant to battle Baal. The Eternal Emperor could create a variety of powerful inheritances, but compared to Avalon, it had a flaw. These inheritances were not inherently intelligent, but required an infusion to impart new true spirits. Take the Thunder Giant, for example. No one in the Eastern Empire was worthy of inheriting this power. This made the Thunder Giant merely an empty shell, devoid of self. You're quite capable in combat. Yingmu Ayan allocated some of her computing power and, like a gamer, manipulated the Thunder Giant to battle Baal. Its lack of self-awareness was no problem. Yingmu Ayan would personally control it. Boom, bang. Bai Luo looked up at the clash of the two blue demons, secretly scorning himself. Self-controlling, Gundam, although he had lost contact with Isifia, seeing his senior sister fend off Yingmu Lian's attacks was both surprising and delightful, and he secretly admired her excellence and strength. It seems you're quite strong. Yingmu Lian soon discovered that the thunder god he controlled couldn't defeat Baal. Self-awareness is a good thing, but it's not always a good thing. For lesser miracle lords, directly summoning their experienced remnant souls to fight offers a significant advantage, as their original bodies have already mastered their powers. Conversely, if a miracle lord's understanding of a power surpasses their original body, then direct control can be even more powerful than the source of that power. Take, for example, Empress Dong, who personally controlled the thunder god to clash with Baal's original body and was able to draw even with Baal, who had already cultivated his own power to its purest form. It's truly terrifying. You must know that Baal, a powerful figure who fought for the Jedman civilization in ancient times, was revered as the god of war and the god of thunder. If you were to arrive in the land of miracles, even a living saint would be in danger, and even one of the most elite. However, the Eastern Empress, having only just encountered him, in a single instant, mastered Baal's power, bringing it to a level comparable to her own. Even the senior sister was astonished by this aptitude. What a terrifying woman. This Baal, it seems, can only be a draw. But then, the Eastern Empress watched with great interest the clash between the thunder god she controlled and Baal. Simultaneously, she activated King Solomon's wisdom, unleashing an endless horde of demons. That's it, Asalim immediately reported to the senior sister. That's Brother Baal's army. She's actually resurrected his entire army. Baal commanded 66 demon legions, each captained by a king-level child of miracle. While the quality of their forces couldn't compare to the combined forces of the divided, their numbers were significant. Queen, there's nothing I can do about this. Baal knew the immense power of his own troops, but what puzzled him was that, like the thunder god, these armies lacked any intelligence of their own. This meant they were all puppets controlled by the Eastern Empress alone. Troops, Baal was stopped, and the combined armies continued to clash. A gap opened on Isophia's side, a gap she had to fill. "I'll give it to you." Without hesitation, Senior Sister once again channeled her miraculous power and, using the pheromones Beryl had given her, swiftly resurrected the remaining souls of the fallen demons. "Not everyone is as powerful as this blue giant," the lofty Yingmu Ian sneered disdainfully. She crossed her legs and slouched even more. Boom! What? As expected, to Isophia's exclamations, the two demon armies below collided, but Senior Sister's remaining soul collapsed at the first contact. How is this possible? Senior Sister was incredulous. How could this happen? Although, in terms of power, both sides were imitations. But the remnant souls are the source of power. To say they're the real thing among counterfeits is no exaggeration. But what's happening now? The original source, confronted by the replica, has unexpectedly been defeated. They're more than just replicas. The Eastern Empress and Senior Sister were separated by a distance, but due to Wang Wei's clash, they were like chess players, playing chess on opposite sides of a board. Therefore, the Eastern Empress saw each other's glances and expressions clearly, and so did Senior Sister. "I'm controlling them." With one sentence, Senior Sister immediately realized the reason for her defeat. The Eastern Empress is a living saint among living saints, which is why she, controlling the Thunder Giant, was able to fight Baal to draw. Even if she had gained a brand new power, capable of surpassing Mu Yang's talent, she would instantly unleash it to its full potential. Unfortunately, Baal was no weaker opponent. Perhaps the Thunder Giant could briefly match Baal, but in the long run, the Thunder Giant would inevitably lose, even if it was piloted by the Eastern Empress. There was no way around it. Baal's talent was also astonishing. Being able to wield this demonic power so skillfully, the Eastern Empress is worthy of her status, but this power is not hers after all. Using someone else's power to fight the enemy is ultimately a failure. But this is just Baal. How many Baals are there in those 66 armies? Just like now, if Senior Sister's power were to be completely equal to Elsa's, could the Ice Spirit Witch, Little Elsa, defeat Senior Sister? The answer is no. Elsa's aptitude far surpasses hers. Similarly, if even a mere imp possesses the aptitude of a living saint, able to harness their power with unrestrained ease, perform maneuvers, and even achieve breakthroughs in battle, then how could you be a match for me? Impossible, Senior Sister retorted. 66 armies. That's 66 armies. How could your calculations and willpower possibly sustain so many soldiers? Every single one of them was exerting 100% of their energy. Was Ying Muang kidding? Even Senior Sister, with her miraculous powers, could only manage 1,000 tasks simultaneously. But how many people are there in the demon army? Millions, more than that. Millions of minds, each one maintaining the qualities and insights of a living saint. Is this still human? Well, do you feel the difference? The Eastern Empress glared at her Senior Sister, her eyes filled with contempt. Miraculous power isn't just about the limitlessness of physical energy, it's also about the limitlessness of spiritual consciousness. Even multiplying millions by 100 to billions is just a number to the Eastern Empress. The miraculous sixth sense means the Eastern Empress possesses truly limitless instantaneous output. Furthermore, she possesses limitless spiritual power. Miraculous power can sustain the spirit. The Eastern Empress words suddenly dawned on the Senior Sister. She had tried before, but each time she encountered limitations, stopping there. Crack, the sound of shattering glass reached Ying Muang's ears, startling the remaining souls following her. Isophia suppressed the pain. Empress Dong frowned slightly. A pale blue crack appeared on her once fair skin. Your Majesty, don't continue. You've reached your limit. You can't use the power of miracles anymore. On the battlefield, the retreat of the 66 demon armies stopped. Are you imitating me? Ying Mulian noticed that the soldiers on the opposite side had also undergone a qualitative change. They were actually able to resist the demons under his control. Yes. Although the Senior Sister didn't like Ying Mulian, she was truly strong. Thank you for your teachings. Isophia felt no shame in learning from the strong, so she admitted it generously. This fact did indeed make Ying Mulian look at her with some respect. You have good talent. Ying Mulian was also a little surprised. She had thought that Isophia's talent was good, but being a living saint was the limit. I never imagined that Isophia was more than just an ordinary living saint. Like me, she was a rare and extraordinary prodigy, a living saint among living saints. You truly resemble the Queen of the Far North, This mention of her again showed that Yingmu Yang truly placed Isophia's talent on the same level as his own. But you can't learn it, Yingmu Yang shook his head. With only the third awakening, the power of the miracle is limited. Its maximum output in a short period of time is only 5 legendaries. Any more and it will collapse. The split combination army was created by Isophia. While there were many legendaries there, they were more like disposable products. If the output power was compared to creating 1 legendary per second, then for Senior Sister, creating the entire split combination army took only a few minutes. This was also why the miracle itself could be resisted by legendaries. The miracle's output power was limited, and a desperate fight by legendaries could stop them for a moment. However, unlike the split combination army, the intelligence bestowed by Senior Sister on the 66 demon army was permanent, completely different from a disposable product. Your body is crumbling. This crack is the beginning of its shattering. Phoenix, Yingmu Yang called out the name of another demon. Phoenix, unwilling to be outdone, Senior Sister continued to summon, once again amplifying her mental power through miraculous power, resisting the pressure from the Eastern Empress. Chirp, chirp, 2 crimson phoenix-like creatures appeared one after the other, their melodious cries swaying and dancing across the battlefield, engaging in a high-altitude battle. Crack, Senior Sister covered her arm, where more cracks spread like veins. Meanwhile, Senior Sister's consciousness connected with the 20 legions under the command of the demon god Phoenix, taking over each of them and forcing her perception and computing power, like a system plug-in, to take over their bodies, forcing a fight against the replicas controlled by Yingmu Yang. The two sides were once again tied, neither able to defeat the other. However, in contrast to Yingmu Yang's nonchalant response, Senior Sister's forehead was covered in cold sweat, her entire body aching. Even her soul felt shattered and trembling from the cracks. Does it hurt? Yingmu Yang looked at Isophia, who lowered her head to endure the pain, and said, but do you know that for the past 800 years, every day, every moment, I've endured pain even more unbearable than this, having never experienced it before. Isophia couldn't understand what Yingmu Yang had gone through. But now, Senior Sister felt an inexplicable admiration. While Yingmu Yang's arrogance and disrespect towards Bai Luo displeased Senior Sister, her perseverance and loyalty to the Lord of Miracles earned Isophia's heartfelt recognition and respect. Amen, Yingmu Yang summoned the true name of the third demon god. Why did she abandon the continued summoning of the divided and combined groups and instead choose the wisdom of King Solomon? For no other reason, simply because they were so many. Yes, so many, it was that simple. Your Majesty, Queen, stop. The remaining souls, led by the Emperor of Dongyu and the dwarf ancestor, shouted at Senior Sister, you can't continue. You haven't yet mastered the infinite power of Avalon. If you continue like this, you will truly die. Even I can't destroy the miracle itself. The Eastern Empress had to admit that the miracle was truly a powerful force. Even with infinite power, she couldn't directly destroy the miracle itself. But you should have seen it, right? Yingmu Yang didn't say it explicitly, but Senior Sister understood her meaning. Are you saying that infinity is victory or defeat? Senior Sister understood, completely grasping the method she was describing to kill the miracle. If I can't withstand your army, they'll circle around and attack my people, kidnap, or even kill my miracle master. Once the miracle master was dead, no matter how furious the miracle itself became, even if it was determined to perish alongside the enemy, it would only be a final rage. While it could inflict some damage on the Eastern Empire, it couldn't bring the fallen miracle master back to life. Since you understand, you should also know what's right and what's wrong. You can't protect the child at all, Yingmu Yang said. With your strength, you might be able to withstand a fourth awakening miracle, but what about 2? Or even a more powerful fifth awakening? How would you resist? By then, the miracle would have circumvented, annihilated the principality of Atón, and captured Bai Luo alive, and he would be humiliated. Amen. Unfortunately, Yingmu Yang's response wasn't surrender, but another Amen, his body ablaze with flames, a demonic deity like the incarnation of the sun, and the suppressed, hoarse screams of his Senior Sister. Pale blue cracks appeared on his face, covering his fair neck and spreading down his back. However, he suppressed the pain, raised his head, and met the eyes of the Eastern Empress for the second time with a resolute gaze. Yingmu Yang, good, very good, alike, truly alike. Just like the unyielding gaze he had once given to the Eastern Emperor to protect his brother when he was weak. At that time, It was with his perseverance and determination that Ying Wang desperately protected his brother. But the more you act like this, the more disgusting it makes me feel. Ying Wang did not dislike his senior sister. Instead, he somewhat agreed with her because Sophia also protected Bai Luo from the bottom of her heart. Although the Eastern Queen said that she had taken her place, when she thought about it carefully, Sophia met Bai Luo without knowing her existence. Ying Wang could not blame his senior sister for this objective occupation. So this disgust and aversion were not because of Bai Luo, but because of Sophia herself, and the Eastern Queen herself. Looking at his senior sister, Ying Wang seemed to see another her younger self. Ridiculous. Childish. Stupid. Nonsense. Ying Wang stood up from the throne. If there was a chessboard in front of her, she would have even overturned it. Do you think what you did was right? Do you think you did it well? Ying Mulian pointed at Sophia's nose, his tone filled with anger and self-blame. But your love and tolerance, in the end, what did you get in return? Abandonment, love the new and hate the old, and you're all alone, and they won't even ask you why. Ying Mulian is not the same person she used to be, and she doesn't want to be that stupid woman who always indulges her brother. You will watch him go to his death with your own eyes, wanting to persuade him, but being bound by the love in your heart. Ying Mulian, he obviously did the wrong thing, but he still comforts himself by saying that it was a man's choice, his brother's choice, and I shouldn't interfere, let alone influence or ask. Disgusting, extremely disgusting. Ying Mulian's angry scolding was clearly directed at Sophia, but the senior sister felt that she was scolding herself, scolding the stupid, disgusting and useless sister in the past. Ageres, Bayman, Asmodeus, Stalis, Sagong, the names of nearly 20 demon gods were called out in succession, and unimaginable pressure instantly enveloped senior sister. There were only two paths before her, either to continue copying and instill her potential and talent into every soldier, or to be crushed by these armies and then defeated. Defeat, just defeat. Sophia will not die. But this failure is more painful than death. It's not defeat to Ying Wang. If it was just this, senior sister could accept it now. 800 years of enduring the pain of a shattered body, just this point, senior sister was convinced of defeat. But once senior sister gave up, it proved that she could not protect Bai Luo, because her power was completely defeated, and the army from Ying Wang broke through the defense line formed by her body and approached her king, her most important man. Sophia could not accept this no matter what. Not even death. Ageres, Ugh, Boom, Asmodeus, Al, name after name sang out from Sophia's mouth, cracks mending her body. Then, like shattered glass, a fragment of her finger fell off. Arms, shoulders, collarbones, face, even eyes, fragments continuously detached from her body, dissipating into the air as particles. In mere minutes, Sophia was like a piece of shattered porcelain, a horrible sight. As a miracle person, your talent and heart are impeccable, I acknowledge your existence, and you are worthy of protecting that child. Unfortunately, you are still too weak. What's the point of persisting? Ying Wang didn't want to judge. It was foolish, but she had felt the same way in her youth. Just as her senior sister understood her, she also understood Sophia. You are no longer able to continue. Once you die, you will be unable to protect anything. It's true that the miracle person can be resurrected infinitely. But once the miracle person dies, what happens to the miracle master? Therefore, the concept of infinite miracle resurrection is the world's greatest deception and the most foolish notion. If the person dies, how can the master survive? Even if they survive, they will be imprisoned, humiliated, and left to languish like a dog. Once upon a time, King Aole was like this. The Queen of the Far North defeated him, even killing his beloved wife, the miracle incarnation, who was endowed with a 9981 core. Afterward, for the sake of his children, he was forced to kneel before the enemy. For this, he became a prisoner and suffered humiliation. No matter how good your intentions are, if you can't protect him, you can't protect him. Ying Wang stopped forcing him and instead held out his hand, as if begging Sophia, give him to me, or you can join me, and we can protect him together. Of course, joining here wasn't just about the people themselves, but also a change of heart. They could no longer follow Bai Luo's ideas, but rather put them first, establishing a kingdom where the miracle body would share their burdens. As for Bai Luo, he could be a supreme king, indulging in pleasure and indulgence. Sophia didn't answer. Her energy had been diverted so much that now all that remained was instinct. But Yingmu Yang saw it all the same, the look in her eyes. Unyielding, resilient, unwavering. She had long since lost her spirit, lost even a shimmer of brilliance. Yet, that fierceness was still enough to eclipse the very world. It had already told Yingmu Yang the final answer. Ha 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 ha! Yingmu Yang laughed, irritated by Isophia's laughter. Is this how I used to be? Yingmu Yang lost her composure and cried out, this is who I used to be. At that moment, Yingmu Yang felt that the person standing before her was no longer Isophia, but herself. Disgusting? Disgusting in any way? Not at all. Yingmu Yang envied Isophia, her innocence, her lack of experience, yet she still retained her original beauty and purity. And what about her? She had experienced the fall of the Atón Empire, the death of her younger brother, and the shattering of the family she had built with her own hands. Without a single explanation, without any comfort or guidance, it had vanished, no longer existing. She longed to be her old self again. But that was wrong, wrong, wrong. Bai Luo would die. Die again. Just like her younger brother, both of them would die before her. I won't be like that time again, I won't experience the pain of helplessness again. You can hold on, I will, then die. With that, Yingmu Yang raised his hands, as if to embrace the world. Die once, and you'll know the depths of pain a human heart can endure. At the same moment, the entire world was bathed in a blinding, pure white light. A melodious hymn echoed in everyone's ears, and a golden gate appeared above countless heads. The soldiers on the battlefield ceased fighting, and the demons and devils ceased their battle. They raised their heads, staring blankly at the passage from the void, a gate to heaven that symbolized tranquility, holiness, the unknown, peace, and happiness. Perhaps it was Yingmu Yang's relaxation that soothed the demon's will, allowing senior sister's consciousness to gradually clear. Although still in great pain, she was able to find a moment to look up at the huge, unknown door, then glance back at the remaining souls who were equally stunned. What is that? Most of the remaining souls looked at each other in bewilderment at Isophia's question, completely unaware of its origins. Only Asalam and the 72 demon gods summoned because of her were speechless with shock. What the hell is that? At this critical moment, senior sister sternly demanded, tell me its name, give me its message. Regardless of the origins of this door, Isophia would never surrender, never give up. She would rather die before Yingmu Yang than compromise. She might still lose, even die, but senior sister would not harbor any inner demons. Even if Bai Luo were truly taken away by Yingmu Yang today, senior sister would cultivate even more diligently. Until one day, she could personally journey to the Eastern Empire and bring him back. In contrast, giving up would mean truly being left with nothing. No, absolutely not. Asalam knew this door well, too well, for she came from the world behind it. That's not a treasure, nor an army, nor a human, it's a world, it's the sacred place created by my lord Ai, the gate of Aravan, following Solomon's wisdom and the principle that long separations must unite, long unites must separate. Yingmu Yang produced something even more terrifying, a complete, miraculous world. This world wasn't a simple plane, nor was it a small, crystal wall dimension. It was a universe. It was boundless, an independent universe with infinite energy and complete laws. Boom! The sound of the gate opening, like a heavenly sound, like the sound of a bell from the void, echoed across the earth with an intoxicating prayer. Your Majesty, this is not something you can replicate now, because it was an independent universe. As long as Isophia hadn't reached the sixth sense, she would never be able to replicate it. How could a finite output fill an infinite bucket? Because if you replicate now, you'll also be able to replicate with the entire army of angels behind this gate, Asalam said. I'm just a tiny, insignificant part of that army. Behind the Oravan gate, countless angels like Asalam existed. They were so numerous that Isophia, even at the level of 5 senses, couldn't possibly withstand them. That's not the problem, Asalam said in horror, is the number of angels behind that gate. You absolutely cannot replicate. You will die, truly die. If Isophia dared to replicate, even for a moment, her spirit wouldn't need to be shattered, the sheer energy demand would annihilate a body. How many, however, Isophia didn't want to know. She simply wanted a number, how many angels as powerful as you, or even more powerful, are behind that gate. With just one sentence, Asalam sensed Isophia's resolve. She was just a remnant of a soul, and no amount of persuasion could stop the will of the miracle itself. Now that Isophia was asking, Assalam couldn't refuse. She had to tell her everything she knew. 300, Assalam stared into Isophia's eyes, her whole body trembling with fear. 300, 10,000, trillion, day 1, 10,000 updates. Tomorrow will be the final chapter of the battle between the Eastern Empress and her senior sister. Also, I'm begging for monthly votes. This month, there's an event where you can receive fan titles. Fans of miracles can vote for monthly votes and get fan titles. Chapter 275 Ying Bei's How. 300 trillion. Just hearing that number might not give many people the slightest idea. But when the Oravan Gate opened, pure white figures poured out like a waterfall. Bai Luo, his senior sister, and the remaining souls all vividly experienced the terrifying power of a supersized miracle. Angels, at worst, were heroic miracle troops. But beyond this massive gate lay countless angels of master, king, legendary, and even epic rank. The Eastern Empress single-handedly assembled a force capable of destroying the entire miracle continent and declaring war on every nation. But remember, Ying Muayan is injured. Unable to unleash her own eternal emperor power, she relies on power borrowed from other miracles, a level lower. Even gravely injured, yet still possessing such power, Isifia couldn't imagine how powerful Ying Muayan could be at her peak. Yet, even the Eastern Empress couldn't save the Atón Empire. What were they fighting against? What had killed the Atón ancestor again? Senior sister wasn't the only one wondering. Ying Muayan was even more eager. For 800 years, the Eastern Empress had pondered the question of whether things would be different if she, the strongest woman in the Atón Empire, were by her brother's side. Your Majesty, the remnant souls, startled by Isophia's sudden advance, urged her, we really can't replicate again this time. That number is too ridiculous. 300 trillion. Even if you desperately succeed, her energy is limitless. If she grants every angel the status of a living saint, we still can't win. It's unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable, impossible to resist even for a moment. And even if she could, what would it matter? Isophia was already at her limit, but the Eastern Empress wasn't even warming up. If the Oravan Gate was blocked, Ying Muayan would unleash even greater power. I know, Isophia was well aware of the situation. She stared at the holy light above her. Even though her body was on the verge of shattering, she refused to yield. It's precisely because I can't stop it that I have to. Senior sister met the Eastern Empress's gaze again. This time, I lose, but I'll remember this day. One day, Isophia's gritted her teeth, uttering the outcome she most hated. I will take him back with my own hands. I'll attack your kingdom, kill you. For the first time in her life, Isophia felt a genuine rage, not for Bai Luo, but for herself. Destroy your Eastern Empire. Bai Luo would not die. The Eastern Empress could never kill him. As long as the Lord of Miracles lived, miracles would never perish. Even if Isophia's fell here, she would be resurrected in return. I'll wait for you. Ying Muayan simply differed from Isophia's philosophies, but she didn't hate senior sister. Without killing senior sister, Ying Muayan couldn't take Bai Luo away, and that was unchangeable. Therefore, she wanted to grant Isophia death here, to let her feel the pain of having something she cherished taken away. Perhaps, then, Isophia would understand. I'll give you one last chance. You can choose to give up. As Ying Muayan finished speaking, an endless stream of angels descended upon Isophia. Resist them, or let them pass? It's up to you. If she didn't replicate, even Ying Muayan couldn't kill her, for Bai Luo couldn't die. But if she stopped, senior sister would lose not only her body but her soul to the woman before her. Queen, your Majesty. Senior sister refused to give up. She raised her hand again, choosing to continue replicating, declaring war on Ying Muayan with her actions. I will never change my attitude. Long time no see, Assalam. The next moment, Assalam heard a familiar voice. Angel G looked up and saw a line of beautiful archangels, the Old Testament creatures recorded in the Artemisia sacred scriptures. Behind them, there were more familiar faces. Gabriel, Raphael, Michael, Lucifer. Assalam trembled with excitement. She had been summoned by the Queen of Avalon many times, but the legendary angels were too powerful. Previous queens had never reached their level and had fallen. 3 million years, Assalam stroked the hilt of the cross-shaped sword of the Eastern expedition behind her. After 3 million years, I never thought I could still fight alongside you, my predecessors, but this time, we are no longer defending the holy city of Jerusalem. Assalam closed her eyes, and those once fainted memories gradually emerged, becoming clearer and clearer. She had fought to the very end, bloodshed, to protect the temple. "I'm sorry," panted the senior sister. She had unleashed so much miraculous power at once that her whole body was in excruciating pain, as if overloaded, and she was on the verge of collapse. "Even if I try my best, I can only replicate 300. I knew that replicating the Oravan Gate was impossible, so she selected the strongest among them and awakened them as quickly as possible. 300, Angel Princess, to 3000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000000 What's going on the other side? Temple Guardian Asalam, request to rejoin the team. What's going on the other side? This power is exaggerated. Gabriel didn't expect to see such a picture when he opened his eyes. The gate of Oravan, is this thing mocking our death at the hands of the Oravan people? 300 trillion, Michael, weapons made of our corpses, just resurrected, and I have to die again, even among all the angels. Lucifer is the most dazzling and beautiful one, but I really didn't expect that I, who once betrayed God, would be fortunate enough to be summoned again in this posture. Girl Asalam, here, after I died, was the holy city defended? Lucifer stared at Asalam, trying to get an answer from her, but the result is predictable. I'm sorry, Senior. Asalam lowered his head, ashamed to face his comrades who had died before him. Is that so? Lucifer didn't blame him. She stepped forward, standing before Asalam once again as she had before. Then this time, you must protect me, Senior. Asalam raised her head, tears welling in her eyes, but she still responded with all her might. I will fight to the death, Your Majesty. Michael's gaze was firm, and he solemnly challenged, please give the order. Even with only 300 men, they still dared to fight to the death for the Queen. Begin. Senior sister was remarkably calm, knowing it was impossible. If you lose, I will die with you later. It would be our honor. Boom. At this moment, not only the angels, but also the previously summoned demons and devils, divided their forces and launched a simultaneous counterattack. Not for victory, but to demonstrate the Queen's will, and the blood and faith of their ancient heroic spirits. Beep, the sky still shone with light. High above, the trumpets, led by Gabriel, blew the trumpets of doom. Michael, the face of divine flame, held aloft her flaming sword. She was known as the most powerful angel guarding heaven, a deity said to overturn a world with a single wave of her sword. Beside the faces of divine flame, servants of Eden drifted down, their snow-white dresses dancing in the wind like waves, a scene of such beauty and holiness. Boom, 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 the ring-bearers of the Dead Sea parted the starry sky, countless planets like sand, forming the earth beneath their feet, providing a foundation for their journey. Whoever has, to him more shall be given, and he shall have an abundance. From him who has not, even what he has shall be taken away. The prophets of the doctrine cradled ancient books, gently opening them and extracting from them the words of God. They raised their heads, their eyes devoid of pupils, a blinding, pure white radiance. We are all exiled sinners, the evangelist declared, his words uttered with a law. All is wrong, only the will of our Lord stands forever, there is no turning back, only forward. Preaching banners, held high by the absolution preacher, suddenly transformed the land into an endless desert, with only blood-red crosses shading the glaring sun. O Crusaders, the Jewish kings emerged from the void, their arms outstretched. Behind them appeared the armies that had fought and died with them. For the glory of our Lord, we march eastward. Roar, with shouts, an endless stream of soldiers surged forward. Because of their faith, they were fearless. Crush the heretics, kill them all. Annihilate the enemies of God. The ironclad figures of the Inquisition manipulated countless torture instruments, lashing themselves with the pain they brought to the world. Hey-ho-he, a hoarse voice emanated from the masked giant. He held a stone slab in one hand, brandishing an iron chain and a stone hammer in the other. Above him, cages formed a magnificent prison. The cell doors opened, revealing demons, vampires, werewolves, pagans, traitors, evil gods, and ancient gods. Prisoners once conquered by God's servants now stood with their jailers, fighting for him. Those I slay, their souls are mine too. The wardens of good and evil repeatedly crossed out names from the stone slabs, a gesture of forgiveness. But as long as you fight for God, after this battle, I will grant you freedom. Fight for freedom. The warden of good and evil brandished his stone hammer. That is, fight for God. Stars, obey my command." The Morning Queen raised her hand, and daylight transformed into a starry sky, and the starry sky into a halo, encircling the earth. Servant of Eden, face of divine flame, queen of stars, heretic witch, evangelist of absolution, warden of good and evil, prophet of doctrine, judge of the gospel, king of the Jews, guardian of the Dead Sea, and player of doom, a total of 300 legendary angels, a desperate battle. HMPH, Yingmu Yang shook his head in disdain. The difference in both quality and numbers between the two sides was immense. No matter how loud you shout, the battle will still be over in an instant. Really, huh? The Eastern Queen's pupils trembled slightly, and in her sight, a knife lay across an endless stream of angels. You, Gabriel and Michael exchanged bewildered glances at the man who had appeared. They opened their mouths to speak, but Asalam stopped them. Senior. No. You must not be disrespectful to him. The angels looked up in shock. Only to find that the angels from the Oravan side, who had been overwhelming them, had all stopped. They might have wanted to charge, but the man before them was an insurmountable barrier. The angels sheathed their weapons, whether on the senior sister's side or Yingmu Yang's. Who is this person? How could he possess such power? What do you mean by this? Yingmu Yang seemed to have guessed something. She clenched her fists, but still refused to believe it. Isn't what I meant clear enough? Bai Luo stood there, looking at Yingmu Yang calmly. He lowered his head and smiled self-deprecatingly. Fiya, why don't you just tell me your plan? Fiya said with a wry smile. I can't let you be a mean person. Bai Luo had agreed to stay out of everything, no matter what happened. But now, Bai Luo was forced to break this agreement. Whoever wins, I belong to him. When did I become a commodity? Bai Luo said gravely. What am I? A designer bag, cosmetics, or jewelry? Ownership? Wasn't this matter clear from the beginning? Bai Luo had indeed hesitated before, but now he could give a clear answer. I am your husband, the king of Atón. Bai Luo pointed at Fiya, then pointed his sword at Yingmu Yang. As for you, it has nothing to do with me. Who are you, and why are you taking me? You swung your sword at a senior sister, making you an enemy, Bai Luo's enemy. The Eastern Empress is powerful. If we fight, everyone will die, and Atón will be destroyed. Bai Luo absolutely cannot accept such a price. Not accepting doesn't mean we dare not accept it, Fiya, Bai Luo said. Atonians are not afraid of death. Those who fear death are not Atonians. If they are afraid because of a so-called price, then what are they? I am the Lord of Atón, and even more so, your king. A huge blood moon rose in the sky, and the pitch-black sun of disaster shattered, shedding black dust and ash. A rainbow descended, and surely transformed into an 8-legged divine horse, descending beside Bai Luo. Master, I'm sorry to have frightened you by being late. Led by old Lu Wei, the entire Lu Wei family arrived. Ghost Princess fixed her gaze on the blade in Bai Luo's hand. How can the dignified king of miracles wield such a mediocre weapon? With that, Ghost Princess instantly transformed into a long sword, which Bai Luo grasped. Swish, Bai Luo heaved the sword over his shoulder and drew it from his back. The Eastern Empire, or my past life, what does it have to do with me? Bai Luo would warmly welcome his friends. But if his enemies came, Bai Luo would not retreat, even at the cost of his life. Since you don't acknowledge me as the Lord of Miracles, then I also don't acknowledge you as my miracle. Yingmu Yan felt a surge of anger in her chest. She glared at Fiya. If it were just Bai Luo's declaration of war, Yingmu Yan would never lose her composure. This was something she had already prepared for. Even if she had to play the villain, she would take her brother away, to the safest place, and protect him personally. But things were different now. Things had completely surpassed Yingmu Yang's expectations. Fiya. This woman, she had plotted against him. Trust me, don't move. These were what Fiya had said to Bai Luo before, but they also had another meaning. They placed the choice entirely in Bai Luo's hands. The easiest way to kill a miracle is to use the Lord of Miracles, the dwarf ancestor. But now the order cannot be issued, so a simple decree is no longer effective. What then? Let His Majesty truly despise her, completely abandon her without a single attempt to retain her? This senior sister hesitated at the time, for she knew all too well the strength of the Eastern Empress. From a purely profit-oriented perspective, following the Eastern Empress might actually be a better option than letting Bai Luo start a business with her from scratch and through the hardships of the past. Furthermore, was this about senior sister whispering in Bai Luo's ear and plotting against him? No. Senior sister immediately objected. I can't do that. I can't ask him to do that. Senior sister couldn't do something like this, just to compete for a favor. The dwarf ancestor told Isophilia that with her strength, she couldn't possibly defeat Ying Muang head-on. Not even the slightest possibility. However, the Eastern Empress wasn't in a good state, and she couldn't afford to be provoked again. What kind of provocation? A miracle shouldn't make choices for its master, Isophilia said. He's got to decide what to do. Bai Luo and senior sister were connected, and she severed the connection. Although they no longer had direct contact, Bai Luo's understanding of her allowed him to guess the subtext Isophilia left behind. Whoever you choose is your choice. Even if Bai Luo really did leave with the Eastern Empress, Isophilia would understand. She wouldn't blame him, but would blame herself and work even harder to win him back. But she was overthinking it. Bai Luo wasn't going anywhere. Just as Isophilia was about to collapse, Bai Luo intervened, decisively and rightfully standing by her, by his wife and family. This was a plan, but not one Isophilia and Bai Luo had orchestrated. Telling Bai Luo directly, regardless of whether this act would work against Ying Mulian, simply trying to get Bai Luo to cooperate with her in this despicable scheme against Ying Mulian was not what Isophilia wanted. Senior sister didn't want Bai Luo to become so despicable, so she took on this disgusting role. She would bear this sin alone. You, cough cough cough, Ying Mulian suddenly covered her mouth, coughing violently. But even more than the physical pain, the pain in her heart surpassed everything else. Bai Luo had chosen Isophilia, he had chosen another woman. Not only that, he had pointed his sword at her, at herself, for another woman. This wasn't an act, it was real. As Bai Luo's miracle, Ying Mulian felt Bai Luo's will with uncanny clarity. He loathed her, he rejected her. Ying Muang was incomplete, she had yet to renew her contract with Bai Luo. Therefore, she now possessed a fatal weakness, faith. The hope to exist for Bai Luo, to live for him. Only with this reason could Ying Muang summon the courage to continue fighting, to continue surviving. What if, one day, even her brother, the very reason for her existence, denied her? What would Ying Muang have left? Tear it up. Stop. Under Ying Muang's astonished gaze, Bai Luo summoned the Book of Yajin, visible only to him in his miracles, then reached out and tore off the magnificent first page. I'm not short of miracles, Bai Luo exerted force, tearing the entire page apart. Not now, and not on the future. He wasn't doing this for Ying Muang's eyes, nor was it a threat. Bai Luo was not a man of indecision. Once he made a decision, he would persevere, no matter the cost. I don't know about my past life. My name is Bai Luo, just Bai Luo. If Ying Muang had simply been venting his frustration, directing his anger solely at him, Bai Luo would never have done such a thing. He would have endured it, faced it, and taken responsibility. Kneeling, apologizing, or even taking Bai Luo's life, he wouldn't have even frowned. As for going to the Eastern Empire, Bai Luo wasn't completely unacceptable. But Ying Muang had gone too far. He repeatedly challenged Bai Luo's limits, and while he hesitated, he nearly pushed his senior sister, his wife, to death. She rejected her ideals, denied the very meaning of her existence. You want to give her a choice? Fine, I'll give you two. Either kill me here, destroy all my miracles, and then take my body back to your Eastern Empire, or, Bai Luo said without a trace of reconciliation, get out of my Atón immediately. I, Bai Luo, have no need of you, the noble one, the greatest emperor of all time. You, cough cough cough. Ying Muang trembled. She covered her mouth, but when she lowered her hand, her palm was stained with blood. 800 years, he had clearly been the one who betrayed her first, the one who abandoned her. I've waited for you, 800 years, Ying Muang's voice cracked. Tearing down the miracle business wouldn't hurt her in the slightest, but Bai Luo's words cut like a knife, wrenching her heart. Sister, we'll always be together, right? The boy lay on the girl's back, burying his head in her hair, breathing in her reassuring scent. Of course, Ying Muang never forgot their vow. Unless you don't want me anymore, I'll always be by your side, forever protecting you. How could I ever want to leave you, sister? The boy put his arm around the girl's neck. You're my sister. Why, cough cough cough, your majesty. Gongsun Wu reached Ying Muang's side, offering support, but Ying Muang pushed her away. No need to help me, I'm not dead yet, not yet, cough, cough cough. Her already strong body was strained by the two battles in such a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, Ying Muiyang would have easily subdued him. But Bai Luo's words completely broke Ying Muiyang's defenses. She could suppress him, but she didn't want to anymore. You were the one who betrayed me first. Even though Ying Muiyang was injured and on the verge of collapse, he was still no match for Bai Luo and a mere Yeton. However, Bai Luo's gaze was sharper than any weapon, piercing Ying Muiyang's heart. Looking at Sophia, she did not feel the pleasure of her evil plans succeeding, but instead felt sympathy. As a miracle, she could imagine the despair and pain Ying Muiyang was feeling at this moment. Ying Muiyang gritted her teeth, gasping for breath, but her heart ached even more. Finally, as if making up her mind, Ying Muiyang and Sophia met eyes, but the latter was stunned, as if she was confused about what Empress Dong was conveying to her. Good, you're really good. Ying Muiyang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She took a deep breath and stood up straight again. How dare you speak to me like that? For a woman, do you really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Bang! Suddenly, Ying Muiyang shattered the throne behind him. What is that? Sophia felt an unprecedented sense of crisis rising within her. Not just her, but all the miraculous creatures and miraculous clans under Bai Luo's command felt an instinctive unease. Sword, it was a sword, an ancient sword that resembled the starry sky, the universe, and seemed to carry and encompass infinite worlds. This, Sophia instinctively tried to copy it, but the results surprised her greatly. How could this be? It couldn't be copied. Not only was it unfamiliar, but there was a problem from the very beginning of the analysis. It wasn't a failure of analysis, but an inability to analyze it. This sword was beyond the comprehension of the world of Avalon, a power that surpassed that of the higher worlds. This isn't the power of the greatest emperor of all time, but you still can't replicate it. Ying Muiyang held the divine weapon, whose mere appearance had already brought immense pressure to everyone present. It's a supreme miracle, the sort of creation that opened up the world. Sui Liguang, supreme. Bai Luo had only seen one supreme item, the Book of Yajin. But now, Bai Luo saw a second one. Isn't it strange? Why can't you copy it? But I can. Ying Muiyang regained his composure, but his eyes were filled with determination, as if he had made a choice. A higher-level miracle cannot interfere with the supreme miracle, but this is not absolute. If the holder of the supreme miracle allows it, then the higher-level miracle can borrow the power of the supreme miracle. Just like the Sui Liguang in my hand, its former owner allowed me to use it. Ying Muiyang looked at Sophia. That's why now, I can summon it and let you feel the power of the sword of creation here. Bai Luo had a feeling that as long as Ying Muiyang wielded this sword, even if he mobilized all the miracles together, they would not be a match for him. This sword gave Bai Luo a sense of extreme danger. It was an anti-miracle weapon that could ignore the law of the infinite number of miracles and forcibly kill a miracle once. It seems you've discovered it. Ying Muiyang's voice grew increasingly calm as she gently stroked the blade. Miracles are limitless, so even I can't directly kill a miracle's true form, but Liguang can. In front of it, no matter how powerful a miracle is, its true form must withstand its damage. This also means that with just a single swing, for a moment, everyone felt a sense of daze, and when they regained consciousness, they found the entire arena empty. All the summoned heroic spirits, the world maintained by the senior sister, and the army, had inexplicably vanished without a trace. How is this possible? In an instant, a single casual swing disregarded the legendary resistance, forcibly wiping out all miracle power. It was fortunate that Bai Luo hadn't dispatched the miracle child, otherwise, with just this one strike, even Saint Dragon Princess would have perished instantly, slain by Li Guang's sword. Do you understand? Ying Muiyang looked down at Bai Luo. After witnessing Li Guang's power, do you think you were ridiculous before? Live and die with Atón. Would you rather start from scratch than follow me? Your words, to me, are utterly childish and meaningless, and now, with just one more gentle wave, all the miracles around you will be reduced to ashes in an instant. Ying Muiyang raised Li Guang once again. She didn't really care about swinging again, because her power couldn't harm Bai Luo. Even if she struck him, it wouldn't hurt him at all. As for the other miracles themselves, they would just die once and be revived soon anyway. But this time was enough for Ying Muiyang to forcibly take Bai Luo away. Bai Luo's previous words had truly infuriated Ying Muiyang. But she was the elder sister. If she turned completely against her brother over a few harsh words, she wouldn't be worthy of being a sister. Remember your will, you must protect him. I can't die yet, Ying Muiyang thought, glancing at Sophia once more. At least, Not until she grows up. Suddenly, Ying Muiyang, ready to strike, tightened his grip on Li Guang and thrust it hard into the throne. What's going on? Pain. The hand holding Li Guang felt a sting. Buzz buzz, Li Guang hummed continuously. Empress Dong grasped it, but found she was having trouble controlling it. Why? This sword wasn't Li Guang's true form, but something fashioned from her miraculous power. While it possessed supreme power, it was essentially a replica, a manifestation of the might of the unrivaled emperor. But what was happening now? It's resisting me. Ying Muiyang was surprised. She carefully sensed it and realized that the reason Li Guang was trying to escape was because of Bai Luo. It was heading for Bai Luo. Is it seeking to recognize its master? Ying Muiyang was able to retrieve Li Guang because of the promise of its former master, who was none other than Bai Luo's previous life, her brother, Ying Beizhao. However, what puzzled Ying Muiyang was that Bai Luo hadn't retrieved Li Guang. So, why did Li Guang react this way? She didn't intend to harm Bai Luo. No. Suddenly, Ying Muiyang's pupils shrank, and she felt a chill in her heart. She suppressed Li Guang with unbridled energy, suppressing the sword in her hand with 100% willpower. This, impossible. What is it trying to do? Li Guang isn't trying to return to Bai Luo, it's trying to kill him. Why is this happening? This Li Guang, could it be a supreme sword? If Ying Muiyang were in her prime, she could have simply dispelled it, but now, she was severely injured, and Bai Luo had also traumatized her. Under these double blows, even controlling Li Guang was a struggle. Oh no, finally, Li Guang broke free from Ying Muiyang's grasp. It was free. Ying Beizhao, far to the west of the Miracle Land, in a magnificent palace somewhere within the Holy Empire, a figure draped in a robe concealing its identity appeared. Sure enough, the figure roared with laughter. You're still alive, you're truly remarkable, having managed to survive the thing. This man was the butcher who had traumatized Earl Thorn. And strapped to his waist was Sui Li Guang's true form. I've been searching for you for 800 years. I never thought I'd find you today, without any effort, Eastern Empress, the Lord of Li Guang. Thank you for giving me the chance to kill him. Boom. Li Guang's escape from Ying Muiyang's control astonished Bai Luo. He had no idea what was happening. He only saw Li Guang circling and dancing in the air before suddenly veering and hurtling towards him. What's going on? A murderous aura, an incomparable killing intent. If Li Guang had only been trying to frighten Bai Luo before, now, this sword truly meant to kill him. Oh no, Ying Muiyang wanted to stop it, but she clutched her chest, and for a moment, it was difficult for her to strike continuously. Summoning Li Guang had already taken a lot of her energy. And then trying her best to suppress him placed even more strain on her body, adding insult to injury. Stop it. In desperation, Ying Muiyang, regardless of her previous hostility with Isifia, immediately passed the news of Li Guang's loss of control to her senior sister. It'll only take a moment, I'll be right there, Ying Muiyang gasped, her wounds straining, her forehead covered in sweat. Please, you must stop it. Seeking monthly passes. I recently participated in the Flag Challenge, which requires 1,000 monthly passes. In the future, I will update at least 8,000 words daily. Reaching the target will reward operational points and fam titles. After the challenge is over, there will be related activities. Book friends with high contributions will be given priority to receive rewards after the event. The greater the contribution, the greater the reward. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.